and gals, and welcome, welcome, welcome. So today, we're getting back into some Path of Exile. It's been a little while since we played. There's been a couple updates, and of course we got the big one coming up. We got the Dawn of the Hunt, which is going to be a huge update encompassing, well, a new class, an economy reset, which is basically going to reset the entire game for, like everyone. Basically, in most seasonal games, just to do a brief explanation, there is what is considered a eternal realm, and there is a seasonal realm. Or in the case of Path of Exile, it's league and non-league. There is no league realm right now, so basically with the introduction of this new patch, they will be adding the league realm. The eternal realm, or the non-league realm, is still going to be there, but the majority of the player base will move to the league realm. That's generally how it works. In almost every single game that's had a eternal realm and a seasonal realm, the seasonal realm almost always has the majority of the population, and the eternal realm has essentially none of the population whatsoever. So all of the characters that are currently existing are on the eternal realm, and they're not really going to go anywhere. They're still going to be there, and then there's going to be a new realm, which is essentially the new league realm. And every single time there is a new league, all the characters from the league realm will get shunted to the non-league realm, and that's just how it works, right? So we're going to be getting our first, essentially, league realm, which has not happened yet. We still got 2 days until that occurs, so you got plenty of time to play your characters. I'm going to hop back on, and I'm going to play some of my characters. Before we get started, let's do the intro, because I like to do my intro. Let's also hop into voice chat in case anybody else wants to play with us. And let's go. I can't even remember how to play this game. I think when I logged out, I think I was just working on a new character. I think I was converting my shield character into my Chronomancer, and I was working on like a Chrono Shieldmancer. Man, her titty is just hanging out, isn't it? Like, holy Jesus. Look at that jiggle physics, too. Sorry. Let's go play around with our shield character. I can't even remember what we were doing with this girl. I think we were trying to make it so that we could, like, spam shield charge. I think that was the general gist of the idea. I think I kind of combined it together with my Hammer of the Gods because I'm a Chronomancer. So I was like, why not? Let's do a little bit of both. Oh, yeah, that's right. WASD controls. I gotta remember. I remember how to do that stuff.
Place waystones in the machine, and they will help calibrate the journey. It may be possible to use this malleability to our...
Well, why'd you give me a tier 1 waystone? The hell?
Of course.
Not a tier 1 waystone. Man, this map tab is all effed up. I ain't been online in a long time, so I'm sure everything's all jacked. Look at all them ranks. All them ranks. I don't even remember how to play the game. Why does my monitor seem so dark all the time? This monitor's fine, and this monitor's fine. It's like this monitor's freaking broken or something. It looks fine on the stream, too. It just looks poopy over here. It just looks poopy. Oh, yeah, that's right. Don't we got like a guild hideout? Let's go to the guild hideout. I thought it was slash guild. Yeah, slash guild. I remember. I remember stuff. Stuff I remember. I remember things. Things and stuffs. And stuffs and things. I remember that. I remember some stuffs. Okay, I don't know. I don't remember how to play this character, but I remember some stuff. Let's see. I'm pretty sure shield charge, shield charge. Oh yeah, didn't I find out that like the Chronomancer thing wasn't working on shield charge for some reason? Well, no, there you go. It seemed to work on it that time. Why does shield charge have a mana per second cost? That seems kind of weird. You know, having shield charge on my click, my movement click, is a little annoying. Maybe we switch the two? No, because... I mean, I guess that's a little better.
I need more time.
Oh no. So they're making tons of changes to this game. One of the most significant changes that I've heard about is the changes to the portals themselves, which I do have a lot of this information kind of like in visual format here. Well, let's pull up my Discord. My Discord. I've been posting a lot of this stuff in Discord as I come across it. So this is the portal clarification for Dawn of the Hunt, which is pretty cool. So if you see my video, one of my videos is literally talking about like how terrible multiplayer is, and one of the problems with multiplayer is the portal situation. And this portal situation seems to have been mostly fixed with this change. So during the live stream, revealed Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt, we discussed several things in the Q&A that we'd like to provide some further clarification on. In today's news post, we'd like to start additional information about the map portals and Dawn of the Hunt. We'd like to clarify the situation with having to use portals each time you die. The concern raised during Q&A was that you would be consuming portals to have to store items in your stash or trade with players. With so few portals, as low as 1, you would not be able to leave the map and return. We made the following changes to address this problem. You will now be able to enter and exit maps as much as you like, as long as you haven't died. The number of portals is now representative of the number of revives that you currently have during your map. So if you are able to revive, you can come and go as you please. We also wanted to clarify that when returning to a map after dying, you will return to the last checkpoint, so if you forgot to make a portal, you won't have to run through too much of an empty map to get back to where you died. We're also currently making a change, hopefully we'll make it for release, otherwise shortly after this changes that when you die in a map and then revive, assuming that you have any revives remaining, you will be instantly placed at the last checkpoint without loading any loading screens, so you don't need to return to your hideout and re-enter the map every time. They also talked about basically how every person would have their own, like in a multiplayer scenario, would have their own death count, essentially, their own portals. So like if I died in somebody else's map, it wouldn't burn one of the portals for the owner of the map, it would only burn a portal for me. So our deaths would be separate from each other, which is also pretty cool. In other words, multiplayer became a lot more fun, in general. I think people are going to enjoy the multiplayer a lot more when, you know, knowing that they don't have to worry about, like, one death and you're out and go sit in town like you got put in timeout in school. Go sit in timeout. Go sit in timeout. I don't want to sit in timeout. Go sit in timeout. Oh, I said go sit in timeout. Go sit in timeout. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was doing a recoup build. I remember this. I was doing a recoup build. I do remember now. This was a recoup build. I was playing around with recoup. I was having fun with that. I'm using the Chronomancer on this one. My skill binds are messed up. They reset all my binds. That's rude. I don't even remember what the binds are in this game. Now I gotta, like, remember all my binds. What the hell was it P for passive? That's not the one I want. Or is it the passive tree? I think it is the passive tree I'm thinking about. Yeah. Okay, so this girl has the Rapid River, which is recoup effects instead occur over 4 seconds, and then 30% of damage taken is recouped as life. So basically you get like the double recoup thing going on here. And then I was setting her up for recoup. So she's got like the pliable flesh, speed of recoup, and then she's also got there was another recoup that I grabbed somewhere. I think it was like down here. Where are you hiding at, recoup? I don't remember where you are. I don't remember. You're somewhere, I don't remember where. It's been a little while since I played this game. It's been a minute or two. A couple minutes. Why does it sound like I have no sound? No sound? Is the sound not turned up? I mean, yeah, there's definitely sound. Maybe I'm just being silly. The new class coming out does look really good. I believe we do have some information on the new ascendancies and stuff like that, and the ascendancies do look pretty crazy, to be perfectly honest. Yeah. Let's take a look at some of the new ascendancies real quick, just for fun. Well, that is terrible. That is the website that I was looking at over here and what I've got over here are just like two completely different websites. I don't even understand. It was over here and it looked good, and then I moved it over here and everything's spread out like horrible. It looks better like that. I mean, it'd be nice if that just wasn't like covering up my entire screen. That'd be great. I see. It's a width. It's a width problem. Just like the girls always say. It's not a length, it's a width problem. Let's just do this. This will work a hell of a lot better. Since this website wants to be stupid and put ads all over the place. Yay, look at that. We did it. Now I'm in the way. As whispers demand... Well, let's start at the beginning. So this is the beginning right here. We've got reduced mana, reduced maximum mana, reduced spirit, negative resistances. Ring slot. I hear a lot of people are talking about the ring slot being amazing. It is. 3% attributes and 25% increased bonuses from equipped rings and amulets, which also sounds absolutely insane. Then we got life recovery rate and 5% increased life recovery rate per 5% missing a life. 15% increased charm charges gained. That one's probably not going to get a lot of love. And +1 charm slot, 20% more charms charges gained. Yeah, that's probably not going to get much love. Mind phylacteries can instead consume 25% maximum mana to trigger charms with insufficient charges. Grants ritual sacrifice, increased movement speed. What is ritual sacrifice? We got a video, a thing of that. Ritual sacrifice. Sacrifice the corpse of a rare monster to grant you its modifiers for a duration. Yeah, I saw that during the reveal. That sounds pretty crazy. That's going to get a lot of love. Probably more movement speed. As the whispers demand, ritual sacrifice can be used on yourself to remove 20% of your maximum life and grant a random monster modifier. 20% increased physical damage. Grants the skill Blood Boil. Enemies in your presence accumulate blood boils periodically. When they die, the blood boils pop up, applying corrupted blood to enemies near them. Corrupted blood deals 2% of slain enemies' maximum life as physical damage per second. Blood boils applied to non-unique enemies in your presence every 1.52 seconds. 20% more corrupt blood infliction in the area effect per blood boil slain on the enemy. Inflicts a stack of corrupted blood on targets within 1.5 meters. Interesting. Kind of like an AoE. And then, yeah, man, that seems like a pretty OP ascendancy. I mean, the extra ring slot, and then the 25% bonus to ring slots combined with like some of the crazy rings that you can get. Apparently, one of the main rings that people have been exploiting, though, Ingenuity, is going to get nerfed this season. So that may put a hamper in things. But they did confirm that it will work with Ingenuity, although Ingenuity will be at a much diminished capacity this season. Ritual Sacrifice looks pretty good, too. And then that's the Ritual tree. This one is the Amazon tree, apparently. So the Amazon tree has 20% evasion rating. Evasion rating from equipped helmet, gloves, and boots is doubled. Evasion rating from equipped body armor is halved. And then over on this side, we got 50% increased life to mana recovery from flasks. Flasks also recover mana. Mana flasks also recover life. That's kind of cool. Life leech recovers based on your elemental damage as well as physical damage. Okay. So you can life leech with elemental damage. That's pretty cool. 12% increased amount of life leech. I kind of like fell out of love with life leech when I tried a life leech build, and it just, I don't know. It was kind of meh. If there were monsters around, sure, it was great. And if there was no monsters around, then like all your recovery was gone. And like I ran into situations when I went in group play that like if my recovery was entirely based on life leech and things were dying too quickly that I couldn't leech any life back, and so I just was slowly dying, and it was kind of embarrassing. Infuse weapon. That one's on here too. Grants your weapon infusion projectile attacks with that weapon consume infusions to infuse the first projectile fired, causing it to explode at the end of its flight. Converts 100% physical damage to cold damage. Sounds like freezing arrow. Of course, it's probably a javelin. 50% chance for infusion to not be consumed when infusing a projectile. And then we've got this one here, which is Predatory Instinct, reveal weakness against rare and unique enemies, 50% more damage against enemies with open weakness. In for the kill, 20% increased movement speed while an enemy with open weakness is in your presence. 40% increased skill speed while an enemy with open weakness is in presence. 40% increased skill speed is massive. Critical strike, a chance to hit with attacks can exceed 100%. Gain additional critical hit chance equal to 25% of excess chance to hit with attacks. So accuracy stacking. Interesting. Which is a whole thing, by the way, because you can stack accuracy, and as you stack accuracy, you can also stack speed, which is a whole, like, part of the skill tree, by the way. So, like, if you take a look down here, there's a couple really good nodes that could potentially go along with that. Like, for every 1% increased attack speed, or 1% increased attack speed per 250 accuracy rating. So that's one of them. And then there's another one, which I think is like over here. I know I'm not imagining it. Because there's two of them. Why is my brain farting on where the other one is? It's like right. It's around here somewhere. I know it is. 1% increased attack speed per 15 dexterity, and dexterity also gives attack rating. And wasn't there one that was literally just skill speed? Was it this one? That one doesn't have the connotation of being linked to accuracy. But basically, there are some abilities in here that are linked to accuracy, and it seems like that would be a pretty good combination because you could get the increased skill speed here from open weakness. You could also grab the increased accuracy ratings for both of these, and then the attacks using weapons have added physical damage equal to the accuracy rating on the weapon. And in other words, you would just be stacking accuracy to the moon, getting all the speed, and also getting the damage in the process, which certainly doesn't hurt anything. That would definitely be kind of interesting. I think that's it for this one. I mean, this one seems pretty nice. There's some really good stuff in here for obviously being able to leech with elementals skills, which kind of like prevents you from needing to do like full um, physical damage. I'm not really too enticed by the evasion setup. Evasion is not my favorite ability. I think evasion is one of the worst. I think it's one of the worst defensive types that you could possibly have in Path of Exile. I rank it below armor. The only way you can make evasion rating even worthwhile, in my opinion, is to go for athletics or acrobatics, which basically turns acrobatics into dodge, avoid, and evade from Diablo 2. But even then, even if you have acrobatics and you still cap out on evasion, it's still not really the greatest. Like it still needs to be combined with something else. I would never go full evasion acrobatics. I would do like energy shield evasion, or I would do like armor evasion or something. I would never just go full evasion, even with acrobatics. I think acrobatics is great, but like evasion itself just seems to be the worst of them. And the reason why I think it's the worst is because it doesn't prevent you from dying. That's the main problem. So like even if you have 99.9% evasion and you evade almost every single attack that comes in, if one attack comes in with a high enough damage output to wipe you from the battlefield, you're done. And evasion doesn't prevent those one shots. It only makes it less likely that those one shots will occur. Whereas armor and energy shield actually will prevent those one shots from killing you because they give you a buffer that helps absorb damage. Evasion doesn't give you a buffer that helps absorb damage. It just simply makes it less likely that you'll get hit, which isn't really correlative to survival, more so just a luck of survival, essentially. And without acrobatics, evasion is literally the worst layer because it evades basically nothing. Like the things that evasion actually does evade without acrobatics is so minimal that you still end up getting hit by like 50 to 60% of the stuff on the battlefield. You're still getting hit by it, and evasion just doesn't do anything for it anyway. So until you get acrobatics, it's not even really worth it, in my opinion. So this build, this whole character seems to be designed around evasion. If you go that particular pathway, which I think I probably would not do. Let's take a look at some of the other ones. So this is the new class, and then these are the new ascendancies that are added for the other classes. So this one is, I think this one's the Lich. So this is the ascendancy that's going to be like more toward summoning. I like how they have it set up like almost like a spider web. So let's start off here. So we've got 20% increased maximum energy shield, and then we've got Eldritch Empowerment. Non-channeling spells cost an additional 3% of maximum energy shield. Non-channeling spells deal 30% more damage, and spending energy shield does not interrupt recharge. And then we got down here, which is Rupture the Soul. Cursed enemies killed by your allies or in your presence have a 33% chance to explode, dealing a quarter of their maximum life as chaos damage. 25% area of curses. Meh. Blackened Heart, 4% increased magnitude of unholy might buffs per 100 maximum mana. Necromantic Conduit. You and your allies in your presence have unholy might while you are not low on mana and lose 5% mana per second. Mana, 3% increased mana, and then we've got Dominion over Flesh. You can apply an additional curse. Your curses can affect hex-proof enemies. That's kind of crazy. So, like, being able to curse hex-proof enemies is kind of nuts. 30% increased energy shield if you've consumed a power charge recently. Non-channeling spells consume power charges to deal 25% more damage. Soulless Form, 10% of damage taken bypasses energy shield. No inherent mana regeneration. Regenerate mana equal to 6% of maximum life per second. So I'm assuming you stack maximum life in that category. 3% increased maximum life. And then eternal life is your life cannot change while you have energy shield. So they talked about this during one of the dev chats, and they kind of asked the question of like how overpowered this is. And they said they had an entire conversation about eternal life, and they basically had determined that it was in a good place, is what they said. That it might be overpowered, but they were pretty confident it was in a good place. So I guess it's probably not as overpowered as some people might be like thinking that it is. I don't know. But if your life cannot change while you have energy shield, I mean, that pretty much makes it so that your life is stuck at whatever it was before. I don't know. Um, and since it's a life stacking build, I mean, I would assume you'd have a pretty large amount of life anyway. I mean, there's a lot of ways that you could potentially have like infinite energy shield. Zealot's Oath comes to mind, which is a pretty ridiculous bonus that basically just allows you to stack regeneration through Zealot's Oath, which is every bit of life regeneration that you have applies to your energy shield, and then your energy shield does not recharge. But it does basically make it so your energy shield is just constantly coming back, which you'll see that later when I actually play this character. There's the Unholy Might buff down here, by the way. It says Unholy Might is a buff that grants 30% of all damage as extra chaos damage. So it's an extra chaos damage buff. That's not bad. Hmm. Then the other ascendancy, this is the Smith's ascendancy for the warrior. So we've got 20% increased fire damage, grants skill hit, fire spell on hit, fire resistance, and then we've got Coal Stoker. Modifiers to the fire resistance also grant cold and lightning resistance at 50% of their value. Which also leads over here to Forged in Flame. Modifiers to maximum fire resistance also grant maximum cold and lightning resistance. And then this one is minion damage, which I'm assuming is to totems. And then it grants Manifest Weapon. Now, they were talking about this on the dev chat too, and I kind of was going over some of this stuff. And they talked about this being like on hit stuff. So, like, basically, you would manifest a weapon, and then you would get a certain number of hits out of the weapon before the weapon would deteriorate. And then they got this whole thing over here, which is where you can like craft a body armor. So you can only use a normal body armor, and then you basically get to like craft stats onto the body armor. You can get things like also applies to chaos damage from hits. Armor grants 100% increased stun threshold, cold res, fire res, maximum life, 20% increased strength. Lightning res regenerates life per second. Critical damage bonus, 25% physical damage taken. That's fire damage instead, which of course come in handy if you're stacking fire res and maximum fire res. Flowing metal also gives maximum fire res. Body armor unaffected by ignite. I mean, it seems like this could be a really interesting build where you're just like crafting your own armor for like specific scenarios. It seems like you would actually be able to customize your armor too, depending on the scenario that you're in. And then being able to take 25% of all physical damage as fire is also going to make you pretty tanky, especially if you have like 95% fire resistance, which, I mean, I'm looking at this character. I mean, he's got, what, 15% fire resistance, and then he also has modifiers to maximum fire resistance also grant maximum cold and lightning resistance. Then he's got like 5% maximum fire res here. You get massive amounts of resistances all over the place. I mean, I would imagine that with this, if you would probably take Molten Symbol, and then you would probably take the Flowing Metal, which would make it really easy for you to get high fire res, add on some cap fire res from in other places, and you'd be practically immortal versus physical damage if you can get like 95% fire res. So moving on to the next one, we've got this is what, the Tactician. So this is, I think, what, the mercenary. This is another mercenary ascendancy. So this one is, I'll start from the bottom here. So 8% increased spirit, projectile damage builds pin. Oh, that's going up here. Solid plan, persistent buffs have 50% less of reservation. 20% increased presence area of effect. That's kind of interesting. Watch how I do it. Allies in your presence gain an added attack damage equal to 25% of your main hand weapon's damage. So kind of like a buffing character. Very much so a buffing character, because we get into banner skills have 20% increased area of effect. And then we also get whoever pays the best can place multiple banners. So being able to pop down multiple banners and also having a larger presence and also being able to affect allies in your presence, it seems like we have like a whole build here basically based around just buffing your team, which is kind of neat. 20% increased pin build up, and then pinned enemies cannot perform actions. So they basically stated that pin would kind of function as like a freezing effect, is how this would work. So I kind of laughed because I always thought pin was kind of an inferior form of crowd control, because what does it matter if you lock them in place if they're still shooting you? So in this particular case, your pin is now going to stop them from shooting you. So, well, no, it's basically a freeze. Then we got polish that gear, gain 100% of armor as extra stun threshold, gain 100% of evasion rating as extra ailment threshold, 15% increased armor and evasion rating, and then we've got stay light, use cover, defend with 200% of armor. Enemies have an accuracy penalty against you based on the distance. Maximum evade chance is 50%. Maximum physical damage reduction is 50%. Huh. That seems kind of poopy. Why would I want to lower my cap? I just, hmm, huh? That's so confusing. I mean, I'm like at 76% physical damage reduction, and then I've got, like, on my evasion character, I'm pretty sure I'm at like 75% or higher evasion. Lowering the cap to 50% just seems poopy. That doesn't. So I lose 25% of my chance to evade and 25% of my physical damage reduction for what? If I defend with 200% of my armor, which makes sense, it's still capping me at 50%. So what does that actually do for me? That doesn't make any sense. It makes it so I can have ridiculously low levels of armor and not have to worry about it. I mean, at a certain degree, I guess it would just make it so that 200% armor is easier to hit the 50% cap. But then again, I'm still capped at 50%, so the 200% armor thing kind of seems poopy. Over here we've got minions deal 20% increased damage. Unleash Hell grants skill supporting fire. I don't have a picture of that. Cannons ready. Totems have 30% more skill speed. Totems use only use skills when you fire an attack projectile. So they're adding in totems into this build? I guess technically aren't those like those two firing crossbow things? Aren't those technically totems? I can't remember. God, it's been so long I don't even remember what the button is to bring up the oh yeah, that's right. You can't bring up the totem menu unless you got a skill gem in your hand. It's probably talking about these, right? Yeah, these count as totems. Ripwire ballista, artillery ballista, and isn't there one more? I thought there was three. Maybe I'm misremembering. But yeah, these two right here. Didn't really particularly care for those, but I guess that's part of the new setup. Huh. Cody, what do you see out there? Cody, where you looking? You looking out there? What do you see? Cody sees something. He didn't bork though, so it must not be a borkable offense. It's not a borkable offense. Zaborkable offense. Oh my god, get the spec how it was. They have the, I'm trying to see if they have the Unleash Hell ability on here or anything, but I'll see it. Oh yeah, they said there's gonna be like 100 new support gems and 100 new uniques, which is kind of crazy. I think I said many times that the support gems, like the number of support gems in the previous patch, was not really enough. All right, I have no idea what I am doing, so let's just go into a map. I guess let's just pick a map, any map. Let's just have some fun real quick. See if I can remember how to play the game. Can you remember? Can you remember how to play the game? Can you remember? I do not know, it's lame. Can you remember? Augury. Ugh. So according to what they're saying, and I kind of went over this already, but each one of these portals will now represent a death, and you can use these portals as much as you want to go back to town. Like, one of the biggest issues I had was just when I was in a map, I didn't want to leave, like, to go trade. Like, I would have no trades up, right? And I didn't even want to trade because I had to, that would mean that I had to burn up a portal, right? So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 portals, right? You go into the first portal, which uses your first portal. And then as soon as you use your first portal, if you leave and come back, you now burn a second portal and a third portal and a fourth portal and so forth and so on. And sometimes especially if you've got a lot of loot or things that you need to carry back to town, well, you burn up portals really fast. And basically that one change that they made where you can go in and out of the portals without having to burn the portals, and the portals are essentially your deaths instead, that's a much better thing, in my opinion. Much better thing. You found a 47% enhanced damage Kurash shield on single player. Throw that thing in the trash, my friend. Throw it right in the trash. Enhanced damage paladin shields in Diablo 2 are about as useful as wiping before you poop. They have very little purpose whatsoever. Sometimes they get usefulness in PvP. For the most part, they're not useful at all. You know, I don't think I like this. I think I liked it how I had it set up. Feels wrong for my fingertips. 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 Why you gotta be so rude? Why you gotta be so rude? Womp, 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 womp. Womp, 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 womp. Ooh, a ruby. And a Wayfarer jacket.
Not yet.
Not yet. Die. Womp womp womp. Womp womp womp. Booby. Evasion rating, evasion, life, high resistance. I don't even remember how to grade items anymore. My brain is stuck in old mode. That ruby. Elemental damage, bleeding duration. My minion's spinning with me. That's pretty funny. I like this. I think it's missing, what is it missing? It's missing the additional evasion, something. I can't remember. I know like 2,000 plus is good for evasion. I don't think that's worth creeping.
I need more time.
I could take it back and destroy it for socket slots. Gorbite the Annihilator. The Annihilator. Did I not hit him? What the hell? Shield charge is cool, but sometimes it's a little wonky and doesn't actually hit things. I guess I could have waited on that. That didn't need to be identified right this second.
I can't do that yet.
Womp 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 boom womp womp boom womp 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 womp. I'll make weapons from your bones. I need to get some music in here.
I need more time.
Hammer of the Ancients was on cooldown. What the hell? I just forget how freaking ridiculously long Hammer of the Ancients is for cooldown. Did I remove the skill that allows me to reset cooldowns? I did. I did remove time snap. I mean, which kind of makes sense. Because it's not really required. Hey, thanks for the sub, Teddy. Appreciate it. Path of Exile 2. Oh, I got unbanned a while ago. I just haven't been making content. I moved on some more fun things. I had a lot of issues with Path of Exile 2 multiplayer. Like, I felt like the multiplayer was really poor and kind of just promoted everyone to play by themselves, which I thought kind of sucked. And there's a lot of fixes to it in Dawn of the Hunt. Like, I'm kind of excited. I'm tentatively excited. I guess we'll see. I mean, I don't know if all the issues have been fixed, but they fixed a lot of the on-death explosions. The portal, like, fixes are pretty huge, actually allowing people to play together, which is pretty nuts. And then also having the deaths be separated so that everybody has their own death sets. So even if you are in a place that only has, like, one death, or like one portal or something like that, or one death per person. At least it's one death per person and not one death for the entire map, which essentially bricks the entire map for everybody if like one person dies. It's a much better system in my opinion, and it scales up less nastily, I guess would be the term. Nastily, nastilination. Let me through. Why are you guys such a bullies? Let me through. Let me through. Let me through. Let me through. Thank you. Oh, this is a dead end. Never mind. I didn't even want to come in here anyway. Haha. Ooh. This isn't even a tier 15, so I'm kind of just like walking through this. I set this character up super tanky too, so. Oh, a little thingy. I should be able to survive pretty much anything. I just stand here and eat it. With all the recoup that I've got. Summon forth the hammers. Basically, this character is set up for number 1, life regen. Number 2, Zealot's Oath to regenerate the energy shield at all times, essentially. Also helps obviously my regular life, and then I have recoup, which recoups as life and mana, and then I also have a portion of the damage going to my mana pool. Not all of it, but some of it. So I have some of it going to the mana pool, which is actually working pretty well. I need to get a little bit more going to my mana pool so that I can kind of shunt a little bit more damage away from my my energy shield, giving me an easier time to regenerate, but you also be dropping like 1,000 Hammer of the Gods on that guy's head. Okay, it wasn't 1,000, it was like 6. I still think it's funny. What's up, buddy? I was actually working on this character right before I ended up getting the can. I don't think I ever finished it. But it was close. It was close to being finished. I had made a couple designs, and like one of them was essentially a design where I had set up like a Gemling Legionnaire as a shield character, and then I had another design where I was using a Chronomancer to spam things like my Frost ability, which I think I still actually have set up on this character, and it still hits surprisingly hard, and I totally like forgot that it was here and haven't been using it. Shush, okay? Shush, just because I forgot that it's here and haven't been using it because I don't remember how to play my own characters. But like I ended up combining them together. I'm like, why don't I just combine together my Chronomancer and my shield character into one character, and it worked surprisingly well. I was actually rather tickled pink at how well they combined together into like one character. And I had like 2 builds in the same character. Now I'm like, I got like the frost bombs, I got like the hammer of the gods spamming down. I'm also using the shield charge pretty well. They're adding a new weapon. Yeah, they're adding the spear for the huntress, or the javelin. It's kind of like a combination. It's just like Diablo 2. It's going to be the Diablo 2-esque style spear javelin. You know, like where you can jab with the spear and you can also throw the spear. So they're basically adding the javelin, which also technically is a melee weapon. Oh, he teleported behind. That's not very nice. Oh, okay. I don't even see him on there. There he is. Oh, okay. So he was a Shroud Walker, which pretty much explains that whole thing. I didn't even see him. He teleported behind me and locked me in the doorway. Failure. I hate that map style too. That's stupid lever bullcrap. I don't even know what like scheme is being used in here to organize this stuff. I feel like this stuff has got like no organizational scheme whatsoever going on right now. I stopped playing for a little while and like the tabs just look like garbage. I don't even understand what the hell's going on in these tabs anymore. I don't have any maps on my own because I put all my maps in here. Like, why is there a uncut spirit gem in here? Like, what is that about? Because this is full. What is this full with? Skill gems? It says spirit/support gems, and it's filled with skill gems. Because reasons. This one is for skill gems. And there's support gems in here. A whole bunch of support gems in here. No organizational scheme whatsoever. Let's just shove it wherever it goes, guys. Just shove it wherever it goes. You guys know the deal. Shove it where it goes and shove it where it goes. This is the way we shove it where it goes, shove it where it goes, shove it where it goes. This is the way we shove it where it goes, early in the morning. Shove it right where it goes, don't even think of pros, just to shove it where it goes, early in the morning. Shoving it where it goes, we gon' shove it where it goes. Shoving it where it goes, early in the morning. I don't even care. It's all gonna get freaking added into the pile of silliness later anyway. The Guild Stash. Maps. Is there like, I can't even tell like what the hell's even going on in this map tab. I know that there actually is a map tab now. And I'm pretty sure that like if I go take a look in the microtransaction shop, there actually is a tab for maps. That's what I didn't, that's not what I meant to do. 185 for a map guild tab. That's terrible. We need some guild points for that. We need guild points for that. We need some guild points for that. We need some guild points. Some guild points. See, how many do we need? We need 75. Let's do some math. So we need 185 and we have 75 guild points, which means we need 110 doojanks for a map tab. Alright. I just put out a doojank for it, I don't even care. Alright, what's the highest level map that's in here? I got a tier 12. Oh, there's a tier 13. Oh, there's a tier 15. A corrupted rare tier 15. Let's go.
I need more time.
She needs more time. Don't talk to her. God, I'm so sick of being in this spot. Why can I not access any other map location? Like, what the hell is this? I'm just stuck right here in an augury. I can't go here. I can't go here. I can't go here. I can't go here. Where did I come from? Shouldn't I at least be able to go back in the direction that I came from? Like, what the hell is going on? Why am I stuck in this location and I'm not allowed to go anywhere other than this stinky augury map? Stinky. I said it. I said it. Stinky augury map. Augury map of stink. Oh, I haven't set up a poll yet. There, we have a poll. Look, I did it. I did it, boys. I put up a poll.
You are nothing. Not yet.
Oh, proximal tangibility.
I need more time.
In other words, they take no damage unless you stand in their butthole. Right in the eye of the butt. You gotta stand in the eye of the butt. Right in the eye. Speaking of eye of the butt, let's get some music going. I need some music. I can't wait to get 7,000 copyright notifications for all of the music that I play from this website that's supposed to be copyright free. I can't wait for that to happen. Can you sense the disdain in my voice? Last time I played music on this website, which I pay for, by the way, because it's supposed to be copyright-free music, I ended up with, like, I'm not even joking, this isn't even an exaggeration, it was 34 copyright notifications. 34 on one video. I was like, oh, okay.
Not yet.
Oh, okay. This character was never fully fleshed out, so me dying over and over again is just par for the course. I guess I'm never leaving this augury map ever. Let's see if we can't get ourselves out of this augury map with an easy non-augury map killer. Where's like the lowest tier map on here? I'm gonna run like a tier 4 just to get out of this stupid augury map so I can go somewhere else. Apparently I do. Apparently I live in this augury map. That's apparently where I live. might end up going to a more fleshed out character. I do have other characters that are more fleshed out than this one. Oh, I just one-shot those monsters. I forgot I'm OP now. This is a low-tier map. I'm OP now. Advanced. They need to make a way for you to tier up items like in Diablo 2. I think that'd be great. I'm gonna die in a tier 4. Watch those guys. I'm doing it. Speed run. Speed run deaths. Regenerates life. Always bleeds. How much do you regenerate life though? Oh. I think I beat you. My regenerated life is stronger. I can't sing copyrighted songs, Phantom. It's not allowed. What the hell is that? I'm hearing the most distracting things in the background. I have no clue what the hell's going on. I do like my chip team music though. What is going on out there? There's so much noise. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check. There was somebody in the crotch. My girlfriend. I don't know what she's doing in there.
Not yet.
Dang. Took out my whole energy shield. Speed cursor tablet. Oh yeah, I forgot. Didn't I add Blink into my character? I did add Blink onto this character. Look at me forgetting. Look at me forgetting stuff. I had totally forgotten I added Blink into this character. So I could get in and out of trouble when I needed to. Just totally forget like some important detail that literally makes or breaks the difference between everything. You know, like if I'm in a dangerous situation and I'm about to die, I can be like, oh no, you can't get me. But, you know, totally forgot that, which I could have used probably earlier when I was dying. But, you know, didn't remember at all, because, yeah, that's me. Me don't remember stuff like that. It helps if you actually have played the character within, like, you know, a month or two.
What's your plan?
What's up, Xylorm? I haven't seen you in a dog's age.
I've been hidden in this channel for a while.
I mean, you could have come played with us.
I've been playing a lot of Poe. I've been having a lot of fun with Poe.
Oh, that's a terrible acronym.
I know, right?
I can't do that yet.
Realm is currently down for maintenance. Ah. Well, I guess Poe is not up.
I'm playing it right now.
Oh, when I try to log in, it says... Oh, there it goes. At first it said down for maintenance, but now it's just that I can... Bring up the machine.
Ugh. I'm just messing around trying to remember how to play the game.
I got you.
I need more time.
By the way, the guild stashes are horrendous. Whoever's been upkeeping the guild stashes, you suck.
I don't think anyone's been upkeeping it.
Well, that's terrible. That's terrible.
I need more time.
Yeah, we really should get a map tab. I know Killjoy donated a bunch.
And if you want to donate a dujake, I'm pretty sure that all the tabs carry over for the new season, so.
Yeah. I know Killjoy like donated like 300, didn't he?
I have to accept any donation that is donated, so. If I wasn't online, then it didn't get accepted, so. And it also cancels out eventually at some point. I checked recently, there was no donations on the list. There's 75 current points in the tab, in the guild bank, and there's the map tab itself costs 185, so we need 110 to reach the amount needed for the tab.
For the map?
For the map
It was
tab,
like
yeah.
110 the other day.
Well, the guild tabs are differently priced. It's 185
okay.
for the guild tab.
Ah, that's crazy.
I like how the grenades are actually visible now. It's rather interesting. I didn't get to play when they made some of the, like, changes to visibility and stuff like that. And I'm gonna tell you, like, just one thing right off the bat that strikes me as very obvious. You know those stupid little zombie guys that would sit in the back and just throw TNT?
Yep.
And you could never see the TNT, and it would be, like, piling up under your feet, and you wouldn't even know it was there. Yeah, like, it's way obvious that the TNT is under your feet at this point. And the explosion radius of it, too. That's kind of neat. I got, like, a little glowy doojank letting you know it's there. Is that actually the radius, or is that just, like, if I'm outside of this, do I still get hit by it? I used to hate those guys, by the way, because they would just, like, stealth the grenades underneath your feet, and you wouldn't even know they were there. Now it seems so obvious, like, where the explosions are, and, like, avoiding them is as easy as cake. Ow. So you ready to restart your entire economy? You ready to start from scratch?
Yeah, of course.
You ready to be poor again?
Yep.
Time to be poor? Time to be poor.
What character are you playing right now?
It's a homebrew character, Chronomancer shield character. So I'm doing like Chronomancer shield charge with Hammer of the Gods, and like I can spam blink. I'm basically like it's a cooldown structure because you know Chronomancer has all those buffs to being
neat.
for like cooldowns. So I can spam like 6 or 7 Hammer of the Gods in a row. I can spam like 6 or 7 Frost Bombs in a row. I can spam my shield charge as much as I want. Like it's pretty nice. I actually haven't been using all my abilities. I'm trying to remember how to play my character. I don't remember.
Rogue that does the poisonous concoction. Kind of interesting.
Noxious Face. What's up, Noxious Face?
I need more time.
Yay, I'm finally free of the augury jail. I don't know if it's because I've been gone for a long time, but I was basically locked into the augury. It wouldn't let me go anywhere else on the map. It wouldn't let me do anything else. I was just locked into the augury. Monstera Delicioso? What? I should just delete everything in the guild stash. Just get rid of it all.
It doesn't matter because it won't be in the season.
Oh, yeah, no. Just delete it all. No, not these poopy things. Alright, let's get a cleanse. Let's get a cleanse going for the next season. We're gonna cleanse up. We're cleansing, boys. Be prepared for the cleanse.
But don't they stay for those that want to stay not in the,
If it hasn't been used by now, it's probably not going to get used. Anything that's sitting in here that's been sitting in here that long, it's probably never going to get used.
When I started a new character, I went through it.
Well, of course. But I mean, we're going to a new season, and we're getting out of the league. We'll be building a whole new stash for the next season.
Yeah.
All this stuff can just go. And we will pick it up again next season, and we'll build a whole new stash. And I'm assuming that at the end of the season, the stash will fall over to non-ladder, alright? So the stash that we build in the coming season will fall over to like the non-ladder on the next league whenever that occurs.
Not yet.
So what character are you gonna be playing for the for launch?
Amazon.
An Amazonian?
Yeah. I kind of like want to try out, try to see if I can get the. Now in D2, you do the lightning strike Amazon. What's it called?
There might be ways.
Or
to
lightning
make that
fury.
work.
Remember the lightning fury Amazon?
Didn't really seem like lightning fury was on the table.
I know, but I could do
Lightning
something
strike, on the
similar.
other hand, it did seem like there was a lightning strike from the video footage that they put out.
Yeah.
Lightning strike is pretty good. It's not terrible.
I want to do both the melee and range. Be able to throw a spear, have it spread, lightning spread out throughout from the target or something. I don't know. We'll see how it works out.
I mean, from what it looked like to me, they added lightning strike into the game. Lightning strike is fundamentally an ability that you attack one monster and then it chains between all of them. Now, there could be some ways that you could potentially change lightning strike, like the lightning strike that they have with maybe other abilities, like multi-target, like I don't know. There's probably some other options that you could potentially use, but it definitely did seem like they added lightning strike into the game, which lightning strike is very powerful too. It's not as powerful as lightning fury, but it does have its advantages.
Damn.
It looks like they added jab too. Jab is definitely there.
Yep.
Fend is a little bit more fun than jab, but jab is nice for single target damage.
Maybe an offhand jab, or a weapon swap to a jab. When you hit a mob or a boss.
We're cleansing. We're cleansing, boys. We're cleansing. I haven't been on in so long that I'm pretty sure that most of the stuff in here is trash anyway. I used to go through on a regular basis, and I used to just pull out the stuff that was not good, and I used to just destroy it and, like, make, good stuff. I just make sure that we had good items in there. And, like, regularly, I would have to go through and destroy a bunch of stuff that was just garbage that got shoved in there. And I haven't been doing that ever since I stopped playing Path of Exile 2, so it looks like nobody's been it looks like nobody's been doing it, to be perfectly honest.
Well, there's only been a couple of us playing. I mean, not really a lot of people have been playing since D4 came out.
I mean, the game was fun when it first came out, but there were obvious deficiencies in the game that needed to be fixed. I think we were all just waiting for the changes. I mean, they're fixing a lot of the stuff in Dawn of the Hunt, so I think a lot of people are excited for the changes, the fixes that they got coming up. I'm excited. It looks like multiplayer's back on the menu. Won't feel like crap just for like trying to play in a group with somebody else. Apparently we're gonna have up to 6 deaths per person in the maps now. Except for like the really high tier maps. I said the really high tier maps are still gonna be like 1 death, but I mean, that's okay with me. Like, if we're doing, like, some sort of, like, super... Oops. If we're doing some sort of, like, super corrupt map or something from, you know, like, what's it called? I sell a bunch of stuff. When did I sell that stuff? Didn't mean to. But if we're doing like some tier 16 corrupted map or something, then I'm fully aware that, like, you know, hey, 1 death is 1 death, but it was pretty brutal. I think one of the things they talked about in the dev chat was basically that the advent of making it so that you could, you know, have as many tries as you wanted, like in early gameplay, like when you're doing like the campaign and whatnot, and you had as many tries as you possibly could get, and then getting to your first map and then suddenly like 1 death and it's over, was kind of a stark contrast. And they weren't really sure why they ever did it that way, because it doesn't really ease you into anything. Like, it doesn't ease you into the consequences. It's just like you go from no consequences to like all the consequences in one fell swoop. And it wasn't necessarily what should have been happening. So I can kind of see how the new system that they got set up, where it like eases you. Like if you're in a tier 1 map, it's gonna be 6 deaths, and like if you're in a tier 16 map, it's gonna be 1 death. But it's gonna scale very linearly, you know, from that point, instead of it being like just a jump from like, oh yeah, you get infinite deaths to 1 death. Congratulations. Clearing out the stash.
Yes. Until next time.
Ah, so many doojigs.
Greetings. Time is not on our side.
So what's your go-to character at this point? What you been playing for the most part?
Me? So I can clear all content with the monk, but I got into a point like, let's try other characters. So now I'm doing the rogue, the poison rogue.
What is the rogue?
The rogue?
Yeah, I don't even remember. My brain's broken. You're gonna have to refresh my mind.
It has there's this one ascendancy that allows you to throw a flask. And
Oh, the flask.
can be
You're doing
poisonous.
the flask rogue for the flask
Yeah,
character.
Yeah.
I see. Apparently they're going to be nerfing a lot of the stuff that was happening previously. Like, according to what they were saying, the Temporalis is going to be like 10 times harder to come by than previous seasons. The Ingenuity Ring got nerfed.
Yep. Or Ingenuity Belt.
Or Ingenuity Belt. Yeah, Ingenuity got nerfed just in general. And apparently there's a bunch of stuff going on. Looks like it's going to be a completely different season coming up.
Yep. I'm just helping you out, by the way.
Oh, sure. Don't matter to me. I'm just clearing out some doojanks.
Yep.
Get yourself some Regal orbs. Wow. Bow 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 bow. The Purge.
There's someone in my there's someone that's throwing lightning. He's in my hideout. He invited himself into my group because he wanted to trade for something, but I didn't invite him. It's like, I'm not trading with you, dude.
He invited himself into your group? How do you do that?
Well, I mean, he invited me. I just clicked accept, but I'm not trading them. He wanted one of my armors for 3 divine. I'm like, nope, sorry. I'd rather sell it. I don't accept when people invite themselves. Like, dude, I'll invite you if I want to sell it.
I'll invite you if I want to sell it, you dirty whore. I mean, sorry, I threw in the dirty whore, but...
Yeah. That's how I feel. Like, if I want to waste my time going through my stash, finding it, I'll do it, but I'll invite you. Maybe I'll just move it to a different stash or change it from 3 divine to something else. A lot of people want it.
I mean, if he's that sweaty for it, I mean... If he's that sweaty for it.
Yeah. $999 divine. There. Buy that, suckers.
Sold. Like, wait a minute, you guys weren't supposed to buy it. You fool. You have fallen into my trap.
Oh, he's still here. Making so much lightning on my page. Do you still sell, bro? I sell all the time, bro.
Yeah, tell him about it, bro.
He said, do you still sell, bro? I'm like, I always sell, bro. I sell all the time, bro. Why you don't trade with me?
I don't know. I had a bunch of items up in my shop, and I logged back in one day for something. Immediately got like 4 or 5 offers on like a bunch of my stuff. Apparently the prices must have went down or up or something, and mine was still at like the previous price.
I posted what his conversation.
Bro, probably from China. The only people I see that use the term bro like that all the time is people from China. Well, you know, bro. Apparently they think that's how Americans talk. Or bro, chacho.
What
Bro macho, bro, bromo, bro,
bro, the bro.
bro. Ooh, that bro so bro-in-us. Gonna take that bro, gonna bro-in-us. Wanna get that bro to bro-plus. Clearing out the stash. Selling Doojank. Put Doojank in the sell shop. Doodang.
They'll be here.
I haven't cleansed enough. I need more cleansing. We need maximum cleanse. Maximum cleanse. I'm gonna leave the unique items in there. The unique items can stay. You can just make like a offline collection of unique items or something.
Game over. Game over. Game over. Game over.
Gear swap. Gear swap sounds important. Moderately. I'm clearing out my own personal stash too. Don't even care. Get rid of it. So they added the ability to remove, you can remove the runes from the items now. That's what I've been told.
Sorry, I was getting distracted by people. What did you say?
You can remove the runes from items now?
You can replace the runes.
Remove them as in destroy them. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Just like in Diablo 2.
Yep.
You don't get to keep the runes.
No.
No keepy. No keep. Destroying everything. I got so much do-jank here. I'm pretty sure this is Gear Swap.
Oh, I got a message that says, "Message Ginger after coming back after 2 months." When I started the game up again.
2 months. It's been 2 months.
Yeah, according to the game.
Yeah. Well, no, that'll be what it be.
Alright, what needs to be cleaned out now? The skill gems?
Yeah, they can stay.
Okay.
I think I pretty much got the guild stash pretty much cleaned out. It's fine. Everything that's in there can stay, and it's not really a big deal. I don't think the potions are really going to hurt anybody. Unique items definitely should stay. I mean, the maps could have stayed too. I don't know where the maps went. I don't actually have a map tab on my character, so I was using the maps from the guild stash. Like, I took all my maps and put them in there, so I have no maps now. So I don't know where all the maps went.
I can spot you some maps. What level do you want?
What I mean is they were in the guild stash. Where did they all go?
Oh, when we were cleansing them, I cleansed them. But I got higher
Cleansed
level.
the maps, you dirty hoe. What?
Oh, they were like level 8, 7s, 1s.
Okay, well, since I have none is better than some is better than none. So you see how that
Yeah.
works? You see how some is better than none?
What maps would you like? You got a bunch of maps. Like what map level?
Anything, literally anything. Like, I was fine with what was in there.
Here, I'll do some high level ones for you.
It's fine. I was
I even
fine.
do-
It's
I
fine
even,
with what was in
topped
there.
up a
Just
couple.
fine with what was in there. I don't. Like I said, I don't have a map tab personally. I deliberately made sure that all of my maps at all times were going into the guild stash. I never kept a single map for myself. I don't know if you guys have a map tab on your person, like a tab that you keep your maps in, or even just like the map tab in general, but I don't have that. I never had that.
I put some nice maps in.
Just put the shitty ones in there. I don't care. I really don't care. Just put any maps in there. Or did you sell all the poopy ones to the vendor? Like I think I want to go play a different character. I think that's one thing I want to do. I'm gonna go play my bow girl. I think my bow girl's is better anyway. I think she's just better set up in general than this character ever was.
I replenished the map tab. Map.
Yeah, I'm gonna be playing for like the next 2 days, trying to get back to the like thing. So I'm gonna need something.
Yep.
Can I get back to the character? What is going on? Game poopy
I'll be back.
frozen. Well, it's like the game is frozen, but it's like the game is not frozen. Like you can see the animations on the waypoint, but like look, he's not moving. Character's not moving. Can't zoom in and out. I could still like open up the panel. And the exit button still worked, but it wouldn't let me do anything. That was weird. Yeah, they specifically said that stat stacking was dead. Yeah, I remember that. Stat stacking was a little overdone anyway. I never really participated in it. So, don't really care. But don't really care one way or another. Cody, would you like a biffum steak? Cody? You want some biffum steak? Come here. He got to come here and he's got to come get that. He's got to come up here and he's got to come get the biffum steak. That bottom biffum steak. Got the son wanted to come up here with you for. He's got the biffum steak. Biffum steak. He said, Donald, give it to me. He said, that's delicious biffum steak. So I'm gonna lick it and I was gonna try it and it's gonna get flavors. Do you like this? This is a good biffum steak. You want that? Oh, just got a bite of it. Oh no, he's got a chompers of it. Oh my god. Oh, he got the chompers. Give me that whole thing, that's man. He said, he's a drooling boys. He said, that's it. You don't got no more beef steak, I'm leaving. He said, that's it, I'm leaving, sucker. I don't even know if she can do a 15. Am I still like locked into the augury? No, I'm not. Okay. I mean, let me take it easy since I have no idea how to play my character. I don't remember. I don't remember how to play this character. Yeah, press button. I'm just gonna press buttons and see what happens. Okay. I'm pretty sure this is an ice shot character utilizing barrage. I also have the center shot. Yeah. Okay. A little bit of tornado shot for fun. Yep, okay. Alright, I think I remember how to play this character. Shouldn't be much different than the character I played this season in Diablo 2. That precursor tablet. Waystone.
I need more time.
Man, if I did run out of maps, how would I even get another map? Just go run around the open world until a map dropped? I love how when they were talking about it, they were like, what's the reason why people are having trouble sustaining maps? I was like, well, it's probably because they're dying. And they only get one death per map or something. And I was like, oh, well, yeah, that'd probably do it. Oh, you're a shroud walker. In other words, I hate your guts.
I need more time.
This music's pretty good.
Cool off.
Completely out of mana. Boss time? Boss time. Oh, there we go. Expert Gothic quarterstaff. Got fizz and physical damage. Stuff matters. Not even picking anything up really, unless it's like God tier. I'm just playing around.
Barely broke a sweat.
Die. I forgot how fun this character was. I basically set her up like a freezing arrow Amazon. It was a pretty good build. I was pretty excited about it. What the hell was that? Whatever it was, it really hurt. Proximal tangibility. Poopy, poopy, poopy poops. Oh, crappy word there, 6 waves zone. And the Orb of Chance, huh? Scroll of Wisdom. Alright, next. The Fire Druid is so fun now that you have Sunder, so it makes the build actually okay. Yeah, it was. I had fun when I played Fire Druid. I did feel like it was a little underwhelming in terms of like what it did. Like I did feel it was kind of poopy, but that's just because, you know, it's. I mean, it's, yeah, it is what it is. Why did Doriani just give me a tier 1 waystone? Okay. Thank you, Doriani, for my tier 1 waystone. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. It's very nice of you. It's very kind of you. I appreciate it a lot. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Essence of battle. Cody, what are you snoofing over there? Snoofing? What are you sniffing? Snoofing, sniff, 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 snoof. What are you doing to sniff, sniff, snoof, snoof, snoof for?
This will come in handy.
What are you doing to sniff, snoof? Sniff, sniff? You hungums? You got a greater hungum in your belly? Well, maybe, just a thought. Maybe go eat your food in your bowl. I packed you a lunch. Maybe you should go eat your lunch. Go eat your lunch. He said, don't want stinky dog food. I just want beef steaks and Rice Krispies. Nantol. How about a Tums? Do you want a Tums for your tummy? You want a crunchy Tums? You like them because they're crunchy, don't you? I gave my dog a Tums. He thinks anything is a treat, so I don't even care. He's like, "Ooh, that's delicious. Tastes so good." Diablo 5? What's Diablo 5? Tourist Awakening?
Cool off.
We got Diablo 5 already? When's that coming out? They got a date? Are we actually going to have Diablo in Diablo 5? What the hell is going on, right? Where are the explosions even coming from? Like, there wasn't even a monster there, and they were just appearing on the ground. Hopefully they come from a monster, or like a monster's death. Not just like randomly appearing. Pretty sure I killed the elite already too, and they were just... more of them were just forming. How about I just not stand in that? Yeah. This girl's got mana problems. He runs out of mana like crazy. Oh yay, those things. Don't you just love the purple boogers? Aren't they just your favoritist? Purple boogums, who doesn't like some purple boogums? I think Path of Exile 2 is really fun. I didn't much enjoy Path of Exile 1, but Path of Exile 2 definitely has a flair. It's got some problems. A lot of the problems seem to be getting addressed in Path of Exile 2 Dawn of the Hunt, which is the latest update. So I suppose we're going to find out one way or another. Multiplayer is my big sticking points. Multiplayer is just not good in Path of Exile 2. It's very good single player. If you like playing by yourself and that's all you ever want to do, then it's very good for that. But the multiplayer aspect of the game is very poor. They did a lot of changes for Dawn of the Hunt though, and like things like allowing you to go into multiple portals, like multiple deaths for like early maps and things like that, instead of it literally going from like unlimited deaths to one death immediately. Also, the deaths will be separate from each other instead of combined, which also, you know, like is good because then you're not being punished for group play, which I think is a very strong change. They did some other changes a little while back where like they kind of curtailed a lot of the on death effects, which I am kind of noticing. They're currently in the game, and that was another big issue with like multiplayer. Was playing with friends often ended up with you just dying because you couldn't see the on death effects, and so a lot of those on death effects seem to have been addressed. Not all of them, but most of them. It looks like this season, or I can't even really call it a season, because it's not really officially a league, is it? I don't think they officially stated that it was a league. Like a league start, like an official league or anything. They did actually also say that you'd be able to go back to town to, like, destroy items and stuff, too, which is pretty cool. So, like, in before, you really wouldn't go to town a lot because you only had a certain number of portals. And so, like, if you wanted to take items back to town... What the hell is this carnival music? If you want to take items back to town, a lot of the times you wouldn't. Now you can, so, I mean, there's that. So you essentially have unlimited trips back to town to go destroy things and sell and whatnot, which I think is how it probably always should have been, to be perfectly honest. So many do-jank. Ugh. Ugh. Got those poopy things on me? Boom, 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 boom. That sounded like a Mario song. Jank sounded like it came straight out of a Mario song, or like a game, like Mario Odyssey or something, or like Mario Galaxy. Kind of sound like Mario Galaxy. Alright, we got a breach. Let's do a breach. Let's get our booty cheeks wrecked in a breach.
Need more time.
Those purple boogers. Oh god, I'm gonna die. That's a lot of explosions. Okay. Probably would have helped if I killed this guy first.
It's quite nice.
Tier 6 Waystone. Chance shard, a regal shard. Yeah, what that song said. I don't even understand what was going on in that song, but whatever. Boom, 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 boom. I still like looking at the items, even though none of this stuff is worth anything anyway. End of the season, everything's basically garbage. Unless you want to trade with non-ladder people. Do you? Do you want to trade with the non-ladder people? I hate how every game's got to give it a different term too. Like they can't just hop on the same shtick. Like they can't just be like, oh yeah, it's ladder, non-ladder. No, they got to be like, oh no, it's league, non-league. Oh no, it's season, non-season. Is it non-ladder or is it eternal realm? Oh yeah, eternal realm. It's like 17 different words for like the same thing. It's literally the same thing, and I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Sick of it. Sick of it. Sick of it. Oh, this map's done, isn't it? It's like an explore around, see if there's any more doojangs. They did say that was another interesting thing they were going to add, was that secondary objectives. They were going to put secondary objectives on the side panel here. So that even though like your primary objective for completing the map may be killing the rare monsters or killing the boss, which they said the boss is now going to be an objective, unlike before where it was like part of the rare monster thing. So like killing the boss will be the objective for the map. But like a lot of the times it wouldn't list what was in the map, like if there was a breach or if there was a ritual or, you know, like a expedition or like various other things. Like it wasn't listing what was actually in the map. And so a lot of the times, unless you like took a look and see or remembered what the hell was on the map when you went to the map device like this right here, like you wouldn't remember. Sometimes you just leave, go to the next map. This time it'll actually tell you what's in the map, so it'll tell you what's there. Let's do another map. I don't remember if this girl can even handle a tier 15. She's probably gonna die. Let's grab one. Let's try. What do we got nearby? Seepage. Sounds like the Seinfeld episode where they were talking about anal seepage. Ah, no, it was anal leakage. My bad. My bad. He goes, I don't know why you're eating those. He goes, those chips may cause anal leakage. And he's like, what do you mean? He's like, it's written on the back of the package. It may cause anal leakage. Got enough of that in my daily life. I don't need any more. Have I ever played Titan Quest on the channel? I don't believe I have. I think I bought the like pack when it was on sale a little while ago, and I had planned to do like a playthrough at one point, but a million things kept coming up, and I never ended up actually playing. The hell is that? Scary. What's up, Night Gaunt? No mana in my belt. Got no mana in my belt. I need some mana, but I got none. I need some mana, but I got none. A lesser jeweler orb. Primed quiver. My quiver is primed and ready. Oh yeah, they said whenever you get a boss, like the bosses had a really high chance to drop you a like a tier 15 map, and they were talking about how the apparently there's something called a sustain drop. Oh, I guess yeah, okay. Got murdered. There's something called a sustain drop, which happens at the end when you have killed all the rare monsters. They're saying that there's going to be 2 drops now, so the one from the boss and the one from killing all the rare monsters. So killing all the rare monsters will give you an extra tier 15 map. Which I thought was pretty cool. Seems like it should be a lot easier to maintain. Wow, that's a tier 9 lightning. That's crazy. High rolls, too. Straight into the bin bin. Bin bin to the min min. Let's go back into the seepage. Yeah, when I get time to it. I mean, if I get time, eventually I'll play just about everything. Time is the determining factor, my friend. A lot of the times I really don't have much choice in anything that I do, unfortunately. Most of the time it comes down to, like, what am I currently working on at that particular time? Like, what league start is currently happening? What game release is currently working? Like, 'cause, you know, brand new games are coming out on a regular basis, so I play a lot of those when they come out. Hey, I got a unique item. Look at that. Fancy. That's that shield that has the, like, the intimidation on it. Yeah, permanently intimidates on block. I think we've already got a couple of those in the stash.
Cool off.
100 new unique items this season, too, coming up. So, that should be fun to explore. Apparently they said they made a boo-boo when they were adding the unique items, and it kind of made me laugh when I hear it. Laughter and also a little bit of frustration, probably too. They said that they were working on the unique items and they had kind of sorted them by level, and they were adding the unique items by level essentially. And so all the unique items that they added were all low-level uniques. And they basically added, like, next to 0, like, high-level uniques, except for maybe, like, some of the ones that were boss-specific drops. But, like, the majority of the uniques, he said we had a list, and we were working on the list from, like, the top down, and it didn't even occur to us at any point that, like, we were never going to make it through the entire list, and that the list was sorted by, like, low levels to high levels, basically making it impossible to actually, like, get to any of the high-level uniques, which kind of made me laugh a little bit, because I noticed that. I noticed that, like, every single unique that they had in the game, for the most part, were just, like, low-level baby uniques. It's funny to hear him actually say, like, though, that they were literally all, like, low-level baby uniques. We're like, yeah, they were all low-level baby uniques. Sorry about that. We didn't mean to do that, but that's what ended up happening, so. Wow. A stellar amulet with 20% chaos res on it. Not generally where you want to get your resistance, but 20% chaos certainly isn't awful. That seems like a really large amount of resistances for a stellar amulet. Sound like we have some fun. Let's have some fun, shall we? What else are we gonna do with this stuff? 19% increased rarity. Huh. Huh. 2 reses over 20%. One of them is chaos. 19% rarity. Maximum energy shield. Evasion rating. Accuracy. Kinda meh. Bile Widow, the ever hungry. That's a cool name, not gonna lie. A crescent. That is poopy. It is so poopy. It is the poopy poop. Poopy poopy doopy doop. So much poopy doopies. I do not know what to say. It is so doopy poopy. Look at all this poopy, yeah. What's up, Poison Scuttle? Yeah, conjure lightning storm, huh? That thing hurts. Oh, okay. Purple boogers. I didn't see the purple boogers. Purple boogers in your hair. Purple boogers everywhere. Purple boogers in your hair. Purple boogers everywhere. We got purple boogers for days. Gonna send them to you in haze. Got some purple boogers coming your way. Don't you want some purple boogers? We got purple boogers, yay. We got many, many in stock. Gonna send them down your rock. Got purple boogers, ha. All the purple boogers in the world. Don't think you gonna get away. We got some purple boogers for you. Gonna get you with them boogers. You paying attention, no? Well, you gonna die from the boogers. Can't see them boogers coming. Well, you gonna die from the boogers. We boogering you all day. We gonna booger you with all them purple boogums. Gonna hit you with them boogums. Boogum, 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 boogums. Chesticles. I'm just not the kind of person that could ever play hardcore, I swear. Like, I always die to the dumbest stuff because I'm not paying attention or because I can't see the screen or whatever the hell's going on. Like, I have fun playing the game, like, don't get me wrong, but, like, my death earlier should be, like, paramount evidence that with the purple boogers, like, there's always a chance, there's always a possibility that I'm not going to be paying attention at, like, just the wrong time, and the purple boogers catch me. It's just a matter of time. It's not even a matter of, like, if, it's just a matter of when. Like, when will it catch me? When will I not be paying attention for a fraction of a second that will result in my death? Because it's a matter of time, not a matter of, like, not a matter of chance. But like, oh, Ginger died again. What's up, John Swartz? How's it going? I still think you're related to Arnold, but that's okay. That's okay. He's not. He said he's not. Pretty sure he is, though. I hate Shroud Walker, man. I think Shroud Walker is one of my like most hated modifiers in this game. It's between that, Volatile Crag, and the Purple Boogers. I think I have like a special disdain for things that test your I don't know how to put it. What's the word I'm looking for? I have a special disdain for things that test your there's got to be a word for this. I'm not looking for the word. What's the word? Let's see. Word that means vigilance. That's the word I'm looking for. Vigilance. Anything that tests your vigilance, I find very disdainful. What is vigilance? Vigilance is the process by which you are 100% paying attention to something. It's how vigilant are you, right? Like, if something is testing your vigilance, it's generally going to always succeed because nobody is 100% vigilant. Nobody. Not even your dog is 100% vigilant in guarding your house from intruders. Even he takes naps every now and then, and even he falls asleep, right? So, like, there are certain things that will even bypass your dog's vigilance. And, like, if your dog is more vigilant than you are, and there's something in the game that is testing your vigilance, are you going to pass this test of vigilance all the time? You'll pass it some of the times, because we're always vigilant at least some of the times. But nobody is vigilant 100% of the time. And so you always inevitably get caught lacking at some point or another. And volatile plants, volatile crags are both vigilance testers. They test your vigilance. There's no great skill required in avoiding them. But if you're not paying attention for a fraction of a second and you don't realize that they're there, the purple boogers catch up to you and murder you. And then you're dead. And all because you weren't vigilant enough. Not because you weren't skillful enough, not because you weren't smart enough, not because you weren't tanky enough. Nope, just because you weren't vigilant enough. That's the reason. Your vigilance was lacking, so you die. Anyway, volatile crags and the stupid purple boogers, the plants. I can't stand them. Both of those are just terrible. Like, they catch you at the worst possible moments a lot of the times. You won't be paying attention. You won't realize that they're there. And before you know it, like 4 purple boogers explode next to you and you're dead. And you're like, oh, there was volatile crags, or there was purple boogers. And you're like, oh, okay, well, I probably should have avoided those. You're like, well, if I knew that they were there, I would have avoided them. But I didn't know because I wasn't paying attention 100% like I should have been. But that's okay. It's okay. I'll do better next time. I didn't do better next time. Like, there's a narrator, like, and he's like, and he didn't do better next time. Oh, and Lightning Storm. I can't stand Lightning Storm either. Lightning Storm is that weird one where, like, the lightning storms come down and you see, like, the physical representation of the lightning storm on the ground. But, like, the problem with it is that especially in particularly nasty ground effects, the indicators for where the lightning storms are striking often get lost in translation. And Lightning Storm is also a vigilance checker. It's no different than Volatile Crags or the volatile plants. It's literally just a vigilance checker. It's like a are you alive? It's an are you alive test. I'm sure you guys are if anybody has been following the news at all, you're aware that Elon Musk sent out an email to like all the people in the government and was like, list 5 things you did last week or something like that, right? And it's the easiest thing in the world, right? All it was a are you alive checker. That's literally it. Like, it's literally a checkbox that goes, am I alive? Check. I'm alive, right? And there's nothing special about it. Like, anybody could pass the test. You literally just reply with the 5 things that you did last week, and bam, you've passed the test. And it's really just a matter of trying to check and see if, like, all the emails are accurate, right? But, like, volatile crags and the plants and the storm, like, that's what they are. They're like, are you alive? Checkbox. Yes, I'm alive. And you have to it's like, imagine if there was, like, a pop-up on your screen where, like, it would just constantly, like, come up and be like, are you there? And you have to check the box. Are you there? 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 Are you alive? Are you briefing? Do you have breath? Is your heart still beat? And you just have to keep checking the box every single time. And if you don't check the box, well, goodbye. I remember back when AOL was you know, like, the thing. I'm dating myself. I'm old. Because I remember I had AOL back in the day, and I had this little tool. It was called the Keep Alive tool, and it would, like, intermittently send signals through the wire to prevent AOL from automatically disconnecting you, because AOL had, like, a thing built into it where it would automatically disconnect you if it felt like you were no longer using the connection. And so you had to have a tool that would literally just respond to the "Are you alive?" message, like, constantly, by sending a notification through the computer that would tell the computer that you were alive, right? That you were actually active. And we had to use it all the time for downloading stuff. Like, if we wanted to download, like, a really big file back in, like, the 56K modem days, you pretty much had no other choice other than to use one of these, you know, alive checkers, basically like an online checker, to make sure that the tool was actually, you know, staying online. Otherwise, you would lose connection and the download would stop. And of course, in that day and age, like, you couldn't resume the download. So if the download stopped, you had to start back over from the beginning, which was just atrocious. Expert laced boots. I'm gonna lace these janks up. These guys block everything. They're rude. I don't like them. I kind of feel like making a new character, but 2 days before a season left. That's just silly. I don't know what I'd make anyway. I've already, like, cleared this entire map. I mean, just about. It's like there's some dudes over there. Let's go this way. I forget these guys have shields and they actually block attacks, and you gotta shoot them in the butt. Or freeze them. Freeze them also works. The Dredge Fiend. Expert Chain Tiara of the poopiness. Extra poopy tiara. Extra poopy tiara. Launching nuclear missiles. don't know why I zoomed in. Thought I was playing Diablo 4 there for a second. Diablo 4 mode, activate. Who needs to see monsters on the screen when you can see your character in such amazing detail? I can see the nipples on my character's titties, but I can't see any of the city. I can't see the monsters that are coming for me, 'cause my camera zoomed in way too far. Traitor? What game am I supposed to be playing, Neverworld? What game am I supposed to be playing? What game am I supposed to be playing? I don't know the answer to this question. You have a question, and I do not have answer for you.
Speak. Hello.
Wink, 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 wink. Buy or sell items. I got an Orb of Annulments. Nothing like your boss annoying the crap out of you on your day off to do some like job-related activity. Don't forget to go on the website and do your job-related activity while you're not at work. Like, I'm not at work. I'm not doing that while I'm not at work. I'm not at work and I don't care. I'm not at work and I don't care. I'm not at work and I don't care. Not at work and I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care, 'cause I'm not at work. I don't care. 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 'Cause I do not care. I'm not at work and I don't care. I don't know why you're asking me, 'cause I'm not at work, not at work, I don't care, not at work. Do 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 do, not at work, I don't care. I don't care, I don't care, not at work, I don't care. Do 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 do. I was thinking about doing that one, but I was like, we got like a bunch of towers. I did not click on you. I was trying to see, I got all these towers in range, and every single one of these towers is like, look at them, like freaking 30 rings, like all connected. Trying to see if I had anything active inside these rings that I could do that is still being affected by all the towers. All like 30, 40 towers that are like active. There you go. Got an irradiated grass biome. Blooming field. Oh, is this the one with all the frickin' trash all over the ground and the stupid plants? It's all foggy. Delirium. Super aggressive quadrillas. Running out of mana all the dang time. Running out of mana, always on my own dime. Blood Elemental. Why do they seem like new monsters? I don't remember seeing those guys before. Oh, okay. Quadrilla just ran up and smacked me in the face. He said, boy, get out of tier 15. You don't belong to tier 15. Itchy ankle. Why's my ankle itchy? The itchiest ankle that ever lived. One ankle to itch them all. And in the darkness bind them. What else we got here that's got like subdue janks on it? Blooming Field, another Blooming Field. Can't go to that one anyway. Can't go to that one either. Trying to see like what the frick I have on this map. I can actually access. Apparently I can't access hardly none of it. It's a crypt that has some overlap. Sounds like fun. Let's do the crypt. I actually kind of like the crypts. I like the crypts. I really wish they'd added more of the, like the campaign though. I was kind of excited to like, you know, explore more of the campaign. Campaign's like the best thing about Path of Exile 2 right now. Endgame's been poopy ever since they made it.
That's quite nice.
Oh, a Greater Jeweler's Orb just dropped. Nice. Ain't mad at that. Oh yeah, they talked about the Jeweler's Orbs too, and how some of them are just like way too rare. Hey, it's an Armor Strongbox, and it's white. Let's have some fun with our currency, shall we, since we have a bunch of it. We'll throw Alchemy on it, a couple Exalts. Let's play with it, shall we? Alchemy Orbs, Exalts. We'll corrupt it too, why not? We'll do the whole kit and caboodle. Let's have lots of fun with it. Now we try not to die in this little tiny corridor. It's all the stupid pillars. Oh my god, the portal is like right in the way. Ah, it's the poopies, the poopies, the poopies, the poopies, the poopies, the poopies. I guess they really haven't fixed the strong boxes yet. There is a strong box update with the Dawn of the Hunt though, so we'll have to see. There's going to be like some unique strong boxes, according to what they said, that have like very interesting modifiers on them. So let's hope that the strong boxes are better than they currently are. It never feels like you get back what you put in on the strong boxes. Like You throw in like an alchemy orb and like several exalts and maybe even a corruption. And actually, the corruption is terrible because it corrupts all the items and basically makes them useless. I call it pre-useless. I don't even know why I did the Val orb. I probably shouldn't have done the Val orb. Oh, they gave me back one exalt. Hey look, another strong box. Oh, volatile crags. Exactly what I love. I love this. Those are my favorite. Didn't you guys know? Didn't you guys know that I absolutely love volatile crags? That that's my favorite modifier in the whole game. And that out of all the modifiers in the game, like that's the one that I absolutely adore. It's my favorite. It's my absolute favorite. I love volatile crags. My favorite modifier, okay? It's my favorite modifier, guys. I love that one. Because who doesn't love being constantly chased down by an exploding orb that is probably going to kill you? Who doesn't love that? Like having a little kid, you know, who like constantly says your name over and over again. It's great. You're like, ma, mama, mom, mom, mommy, mama, mum, 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 mama, ma, mommy, mamo, mum, 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 mommy, mum, ma, ma, mama, mamo, mommy, mama, mamo, mum, mum. I don't know in what world they ever thought that those modifiers were ever going to be like hailed as the most amazing modifiers that ever existed. I'm pretty sure everybody who's ever played the game has looked at those modifiers and was like, why did they create such an annoying modifier that just chases you around the entire time? Love me! No. Love me! No. Love me! No. Love me! Every time I get a follow over on Kick, it's always like somebody coming to spam some bot stuff in there. Hopefully it's not a bot this time. Hello, Kick person. Are you a bot? You just started playing PoE too? Oh, nice. It's not a bot. What do you know? Hello, non-bot. Yeah. Must celebrate. Celebrate good times. Come on. What else do we got in here that we can do? We completed this one. So I guess that means we can do the Hidden Grotto. You're waiting for Diablo 3 Resurrected? Oh god. Neverworld. I think he might be banned. I think that's like permaban territory. Suggesting Diablo 3 Resurrected. I think that's just permaban. Ugh, burning patches. This is my old character. She's pretty well fleshed out. I mean, I think she had some work to do, like getting 100%, you know, like compatible with like tier 15s, because she wasn't quite like guaranteed every tier 15 run was going to be a success, which was unfortunate. But pimp slap me in the eye. Don't pimp slap me in the eye. I don't appreciate that at all. I mean, at least this character functions pretty well. One of my better creations from the beginning of the game. Very fun little build. I think she kind of sucked at boss damage, though, on some of the higher tier bosses. If I remember correctly. I remember her bossing damage being a little low. But then again, not everything is built for bossing. You know, some things are built for clear, some things are built for bosses, and then some builds are just completely and utterly broken. So, good news though is that apparently a lot of the broken builds from the previous seasons have been addressed. So, I think we may be looking at a lot of those ridiculous outlier builds have been, you know, tackled. However. You know how it works. New patch, new season, new bugs. So, even though the old bugs may have been destroyed, that doesn't mean there's not a bunch of new bugs. I guarantee you there's going to be a lot of bugs around these new ascendancies, as well as around the new weapon. There's also the really cool stuff with being able to summon a minion, which I actually kind of am really excited about. Kind of reminds me of solo leveling, where he could like make a specter out of a monster that died. Like, once you kill a monster, you'll have the ability to, like, resurrect them as a specter. Which is kind of neat. It's kind of neat, I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of excited to try out the specter stuff, get my own little Valkyrie. I wonder what kind of monster I'd want to summon. Do you lose the monster when you die? Is it like an iron golem? Or is it just resummonable? I need to look into that. I've been listening to some like podcasts and stuff on like the dev chats and whatnot. And going over some of the information. And trying to get myself reacquainted with the control system. Been playing a bunch of other games. Obviously some Diablo 2. I did the Diablo 4 season. Tower of Column Novo was really good if you guys didn't check out Tower of Column Novo. That is a Diablo 1 style game, which was quite a delight to me. I absolutely enjoyed the Diablo 1 style. Always have enjoyed the Diablo 1 style, to be honest. I mean, it's a wonderfully simple, but also just very deep and fun to interact with, in my opinion. Tower of... I have a full playthrough of Tower, if you guys want to check it out. I highly recommend it, because it was a very fun game. Can't stand still for 2 seconds without getting friggin' like wailed on by something. Oh, and I'm standing in the fire. That's smart. Love that burning ground. Burning ground's so great. Yay! Burning ground, burning ground. Who doesn't like that burning ground? Come on down, burning ground. Tower of Kalemonbo. That's what it is. Kalemonbo. Tower of the Kalemonbo. Tower of the Kalemonbo. Honestly, just really epic game. I had a lot of fun with it. There's a feature in there in Tower of Kalemonbo which like freaking blew me away, and I don't even know how. Like, I kind of wish it was in every ARPG at this point. So in Tower of Kalemonbo, there was a statue called the Golden Goblin. It wasn't something that you could do in town. It wasn't something that you could do at all times. It was only something that you could do one time, and you had to go and you had to actually like hunt down essentially the golden statue, right? And basically how the Golden Goblin worked was he had 3 sacrificial like spaces. The 3 sacrificial spaces represented items that you would sacrifice. It would then take the modifiers from the items that you sacrificed and combine them onto another item. This would essentially allow you to create a 4th item out of 3 items. So by sacrificing 3 items, you could create a 4th item, which would be a Golden Goblin item. The Golden Goblin item would retain some, but not all, of the modifiers that were from the previous items, and there was a little bit of randomness to it. But honestly, it was just really freaking cool. Now, granted, I did a little bit of save scumming, and I played around with it because I was really enamored with the mechanic, and so I would sit there and I would put items in, and I would see like what would give me the best combinations, and it was really cool. But you only ever got one chance at it unless you like reloaded the game too before the Golden Goblin. And the game had 3 Golden Goblins in it total, which was I used to my extreme benefit by taking like rings and combining them together to get like the most optimal ring that I could possibly get, or like taking a bunch of wands and putting them together to get the most optimal wand. And just an amazing mechanic all around. Like, absolutely adored it. Even the fact that it was, you know, very simplistic, where you could only get one chance at it and you didn't necessarily know what you were going to get out of it. Like, so you put the best items you could in there and you just hope for the best. I thought that was pretty cool too. And a lot of the times it still gave you a pretty decent item, even if you didn't know exactly what you were doing. But once I got an idea of like how the system worked, you know, I'm sitting there like min-maxing, figuring out exactly what I want, like what I don't want, and trying to make like an item of the gods, essentially. Items of the gods, come down for me. Items of the gods, you can see. Prevents recovery above 50%. I don't like the burning ground. The burning ground goes down. I don't like the burning ground. Burning, burning, burning ground. I'm pretty sure this was a blue map that I put in too. Was burning ground the only... There was only one modifier on the map. I guess the one modifier that was on the map was burning ground. I think that one should have made it to the trash can is where it should have made it. I should have made it to the dirt trash can. I should have put it right in the can. Blood knob.
Got no pack space for that.
Bunch of poopies on the ground. Take them back to the town. Baby, we can get something good for them. Bunch of poopies on the ground, don't know what to tell you down. Gonna get the poopies and put them in the stash. We dismantle all them poopies. Gonna make something that's not dookie. And then we take them all around, and Doriani tells me that they're ugly. Look at this poopy poopy trash. Why you bring this stuff freaking back? Got the poopy poopy trash. He's like, this a chant that chain. Ooh. 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 Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. I still got a bunch of essences and stuff and emotions. Yes, I do. Superior Advanced Elite Great Helm. It's a 20. Oh, it's a 5% enhanced. Do. Lost Men Brute. Periodic cold explosions. All damage ignites. Heals allies and suppresses foe recovery. Periodically unleashes fire. Accurate. Breaks armor. Broke your shield, sucker. Broke your shield down and you don't got nothing left. Oh, look at you, you just a single heft. I don't care what you say. You's probably just gonna die anyway. Alright, this map's done anyway, I think, right? Yep, moving on. Moving on. I need some energy drink today. I need a pick me up. Pick me up, put me down in the ground. Pick me up, pick me up. I got sugar. I got these on markdown. Shackalicious gummies. They're green, as you can tell. They're like ridiculously huge gummies. Is this invisible in my hand? Can you guys even see this gummy? It's green, as you can tell. There's non-green ones in here. There's a purple one. Like as big as my eye. The other one.
Hey Ginger, you should have enough for that guild map tab.
Are you sent some doojangs? Let me check the thing.
Yep.
I gotta accept the donations.
Yeah, I sent 110 of them, I think, so.
Let's see. Accept. Accept. Alright. Let's go buy it. Microtransaction shop, guild stash tabs, guild map tab. That's what we want, right? Guild map tab.
What's scary? You're right. You get time on a lottery game show.
Oh, I can't hear you, Darkonian. Well, no, your volume is fine. Let me turn you up a little bit. Let's try 140%. Maybe that's loud enough. Alright, so we should have a map tab now, right? I guess we can rename the map tab to something else.
Alright.
Okay. Now we got a map tab. Look at that. Fancy. It's a fancy map tab full of fancy things. Now we got that ready for next season when it comes up. Well, in 2 days. Less than 2 days, actually. Purple cactus. I'm eating a purple cactus. The monster was scary. I ain't gonna lie, that was a scary monster. +3 projectile levels. Got a bunch of poopy other stats though. Ow. That little baby character doesn't like getting shot in the face. Alcor hasn't set me a party invite. He wants to buy my booties. My booties? What booties are you trying to buy? Does my... What does he want? He wants the Chimeric Stride Expert Braid Boots. Okay. Yeah, get on my side. There, you got tons of maps. Hopefully, with the changes that they made to the maps and, like, you know, obviously not having to worry about it the same way as before. You know, having multiple tries, being able to clear the maps. Sustain for, like, finding the waystones should be a lot easier now. That's what it seems like to me, anyway. Season 2 comes out in 2 days. The countdown is 2 days from now, or less than 2 days now, World Boobo. It's like 1 day, 23 hours, something. Waystone 15 from a random chest. Holy multi-shot chaos bolts, Batman. Holy spicy balls over here. Accuracy. If I decided on a build, how are you going to decide on a build? We don't even know what's going on. Oh, okay. How did I even die to? I don't even know. I don't even know. What is that thing? It's got like everything on it. Let's go over that way. Sounds like fun. Let's go to Deathland. No death log, maybe in PoE 3. I mean, it would be nice to know what killed you. Like, that's just such a simple thing. Such a tiny little touch. Just you know, a log that let me know what actually killed me and what was the exact attack that killed me. Like, maybe the damage type that killed me. I remember one game I played, I can't remember which one it was right off the top of my head. I'm sure I'll remember eventually. But, like, when you died, was it Elden Ring? It might have been Elden Ring. When you died, the death notification... Oh, no, it was Tears of the Kingdom. That's what it was. It was Tears of the Kingdom. So the death notification would be in the color of the element that you died to. So, like, if you died to lightning damage, the death notification would be in yellow. If you died to ice, it would be in blue. If you died to fire, it would be in red. If you died to physical, it would be in white. It was, like, such a simple thing, and it actually helped out a lot, because then you knew exactly what you were dying to and what element was killing you. This girl's got serious mana problems. Like, she runs out of mana, like, non-stop. Oh look, another Shroud Walker. Shroud Walker has proximal tangibility. That's great. Let's go ahead and take care of all these minions real quick before we fight the Shroud Walker. Because God knows. The doors are sitting on the ground. Look at that. Fancy that. Burps. No mana. I got like regular attack just in case I run out of mana. My regular attack still does pretty dang good damage. It's like purely physical though. Punks. Tier 2 Waystone. It always amazes me how low, like how absolutely low they drop you. You'd be in a tier 15 with a +1 irradiation, and they'll still be giving you like tier 1 Waystones. Or tier 2 Waystones. Like, they ain't got no shame. They ain't no shame at all in their hearts. They'd be like, oh yeah, you're in a tier 16 with like a radiation, and also you've got like the +1, and your map gives it +1, so it's like a tier 18. It's not even possible, but like it's a tier 18. Oh yeah, you just killed that boss. Oh, he gave you a tier 1 Waystone. It's rare though. It's a rare tier 1 Waystone. You're like, yay, yay. I needed a tier 15 so I could continue my map sequence, and I thought surely I would get one from a tier 18 map, but apparently no, not allowed to get tier 15s from a tier 18 map.
Didn't they say they fixed that though? Coming up, they won't drop anything lower than what you're at.
Yep, another one of the changes. Telling you, the changes look good. Like, I'm excited about the changes. I've been talking about them like all day. Every little small change.
Harder?
I don't remember if they said they made the campaign harder. It would have been nice if they had released more of the campaign. I do feel like the campaign is something that they should have worked on a little bit.
Yeah, I was really hoping they'd release at least one more act or something.
I'm online finally after like a trillion years, and I haven't like adjusted any of the prices on my items, so I'm sure they're all wrong. And I'm getting messages for people wanting to purchase items. Rapture Grip Prismatic Ring. What is that?
I'm sure they're trying to buy it rock bottom off of you now.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure all my prices are wrong, so they're looking at it and they're like, oh, he's got it for that cheap? Because, you know, they were priced like a trillion years ago, right? How many people we got up in the sign-up sheet for season? Or, well, I don't even know if we can even count this as a new season. I think they actually said it was not a new league, right?
Yeah, I think it's just economy reset and for the new stuff, yeah. But not an official league or whatever yet.
Looks like we got 8. Leon hasn't signed up on the sheet, but he did tell me he was coming, so 9. We got 9 people so far. It's not bad. Chunks might show up. I don't know what's going on with him. He appears and disappears at random.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Chunk's just like a random ghost. He just appears out of nowhere.
And then disappears too. He might show up, but who knows? We'll see. It'd be cool if we could pull some of the people from D2 over. That way we can have a big season.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
We need to go campaigning. Like Jehovah's Witnesses. Have you heard about our Lord and Savior?
I mean, this is one of the closest games to D2 that we're going to find for now.
It's severely lacking in the multiplayer department.
Well, I mean, besides that.
I mean, you look at some of the stuff that we pulled off, like just this season, like the 8 Woman, like Amazon run or the 8 Barbarian run. Like, you can't do none of that in this game. It's just completely impossible. Highest you can get is what, 6 players? Or the 4, I can't remember. And even then, having like multiple people in a group is painful. Ugh, I hate freaking regenerators. Okay, so you regenerate. Alright. And then you go underground, so you can regenerate more while you're underground. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful combo. I don't even know if I killed this guy. I legit don't even know if, because he keeps going under the ground and regenerating all the damage that I do to him, so I can't sustain. Let me try getting a burst running. I'll just have to just keep firing. Get some more DJs. Keep stacking up that juice. Fire. Oh, I got a juicy shot off, but it wasn't enough. Again. I'm trying to think about what I want to build for this season. I mean, it sounds to me like what we have is a Javazon, not a Spearzon, but a, what's the term? It's a sword and board Amazon. Like basically where you use a javelin and a shield and you can do like melee attacks. Seems like there's like a shield javelin sort of like melee build that could potentially come out of it as well. They also added in the I don't know if you saw the footage, but there's like footage of the Zon doing the twisters from the Druid in Diablo 2. Straight up Diablo 2 twisters. I'm like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
those are Diablo 2 twisters. I was like, alright.
Yeah, like a hurricane, then you throw your stuff through it and it changes elements depending on
Well, that's
if you're
ground
standing on
stuff.
fire or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to rely on that, unfortunately, not unless you can spam an ability that has the effects.
Yeah, you have to add like firewall and then spam your hurricane thing.
One option would be like the was it the Eye of Winter or whatever, the one that puts the big ground-based effect down.
Yeah.
How's everyone doing today?
What's up, Demi?
You know, I figure I'd jump on some PoE and remember what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Trying to remember how to play. Dude, this guy
Yeah, me
almost...
too. I've already died like 4 times in maps.
Dang. I'm pulling back my mercenary out. I want to try that Tactician ascendancy with my first character since everyone else is going Huntress.
I mean,
I might do a Huntress solo play just to try her out.
I
wanna
mean,
do different.
everybody's doing Huntress. You might as well join in. Okay, if everybody jumps off a bridge, you might as well jump off the bridge too. I mean, what are you gonna do all by yourself? Read? That's when your eyes fall out. It's a horror movie. I was watching something yesterday. Somebody took like a horror movie, and they're like, horror movies are only scary because of the music. And they took like a really scary horror movie, and they put like funky, like happy music to it. It did not make it better. It did not make it better. It made it worse a little bit. I was like, oh, okay.
Apparently their mom didn't make them watch The Exorcist when they were 10 like mine.
Well, some happy songs can be creepy in certain, scenarios. Especially when you get like older music where like the audio is kind of like disrupted. What is going on right now? I'm being attacked by like the shadow creatures from the Black Lagoon. Are all the minions Shroudwalker too? I thought that was just the boss that was Shroudwalker. What the hell? Can we not have an entire pack of minions that's Shroudwalker? That would be great, thanks. Oh, and purple boogers. Oh, okay. I was talking about that earlier. I was like, I don't understand. It still doesn't make any sense to me why to have these abilities like this that are basically just litmus tests of whether or not you're alive. It's like, are you alive? I mean, yes. Are you alive? I mean, I said yes. Yeah, but we're making sure that you're still alive now. Okay, so you're alive. Yes. Okay. Are you alive? Yes. Are you alive? Yes. Are you alive? Yes. If you answer no, you understand that you're dead, right? Like if you don't answer, like if you say no or if you don't answer timely fashion, you're just dead. I mean, I kind of guessed that, but are you alive? Yes. Are you alive? Yes. Are you alive? Because they're so easy to avoid. Like I don't understand why they're even in the game. They're so easy to avoid. They're slow. They come at you. Like it's literally a test of like, are you alive? Are you at the keyboard? Is there someone there? You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Portal 2. Remember the little turrets? And they couldn't see you. They would be like, "Are you there? Hello?"
That's a first for me. My computer just decided to shut itself down.
Wah. Straight to the black screen.
Seriously, like, it was weird. It's never happened before.
I'm still running Vulcan for Path of Exile too. Didn't even change it.
Oh, I don't even know what settings I'm running on. I didn't even get 3 minutes into playing it.
Well, all my settings were reset, so you may have to go in there and actually double check them. Like none of my settings were correct anymore. I guess some update must have like reset all the settings.
Still running Vulcan.
The Vulcan was still there, but like a lot of the other stuff was reset. Like I was at 16x anti-scropic filtering, and I always turn that to like 4 or lower. Sometimes I even just turn it off because it's just not really worth running. The difference in performance that you take to the quality that the game increases just isn't really worth it, in my opinion. Never has been. Not at 16x. Like it's just it's not even remotely worth it at 16x. When you get into like 4, like 2 and 4, you could make an argument for, I feel like. And once you get past like 2 and 4, like it just doesn't really give you. Is it unusual for offline characters to randomly delete in D2R? Yes, it is very unusual. Your offline characters should not randomly be deleted. Oops, I may do that. That's actually kind of a decent bow. That's why I just disenchant that bow. I mean, not that it's really worth anything anymore, but it's kind of neat. I think that might be worth shoving some crap into. It's got 105 lightning damage. It's got a 2-rate roll on lightning. It's got dex, critical hit chance, and it also has the reduced attributes, which is kind of neat. Let's throw some doojanks on there. Let's do it. Let's see, what do we need? We need 2 prefixes. Accuracy, and 2 to 5 fire damage. Okay. Yeah, that did not go the way that it should have went. Chaos Orb! And it took away the crit, completely ruining it. Did you see that one new thing that they added that was basically would lock in one effect on your item so that can't be re-rolled? Hey DK, yeah, are you alive? Are you there? I need to pull up the turret. Hold on, I got to. We're doing it. We're doing it, boys. This is a whole 8-second video. The ad that I'm watching for the video is longer than the video.
Still there? Are you 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 still there?
Yeah, so there's something in my settings I have to fix so that it did it again.
Are you still there? Are you still there?
Are you still there? What, you crashed your whole computer is crashing?
Yeah, it's only.
You might want to like take a little bit of time, maybe update the graphics. I don't know, like.
I say I'm going through my drivers, looking at the updates, but I think there's something in the settings of PoE2 that's causing it.
Is there a compatibility mode?
I'm gonna have to look at that. I'm updating a driver.
You could also try hitting Alt Enter when you open the game to put it into windowed mode. Maybe that'll fix something.
Didn't think about that. I'll figure it out. I'll probably just have to lower the settings and figure out what it is that's causing the
Prometheus
issue.
was punished by the gods for
Because I
giving
don't
the
remember if
gift
I
of
ran my
knowledge
game
to
in
man.
Vulcan or if I
He
just
was
ran it in the
cast into the
standard, because I think
bowels.
the standard on mine was just fine.
Remember that. That's all I can say.
We'll
Don't
see.
forget, it won't be enough. The answer is beneath us. Her name is Carolyn. Oh, why? I did everything you asked. I don't understand. I'm fine. Wait. Hey, it's me. Don't shoot. Stop shooting. Oh, self-test error. Unknown error. Excuse me, you're squishing me. Hello? Help! Being squished! Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello? Are you there? Hello? Hello? Are you there?
Well, at least I'm getting the issue now and not on launch day, because I'd be panicking on launch day.
Oh yeah, just figure it out. That's why you gotta boot up the game and check things. You got everything updated. Maybe do a fresh install of the game. I don't know. I mean,
I'm just gonna reset all my stuff to default before I go into the game. Because it lets me do stuff at the character screen, but once I get in, that's where the issues are, so...
yeah.
There's
So
something
try
going
doing
on.
Alt Enter at the character screen, and then that'll bring you into windowed mode. And then from there, you can go into the options. Maybe try and like just dumb everything down real quick. I don't know. And then bring it back up once you're in the game.
Because it was yours and I forgot about it. A week.
Forgot about what?
My brother's mail, I was just sitting on the patio chair last week.
Ow, so much purple stuff. You and your stupid boogers. I don't appreciate all the booger making. Not appreciated. Stop making boogers.
Only the boogers.
I was listening to some of the dev chats on this game though, and it kind of cracked me up because the developers were basically like, "Yeah, we have no clue." Like they basically asked the developers like what the desired pace of the game was and like what they were expecting and like how much damage was kind of like enough or something, and like they came to they were like, you know, we didn't really know. They're like we kind of just threw the game together and we were just gonna see what the community came up with and react from there. And I was like, oh, okay.
Interesting.
Oh my god, I've got volatile crags and I've got the purple boogers chasing me. This is like 4 or 5 turrets all screaming, "Are you there? Are 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 you there?" It's such a like just poopy way to it's like Diablo 4, you know, like back in Diablo 4 where you like remember we were talking about how Diablo 4 was like Dance Dance Revolution and how you had to constantly keep moving, and if you stopped moving you were dead. Like you get that many volatile crags and, you know, like the purple boogers chasing you, and you're pretty much right back to Diablo 4 Dance Dance Revolution. Don't stop moving or you'll die. 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 Do, 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 do. I kind of want to get like a feeling for what it's like right now though, because, you know, once they do the update and we get all these changes, I want to be like, ah, this is so much better. Ah, so much, so good.
Maybe that will help.
Yeah, the map tab is kind of neat. Map tab got added after I stopped playing, so I didn't get to see it. I found a greater jeweler's orb.
Well, that's always nice.
Not like it matters at this point, but I found one. Oh, man.
Did you feed them, Garrett?
Never. Did you feed them Sammy ham? I did not feed them green eggs and ham.
You gotta make sure the dogs get fed. You're just sitting here staring at me.
I'm pretty sure that the dogs always want to be fed.
I mean, yeah.
If you have food in your hand, they will take it. I mean, that's why I was like, if you have multiple people feeding the dog, like you have to have like a little log book. Like, has he been fed today?
I honestly thought about getting a little flippy thing to put over their bowls for that. It's like dogs have been fed.
And they're gonna
Dogs-
figure out how to
dogs
flip
need
it back.
fed.
They're gonna flip it back.
Oh, mine certainly would. She's too smart.
She's like, oh no, look, I haven't been fed. Oh, what is this? But his thingy, flippy thing, was flipped to not fed. You didn't feed him, you monster. Oh, I fed him, alright. With like video evidence of them flipping the thing backwards. A tier 10 waste on. Dude, these Shackleous gummies are like delicious. I don't know why they're on sale. They were on sale for $2. They're actually really good. They're like giant Sour Patch Kids. Like, they're huge. Ridiculously huge Sour Patch Kids. This one's green, of course. That's why it's reacting to the green screen. Look, it's as big as my eyeball. They're monstrous.
Hey.
You know what you should get?
Elements currently
You should
down
get
for-
rice. I'm actually thinking about this too. We should get rice crackers. You know those like really dry, crunchy, like things.
The
that
Quaker Oats ones.
Yeah, I bet you those would be great for dogs. Well, because you know, one, they're crunchy. Dogs love crunchy things. Like if it's crunchy, they love it. Right? It's got a crunch. Doesn't matter if there's any flavor to it. Like they just want the crunch. There's like hardly anything to them, right? And they'll be super excited to get them. They're like, oh, yeah, crunchy thing. Maybe even get some that have like some little bit of seasoning on them. That might actually be a good idea. Like they're pretty cheap too, aren't they? Especially if you get like the Kroger brand or the store brand.
Yeah, they're not expensive at all.
Yeah, and they have like nothing to them. There's hardly anything to them. They're just crunchy and they're a treat that you could like give to the dogs and probably wouldn't even matter.
Okay.
That way when they sit there and beg with their little beggy eyes, beggars and beggar eyes, like, here, have a crunchy rice cake. I swear, I've even given Cody, like, one time before, I've given him, like, ramen. Like, just the dry ramen noodles that are, like, as bland as all get out. I think he just likes crunching it, because most of the time there's, like, half of it still left on the ground. He just, like, crunches it into oblivion. enjoys the tactile crunchiness.
Okay, game is running, so whatever I did fixed it.
Rice cakes are good for dogs. That's what it says. Since there's nothing wrong with them at all. Unless your dog has a rice allergy, which sounds absolutely super rare. Didn't even know that was a thing. Sounds like they would probably be really good if you took like some peanut butter and like spread it on the rice cake. Right?
I was thinking whipped cream. Dogs would love that.
We're theory crafting new dog treats, guys. I'm sure peanut butter is technically bad for dogs too. I mean, it is full of sugar. I would imagine peanut butter is worse than rice cakes. It's practically just like sugar in a bottle. Here, doggo, have sugar. Are we almost to the sacred magic race? We're gonna go to the sacred magic place. To the crypt of the biome in the grass with all the modifiers in the tank in the past. Cause there's a monster modifier in there and an expanse with the delirium too and a ritual irradiated. Got that jank, yeah. Look at all the modifiers up in here.
Yeah, whatever I did fixed it. Whether it was the driver or fixing my settings.
I mean, it's been like 2 months since I logged in. Xylor said he got a message that said it's been 2 months since Ginger has logged in. Say hello or something like that. Apparently the game knows I haven't been online. It reminds me, you remember that bug that I encountered in the beginning of the game where monsters were taking me on like a magic carpet ride across the entire thing? They were talking about it in one of the dev chats, and they said that it was completely unintended, but there were certain monsters that were just taking you for like a ride across the map. I was like, yeah, I'm well aware.
That's one way to just clear a whole room.
I mean, I can basically set up anything that I want to set up with this new character. Its shield is an option. I feel like a good solid shield Zon would be really fun. Tanky too. I think setting up for shield would be great, especially since you're using a one-handed weapon anyway, so why not? So if we're setting up for jab, shield, pokies on. I don't know what ascendancy I go with. The two new ascendancies are interesting.
They
I feel like the Amazon ascendancy is. I'm not really sure how I feel about that one. I mean, even though it's labeled Amazon, it's an odd duck, that's for sure.
I think if you go with the Amazon tree, you have to do something with the pet. I think there's going to be a lot of fun gimmicks with that and how your skills interact.
Why am I burning? Oh, is this a drain mana character? That would explain it. Yeah, it was a drain mana character. Okay. And regenerate life and magma barrier. Regenerate life and magma barrier together. Glorious.
That's rough.
Yeah, I basically just had to stand in there and just take it. Thankfully, I was tanky enough to be able to take the hits. Yeah, I'm kind of done with evasion characters though, and looking at the Amazon board, it seems to be all about evasion. I really don't want to go down that pathway. I think out of all the damage reduction types in the game, I think evasion is the one that I hate the most. It's something special. That's right. There's nothing like being invincible right up until the point where you're not invincible, and then you just get one shot. Feels great. You're like, I'm invincible, and then a piano falls on your head, and you're like, oh. I was invincible. I mean, and fundamentally, there's no difference between evasion and block, in my opinion, because they both technically work the same. They're both basically avoiding damage. And the thing that kind of makes block just superior is that block can be tied into any other mechanic. So you can tie block with armor, you can tie block with my energy shield, you can tie block with, you know, like armor energy shield, you can tie block with armor evasion, like you can tie block with tons of things. So basically, if you wanted evasion, if you really want to build evasion, you're probably better off just building block, because it's easier to build. It doesn't even really take that much to hit 75%, unless you're using a two-handed weapon or a bow or something. But with the new weapon type being a one-handed weapon, I think most of us are probably going to be running a shield this season, even if it's, what's the term? Like a cosmetic shield?
Yeah, the buckler is going to be all about the evasion stat.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to go like the buckler route. We'll see. I think I might go more of the like traditional shield route. We'll see. Oh my god, proximal tangibility on a monster that also has that stupid siphons mana bullcrap.
That's just a doozy of a combo.
And energy shield too.
So you pretty much have to get close and one-shot it.
Well, I have to get close, and then he siphons all my HP and mana away. That was not a fun fight. That was not fun. Thankfully, he's dead now. Oh yeah, these guys have proximal tangibility too, I forgot. What happened to the good old days of the minions don't always get every single modifier from the bosses?
I blame FromSoft.
Oh, they said that they were like heavily nerfing Magic Find, by the way. They were trying to address the problem of like Magic Find increasing the drops of like everything by a rather dramatic degree, including the currency. They were talking about like multiple ways to try and deal with it. Apparently they said they made the curve much nastier now, so like it diminishes quicker. And then they also said they were kind of tackling some of the like outlier items that were allowing you to get rather large amounts of Magic Find for like very limited negative results, because the entire goal of Magic Find is, you know, you're sacrificing power for Magic Find is essentially how it's supposed to be. And like some of the items in the game, like they were specifically pointing out, was like you could get like 250, like 300% Magic Find with like one item with minimal disruption to your build. Apparently a bunch of those have been addressed as well. Looks like the season's going to be a little bit more calm in terms of like the economy like exploding all the time.
Good.
Yeah, I thought I saw where Magic Find was like difference between 400 and 800% was like 3% Magic Find or something.
Oh, I don't know what it was. I'm just saying what they said they were changing it. They said they made the curve even worse.
That's what I mean.
Nobody's got the actual patch notes yet. All I know is from what was in the dev chat. I think it was the one that was yesterday. It was like a 2-hour dev chat with like Darth microtransaction and Kazi TV, I think.
Yeah.
I listened to the whole thing, and they were talking about like the Magic Find and what they were trying to do to fix it, and like apparently that they said that the curve always existed, like the diminishing return curve always existed, but apparently it was not functioning properly or something. Like they said basically that it was to the point where literally if you had like 300 or 400% Magic Find, like you were getting double the drops or something. That's what they said. It was like legitimately double the drops for having like 300 or 400% Magic Find. It was a bit too aggressive, that's for sure. A bit too aggressive. Like, Magic Find is always supposed to be there, but it's not supposed to be that ridiculous.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be the main focus of the build.
I would even argue that once you start focusing on Magic Find as a way to obtain items, and that literally the people who are not running Magic Find can't obtain the items, which is not the case in Diablo 2, by the way. In Diablo 2, if you run 0% Magic Find, you still have every chance of finding like a Wind Force or an Astraeon that somebody else does, because as I've discovered, Magic Find doesn't affect like some of the more valuable items in the game. Those are just drops that happen naturally, pretty much. And then like even then, while having Magic Find in Diablo 2 is beneficial, it doesn't necessarily mean that not having Magic Find is like the end of the road, so to speak. Who came up with these modifiers on the strong boxes? Why the hell is contains identified items a modifier for the strong box? Why is that a modifier? In what world is that, like, what does that save me? Like 50 gold from buying the scrolls that I need to identify the item? Like, what's the point of that? The items are identified automatically. So excited. I hit in the butt by a lightning bolt. So nice for them to identify the items for me. Like, another one that comes up is items are always socketed, which I can't really be, like, too mad at that one, because it's kind of fun for collecting, like, the socket materials early on. But eventually you have enough of the socket materials that you don't have to worry about that either, so... Siphon all my mana away. Siphons all my mana today. Oh yeah, speaking of Elden Ring, you mentioned Elden Ring, or, like, From Software. I got that game's coming up too, like around June, right? Like May 30th.
Oh yeah, something like that.
I think I scheduled off for that. I usually schedule off for my birthday week anyway. And I looked at it and I think I actually saw that it was like, it matched up almost perfectly with my birthday week. So I was like, you know what, I'll just do it. I'll have a birthday Elden Ring stream. It's supposed to be a co-op. I'd like to get maybe like, I don't know, 2 other people, or maybe more than that, depending on like what kind of like group composition we can make up to play the game together. It's supposed to be a 3-man co-op. So you can either play it solo or you can play it as a 3-man co-op. I think it'd be fun to play through the game as a 3-man co-op. I know Squiddy was all into Elden Ring, but he got drunk and unfriended everybody and left the kinship. So I don't know where he's hiding at. Maybe he'll show back up for Elden Ring.
Maybe.
Maybe he's listening right now.
It's weird.
I'm coming for you, Squiddy. Oh, he's done it before. He's done it like 2 or 3 times before. You kidding me?
Just disappears and then comes back months later.
Yeah, he gets drunk and he just unfriends everybody, like, and leaves all the Discord servers that he's in, and then just like disappears off the face of the planet.
Interesting.
And then he'll show back up. I'm pretty sure I was the one that talked him into coming back last time he disappeared, and then like this time I don't know. Whatever. If he wants to come back, he can come back. Friends. Friends. Can you put precursor stones in here? Oh, you can't put precursor stones in there. It's sad. No precursor stone. Your mom's a precursor stone.
How did you know?
Because she predates the world. Yo, mama. Yo, daddy. Yo, grease, grante. I'm literally just shoving doojangs in here left and right. I don't even care. Yeah, blue one. Let's go with a blue one. Monsters are evasive. Monsters want to rip off your face. Oh, dang. Okay, that seems a little rude, but whatever. Monsters want to kick you in the penis. Alright. Okay, that's... Oh, alright. I like that. Alright, we gotta do our best to try not to die. I'm making no promises. Okay, there's no promises. But we're on the big map, and I got a fully decked out doojank. Oh, burning ground. No burning ground.
That's what I'm dealing with right now, and it just sucks.
Okay, let's not use that one. That one's the poopies. Let's not use the poopy one. Let's not do the poopy one. That one's the poopy one. We don't want burn ground. No burn ground. We don't want burn ground. No burn ground. We do not like it. I don't want any burning grounded. Please don't burn my groundy grounded. Don't want to burn the ground. I don't want no burning ground and no burning the ground for me. The hell is hip? Oh, that's chiptune. Let's see. Let's go to a different one here. Let's see. What the hell is chill pop? Pop? Chill pop? Industrial? What the hell is industrial? We're trying out Industrial, boys. I have no clue what I'm playing, so join me as we experiment. Ooh, it's a crypt. I like crypts. Patches of chilled ground all over the place. Yucky. It's better than burning ground, at least. At least all that does is slow you down a little bit. The burning ground is insidious the way that it works, especially if you're energy shield. I never used to have that much trouble with it when I was like armor evasion or armor. But like when you're energy shield, it drains your energy shield constantly and prevents your energy shield from regenerating on a regular basis. So most of the time you're just stuck in like a haze of never having your energy shield up, which frickin' sucks.
Yeah, I think I have a grand total of like 100 energy shield. Yeah, 110 energy shield, 1700 life. And a stupid amount of evasion of everything. Works out pretty well, actually.
Just don't get hit. What's wrong with it? Oh, monsters are immune to cold damage. Yucky. I'm gonna come back and do the rest of the stuff once I finish with the actual run. Oh, is this the candle maker? Or the candle boy? I seem to remember being able to kill the candle guy. Assuming, of course, I don't make a stupid mistake and stand in front of him like an idiot when he does that one attack. I called him the candle maker. Ow. That would be my face. Stop being rude to it. Holy Jesus. What was that attack? I don't remember that. Somehow I stopped being behind him, which was not a good thing for me. Woo! He hits hard. Man, I should have never dropped that stupid hammer. hammer's been pissing me off the whole time I've been fighting this guy. Oh, and he got me. Oh well, so much for the good map. I don't remember him doing that big attack like that. I remember him doing all the other attacks. I don't remember that one. Oh well, we ruined it. We ruined it. Way to go, guys. We ruined it. Ruined it. They drop notes yet? What's a note? Don't be jello. What is that? I don't think I ever got one of those like special citadels or whatever. And I think for the first time ever I was looking and there was one in the distance like nearby where I had been working for like ages ever since they did that patch. Where is... oh, Valve Factory. Ugh. Want to do a pinnacle with you? I don't think I have a character capable of doing pinnacle, Wes James. Pretty sure I'm just gonna die. I mean, maybe my shield person? I don't know. She's not really set up yet. I was converting her over from a whole nother character, and I don't think I got everything set up. Plus, I don't even remember how to play this game. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I don't want to be carried through, though. I like to live. This character's so much more enjoyable than like my other character, just because of the way that it functions. It's like playing a freezing arrows on D2. I'm so sick of this burning ground already. My first character was Mercenary. That was my first character. He's still there. I don't think I've pilfered any of his equipment. I think he's still there, still functional. He probably needs updating, but...
That's your shield guy, right?
No, my Mercenary is, my first Mercenary was just like a Grenadier Elemental type.
Ah.
Interesting build. Basically got all the elements, all the ailments. Worked a lot better than I thought it was ever going to work.
I saw. Thank you, dude.
That was the first character I did. Then I did a shield guy. Then I did a Chronomancer. Chronomancer was really fun. I ended up like converting the shield guy and the Chronomancer together. That was an interesting combination. Proximal tangibility, huh? Ruby. Also, Wes, I don't think I've ever done a pinnacle, so I'd like to eventually get to that part on my own and have fun with it. I don't want my first cherry to be popped by a mature lady.
That's one way to put it.
About it kills.
What's up, Con? Came in just in time for the best part of the conversation. For the mature lady conversation.
Yeah, everyone's got to have their favorite something, right?
Shum, 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 shum. Oh, why hello, Doom Shamble. What's going, my homie? Holy Jesus, all my HP just went into nowhere land. Calm it down, Doom Shamble. You're dooming my shamble. Well, it's April the 2nd. I didn't play any April Fool's jokes on you guys this year.
You should have just done a whole stream as your evil mentor.
That hood is hot. Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
I alt-tabbed for a second, and I died from the burning ground. So, you know. Burning ground wins. Perfect score. Can we remove burning ground from the game already? It's so nice to alt-tab while you're standing in burning ground. You're totally not even in the burning ground, by the way. Like, you're looking at the burning ground, you see the outline of the burning ground, you're not standing in the burning ground, somehow you're still taking burning damage. Don't even know how that works. I think this particular time, I was probably standing in the burning ground. I'll admit it. But not every single time. Not every single time. You looked away. Yeah, you looked away. Why would you ever think of looking away from the game? You're obviously not wanting to play, so I'm going to go down and lay. Val Factory. Ugh. You know what I hate about Val Factory? It's not even the level. Like there's a lot of things that peeve me off about like areas, but Val Factory has nothing to do with the area. I actually kind of like the area. What peeves me off about Val Factory is those stupid little cannonball guys that hide in the darkness as far away as they can possibly hide and fire cannonball after cannonball after you. And you can't even see them, nor can you see the projectiles they're shooting at you. They're just like hiding in the distance.
Yeah, no, those guys can go die in a hole. They're not cool.
And they're almost like primarily in Val Factory. So if you get Val Factory, you know that they're going to be there. You know what they remind me of? You know what they really remind me of? The stupid little bone thrall ballistas in frickin' Diablo 4. That's what they remind me of. Because remember, that was like the biggest problem with those things. Is they would be like sniping you from off the screen and you didn't even know they were there. Like half the time I don't even know those little cannonball guys are even there. And I'm like dead. And then one of the cannonball guys will show up and like teabag my corpse. Oh, they love the teabag. They love the teabag. They're teabaggers. They kill you and then they come over and they do like the squat on you. They're like,
oh,
they drop a little rosebud on there too, just to make you feel good about yourself. Yeah, Xylor put some tier 15s in there, and they're like the most horrendous tier 15s I've ever seen in my life. I was trying to run a couple of them, and they were like, they just had like chilled ground, burning ground, lightning ground, like negative resistances. They're like the worst tier 15s ever. I think Xylor was trolling me.
He wasn't going to give you his best ones.
Well, he just took all the other ones and like deleted them from existence, so. I was clearing out the stash, and he decided he wanted to clear out the map tab, which was not my intention. They didn't have any maps. Like, I put all my maps in the map tab, so I didn't have any maps. I'm trying to see, like, where I can go here, and it's not, like, poopy. I hate to say it, but, like, there's times where I kind of wish I could just, like, reset my map. Like, I'm at that point right now where I have, like, no clue where I've been anymore because I was gone for, like, 2 months. And so I don't even know, like, the direction that I can go or, like, what I've cleared and what I haven't cleared, so I have no clue. Cody, your butthole is on stinky butts. You got the stinky butts, and that's the first stinky. I asked the lady at work, who is my boss, if I stinkins, and she said I smelled like a dog, which is you. You is the dog. He said so. He said I smell like dog too, and am's a dog. Can I have a paw? That's because of paw. That's a good paw. That's a good paw. You did good. Would you like... Would you like one of these Rice Krispies? Would you like one of them Rice Krispies? I got some Rice Krispies. Would you like one of these? He's gonna come get it and say hi to everybody. You're gonna come up here and say hello to everybody and get yourself a Rice Krispies. He said, he said, Donald, this is slave labor. He said, slave labor, Daniel. He said, I'm not getting paid minimum wage. He said, minimum wage is at least 2 Rice Krispies an hour. This is slave labor. He said, I'm calling the dog union, the Dunion. I'm calling the Dunion, and we're gonna get these terms worked out. Beef sticks and Rice Krispie payment in advance. Why you smell like a dog? Why you smell like a dog? Is you a dog? Are you a cat? Are you a chinchilla? Did you say hello to Miss Gojo today? Did you give Miss Gojo a kiss? Miss Gojo is the female chinchilla that lives downstairs. He gives her kisses. I think they's in love. Apparently Miss Gojo likes them big and colored like a moo cow. That's a mighty fine moo cow you got there. Lunar amulets. What's up, Pain Fist? Why are your fists painful? Why you got pain fists? You got arthritis? Instead of pain fists, what if I just renamed him Arthritis Hands? That's his new name. I'm just gonna give them all different names. Noxious fumes. Oh, okay. You mean farts a lot. Okay. Gotcha. Farts a lot. Wow, 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 yippee yo. Wow, 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 bippy bo. What is that purple stuff over there? I don't want to be in that purple stuff. What is the purple stuff? I don't want to go in the purple stuff. Omen of Greater Exaltation. While this item is in your inventory, your next exalted orb will add 2 random modifiers. Orb of Greater Exaltation. Exaltation, exaltation, exaltation. What is that, worth 1 exalt? Or is it 2? I mean, technically it takes your 1 exalt and turns it into 2 exalts, right? So that means it should be a bare minimum price of 2 exalts. Trying to remember what these modifiers are. Oh yeah, they talked about nerfing the crap out of crit, by the way. They said crit has always been a problem. This is their words, not mine. They said crit has always been a problem in Path of Exile 1, where it was constantly a war between crit and non-crit builds. And crit becoming overpowered, and then them nerfing it, and then crit becoming underpowered, and then buffing it, and then crit becoming overpowered, and then them nerfing it, and crit becoming over... Like, they said it's literally been a cycle for forever. And they said as of right now, crit is on top. And that it's very likely that crit is going to get the big old nerf bat hammer come very soon. If not in the patch upcoming, like a patch shortly thereafter. So the Eye of Sauron has made it onto the crit builds, so maybe the crit builds are not going to be very good this season. And even if they do work in the beginning of the season, it sounds like they might have a nerf bat pre-prepared for them, like the mid-season patch. Ow, 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 ow. A resistance shrine. I like resistances. Expert long quarterstaff. What are you? Just the poopies. You are the poopies. That's what you are. The poopies. Put you back in the dirt. Right where you belong. Cody, are you being a goddess? Cody, you spend them goddess? I know I'm not supposed to give you this, but maybe I should give you one of these. Would you like one of these little sour condoms? Please don't try it. Go lick it, because I know you're just gonna swallow it. Oh no, you don't like sour condoms? Look at your face. He said, ew, what's that? He said, that doesn't taste very good. That tastes not good at all. He said, why are you eating that? That tastes like grodies. He said, I'm going to try it anyway, though, because I just want to make sure. And then you just swallowed it. You didn't even chew it or nothing. Cody doesn't like sour candies. They fight him. He still eats them anyway, like, to assert dominance. But you can tell on his face that he's not happy about it. Ow. That guy punched me in the eye. Oh, explosions. Corpse explosions. Oh, God. Hey. Oh, it's kind of neat. The corpse explosions didn't all go off at one time instantaneously and, like, wipe me off the face of the planet like they normally did. That's a pretty good change. Used to be like when the monster triggered corpse explosion, it was like instantaneous. Every corpse on the battlefield would just spontaneously explode in your face. Like some sort of like expertly set up TNT patch. Like firecrackers. Like firecrackers. It was exactly like firecrackers. It would be like boom, boom. Cody, you scare me. What you borking at? What you doing a heckin' bork at? What you borking?
Yeah.
I don't even see nothing. What you borking at?
This a fib. Use a fibbing. That's a fake bork. Foul on the 3-yard line. 10-yard penalty.
What?
No rights crispum for 3 hours. Bork ineffective.
Why did our entire stash get cleaned out?
Aw, I died because I was... Oh, yep, well, there you go. Okay, never mind. Can't look away from the game. Ever. Oh, I did that. I wiped it.
Oh. Okay.
Wiped it. There wasn't anything good in there anyway. If there was, it would have been gone. 2 months went by, and all the stuff that was in the stash was leftover stuff that nobody wanted.
That's
I just
fair.
destructed it.
Oh, excuse me.
Destructed.
Jesus, I am so overcapped on fire res. I'm at 157% fire res.
Hey, look, there's my monk I never want to play again. There's my monk that I don't want to play. I can't stand the monk playstyle. I can't stand it. It's awful.
It's all dash in, dash out. It's not my thing.
I can't stand it.
Because at least with the Huntress, you have the option of range. So the dash in, dash out works better with her.
Well, it's like playing a character that was designed to be a caster that has to melee. Like it's like
Yep.
it's like the worst combination of both worlds. It's like having the tankiness of a sorceress and the range of a melee character. It's awful. The character only works if you can kill things faster than they're killing you. That's literally the only way that it works.
I'm waiting for them to release their version of whatever the druid is supposed to be with the different animal forms. Because I think that's going to be fun, because you're going to be super tanky, dealing a lot of damage. And most of it's going to be elemental, I'm guessing. Based on looking at the passives tree. I could be wrong, though.
I don't know. Spicy. I need a little funnel for my desk so I can pour that energy drink mix into the these bottles. It's just gonna get everywhere. Time to improvise and make a funnel. We must improvisio. Improvise. First we take out a paper. Then we rip ourselves a piece of the paper. After we have ripped ourselves a piece of the paper, we've rolled a piece of paper into a funnel. Then we cut off the bottom of the funnel, making an appropriately sized funnel for my drink. Then we take a scoop. Hopefully this works. And haha. Paper funnel is a success. Minimal spillage. Energy drink obtained. I got the Dubby solo leveling energy drink mix. That's a good anime, by the way. If you guys haven't seen Solo Leveling, I was laughing because
it's fantastic. Don't spoil the last 3 episodes. I haven't watched them yet.
Last 3 episodes, I gave up on that freaking episodes. I read the whole freaking manga.
Oh.
I know everything that happens. You don't want me talking about it.
No, don't ruin it, please.
Oh, I know everything. Everything, Demi. I know it all.
It's hard enough to avoid any kind of spoilers.
Honestly, I watched all the episodes and I kept waiting for episodes, and then finally I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go find the source material and read that. And I did, and it's in a pretty handy. It's not a manga. I can't remember what it's called. It's called like a manhwa or something.
Manhwa, yeah.
Manhwa?
It's the Korean version, yeah.
It's like a no. It's not represented like a manga at all. Like I can't really.
No,
you know
like
webtoons. You know webtoons. Yeah, it's like webtoons. Like the ones that scroll and they're set up properly so you can just scroll through the entire thing. It's like super easy to read and they're set up very, like I don't know, efficiently. I literally scrolled my way through the entire thing in like one day. It was absolutely great, and I do not regret it.
Nice. Have you been reading the Solo Leveling Ragnarok?
Mm-mm.
Apparently that's good.
Time to bring out the warrior. Kind of curious how I'll set this character up. I know what I enjoy in this game so far, and I know what I don't enjoy.
And what do you not enjoy the most?
Evasion. Evasion. I really hate evasion.
That's fair.
I mean, like in Diablo 2, evasion is basically defense, right? Imagine if I told you defense was the only thing that you could rely on, like to keep yourself alive. Do you think you could keep a character alive with only defense as your primary, like, way of preventing your death? Even if you had, like, 30,000 defense, do you think that would be enough? Because there's things that bypass defense. There's spells that bypass defense. There's ground-based effects. There's all sorts of things in the game that bypass defense. Defense is not a end-all be-all stat, right? Like it's a good stat. It's something that you can add into your character as a like layer of defense, you know, no pun intended, to, you know, protect you against not death, but it is by no means in Diablo 2 your only method of preventing your death. Like, you've got resistances, you've got physical damage reduction, you've got magic damage reduction, you've got physical damage reduction percentage, you've got, you know, like maximum resistances, you can increase your resistances higher, you've got block chance, you've got, you know, like energy shield, you've got holy shield, you got tons of different ways that you can, you know, prevent your character, like weapon block and whatnot, from dying. And defense is only one of many of the layers that you can use to achieve that. It's not the only layer. It's one of many layers. And I feel like as soon as you go evasion in this game, it's like evasion is like the only layer you have between you and the monster. And that would be like setting up my character in Diablo 2, where the only layer I have between me and the monster is evasion. And it's just not, it's not a fun layer of defense. It's sort of like how an Amazon is designed in Diablo 2, because, you know, you use like dodge, avoid, and evade. But evasion by itself doesn't function as a dodge, avoid, and evade. To get that, you have to use acrobatics. So if you use acrobatics with evasion, it becomes dodge, avoid, and evade, but you're still... you still get absolutely wrecked, like, whenever anything actually does hit you.
Well, I'm not arguing, I'm just used to it at this point of playing characters that are like glass cannons, but...
I mean, it depends, right? So, like, if you're a monk and you have to be in melee combat, it's a big difference than a range character who stays in the back, right? So evasion for a range character might actually work, like an Amazon, like a bow Amazon or something like that. It actually works surprisingly well, because you're generally avoiding combat for the most part. It's like having rigged dice that, you know, that will roll the number that you want most of the time, and then you also at the same time limit the number of rolls that you make so that there's less opportunity for the dice to roll, you know, against your favor, right? But like when you're a melee character, you're in there and you're getting thwonged on by like everything in the world, and the chances of it rolling against your favor increase exponentially, because, you know, somebody's going to eventually break through your evasion layer.
Oh yeah, but I will say this: I've never played melee characters with evasion. I just don't see that as smart.
That's the monk, in a nutshell.
Yeah, I know, and that's why I don't like his play style, just like you don't like it, because there's no good intermediate for him in my head.
I mean, once you get monk set up to godlike status, where you're literally just pressing a button and like ripping everything to shreds on the screen, I mean, I guess it's definitely powerful, but I still just don't like how it just dies randomly.
Nope, I like the balance. I think the mercenary so far is my favorite, just because you can balance him in any direction. Like, I think I have my guy set up right now between evasion and armor.
I really wish they just let any of the classes pick any of the starting points, because I feel like your starting point kind of restricts what type of damage reduction you use, and or what layer of defense you use. And so a lot of the times, if you're not on a specific layer or character, it becomes next to impossible to build a specific layer. Like this character that I'm right now, the Chronomancer, like I was messing around with the Chronomancer, and of course the Sorcerer starts, what is it, top position. And it's a little bit easier because she's on the top position, but like when I tried the monk that starts over here, and I was trying to do like blocking on the monk, like all the blocking stuff is on the left side of the board. So good luck. Like, good luck getting to the blocking stuff on the left side of the board if you start on the right side of the board. You gotta travel, like, all the way across the board just to get access to most of the blocking stuff. Like, this character is a little bit easier because she's at the top instead of on the right side. So you don't have to travel through this to get here and then through this one to get here. And there is some stuff over here that's useful for the blockers. Like, there's the, like, the defensive reflexes, which is pretty good. 2 mana when block. so you get 2 mana every single time you block, so it helps keep your mana full, which is really nice. That's why I basically never run out of mana, by the way.
I can't do that yet.
Because every time I block, I'm just pulling in tons of mana. With this song. Oh, I'm kind of excited for the new tower designs too. They said there was going to be a bunch of new tower designs.
So there's some tower designs that were implemented already that are actually half decent.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of them yet, but I just did a tower and it's literally the same old design that I've seen 1,000 times, but hopefully I see some better ones.
I got the Mesa, and that's the first time I've seen the Mesa for a tower.
Oh. Oh, what's up, Shadow Killer, Battle Killer? This build is really fun. Who knows, maybe I won't even take one of the new ascendancies. Maybe I'll just take one of the other ascendancies and use the weapon. The new ascendancies do look really fun, but I actually really kind of like the Chronomancer design. It's definitely an interesting character. Once you start incorporating a lot of the cooldown mechanics into the Chronomancer and how the cooldown mechanics work, and basically getting like the free cooldowns, the recoup recovery. The recoup is really interesting. It's like every time you get hit, basically, you can almost entirely recoup whatever the damage is that you get hit for, and then you can decrease the recoup duration as well as increase the amount of recoup that you're getting rather dramatically. So like you get hit and you can just like recoup basically everything instantaneously. I need to get a couple of those jewels that make it so that more of my damage goes toward H mana. Because I have like 50% recoup on mana as well. So every single time I get hit, my mana should be recouping. Oh, well that's interesting. So that's definitely a change that I don't remember from before. Usually when you go to the towers, you have to go up to get to the precursor tablet. I think that's the first time I've ever seen it where the precursor tablet was on the same floor as like everything else.
That is interesting. Yeah, it's usually isolated somehow.
Yeah, it's like up a ladder. Like you gotta go into a doorway or something, and then that's the first time I've seen it like be with like right by side by side the same area. Too bad the precursor tablets don't go into the Waystone map tab. That seems kind of weird. I've never done one of these citadels because I never had any. And jank makes me mad because, like, I played for, I don't even know, it was like a solid month straight and never saw a single citadel. And I actually have a citadel here in the distance. I think I'm actually gonna, like, try and get there. Let's just burn some low-tier maps and just get there. So I can get to a citadel for the first time ever and actually maybe complete one. Since I've never done a single citadel. Actually, I take that back. I think I may have done one citadel with Leon or something. I think Leon wanted to back up just in case he died or something. And I was there as the backup. I'm pretty sure I helped about as much as a gnat helps a dog.
God, speaking of Leon, I haven't seen him on in a hot minute.
Oh, he got his new computer, so he's like off playing with his computer. That's what he's doing. Yeah, once he got his computer, that was like he had been playing on like a garbage tier PC for like as long as I can remember. And he finally got like a super upgrade, like, you know, with got the bells and whistles, so to speak. And apparently...
So he's out doing everything on ultra graphics, basically.
Yeah, basically, like playing like Counter-Strike and all sorts of other games, like anything that he can play. I messaged him, asked him if he was going to be joining us for this season. He said yeah, so I guess we'll see him.
Oh, that's cool.
We'll see him eventually. Uh-oh, into the Valve factory, guys. Time to get shot by the cannoneers. I'm a cannoneer, and you can be one too. Shooting and booting and killing the players when they can't see us off the map today. Coming down and you can kill players too. Shoot at them off the map and they'll cry. Oh, they'll cry, cry, cry with their big old ears. That's right, they cry out their ears. Because it's blood. Because we shot them in the face. I'm glad I got blink now, so I can just blink out of trouble. Bloop. Haha. Too bad I never got a Temporalis. I could have made like a super crazy shield spamming build. Super crazy shield spammer. Oh, there they are. Doriani's Elite. Character's only level 75. It's just a little baby. Ow, 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 ow. Why are there so many of you guys? And why are you so rude? A reconstructor. Oh, you was reconstructing them? I didn't know you were reconstructors. What the hell? That boy was just running around rebuilding everything I just destroyed. I ain't even know they existed. Is that new? I don't remember them from. I don't remember them.
No. Go back and read all the patch notes.
I do not remember no reconstructors. Man, this is crazy. I need to go I'm gonna go a different way. I can't stand Val construct areas. The monster types in the Val construct areas are terrible. Chewy dip peanut butter granola bar. But what if I don't want a granola bar? But too damn bad. You just don't. Too damn bad. I got some sesame sticks. Those are kind of good. Taste like sesame.
I need a greater socket thingy.
I need more time.
I think I've died like 7 times today just from looking away. We've only been online for like 5 hours. And like I've already died like 7 times just from like looking away from the monitor or like going FK for like 2 seconds.
It happens.
Bone raiment, what's that? Is that spirit thingy? Necromantle? The Necromantle? Minions gain 22% of their maximum life as energy shield. I need Holy Shield in this game, guys. Where's Holy Shield?
It might add something like that eventually.
I need Zeal too. Where's Zeal?
Isn't that just like one of the multi-strike passive gems you can get?
Eh. Zeal is so much better than that. Zeal is like one of the simplest melee attacks, and it is one of the best melee attacks. I'm kind of excited about the knockoff player character duels that we're gonna have. Remember when Diablo 4 introduced them and was like, they're gonna be players that have been taken over by vampirism, and you're gonna have to fight the vampire players, and everybody, you know, got their butts kicked by the vampire players. They turned out to be a lot more difficult than we thought. Especially when the druid was spamming like Earth Spike in our butthole. Turns out Earth Spike is a little bit more powerful than you think, since you can't really avoid it. It just comes right up right underneath your feet. And it's pure physical damage. As soon as I heard about it, I was like, oh, so like knock off Diablo 4. But then they dropped the bombshell on it, and they were like, and they're going to be equipped with specific pieces of equipment, and you're going to be able to pick up their gear. And I'm like, oh, okay. So better than Diablo 4.
But do we have any greater orbs? Probably not, huh? Oh, we do. I might steal that. It's not letting me take anything out. What the heck?
Or what?
Of the shared stash.
I mean, some stash tabs are locked. It's behind ranks. What stash tab are you trying to get stuff out of?
Currency?
Oh yeah, I locked that one.
Oh.
I put all of my currency in there. What do you need?
I was gonna ask if I could use the Greater Jeweler's Orb. I want to upgrade my Caustic Arrow thing, so I can do stupid damage and spread it out.
Yeah, you can have it. Here, I gotta get back to town first.
Take your time.
Yeah, last time I accidentally put a divine in there, it disappeared in like 0.5 seconds. 2 divines in there. Actually, 2 divines.
That's
I learned my
rough.
lesson. What the hell's going on with these monsters? Why are they so tough? Here, have some Hammer of the Gods on your head. Holy crap, how much armor do they have?
All of
It's
the
like 40,000? I think it was 40,000 armor rating.
Dang.
No wonder they weren't taking any damage.
I can't do that yet.
Oh, I leveled up.
I'm almost there.
Well, I level up. Oh, he got me. Okay. Alright, you said you want the Greater Jeweler's Orb.
Yes, sir.
I will put it in quick swap. Oh, what the hell are those clue through looking monster things?
Thank you.
Clue through monsters.
Okay, now I should be able to do mass damage. That lets me add in the multiple arrow thingamadoodad.
Let me go get my character that's actually good at clearing maps. Entering character select. Are you gonna do it?
See how good it works.
Are you gonna do it? Are you gonna do it? Are you gonna do it? I've been having trouble exiting the character selection. It doesn't work. I can exit the login screen. Nope, can't do that.
Yep, having 3 arrows is way better than 1.
Sesame sticks. They got party mix. What's that?
Oh god, what do I get for my next thing? I don't know.
Man, I need like a magnifying glass. Oh, they got a countdown timer right there. 1 day, 18 hours. 1 day, 18 hours. Realm is currently down for maintenance. What?
It does that. I just keep trying to sign in. We're back. Outside. Yeah. Go outside. Rick, come on. Rick, outside.
I just want to burn my way to the place. I don't care.
You don't listen.
I'll start burning. I'm going to do a bunch of tier 1s and burn my way there. I want to play around in the Citadel. I've never done a Citadel before. They never appeared on my map. I was one of the people that was glitched. No matter how many times I played. No matter how far I went on the map, no matter what I was doing, like I never found a Citadel. It wasn't until after they patched it that the Citadel even appeared. That's some pretty BS. Like, that's pretty BS, by the way. For me to play for like 30 days and never see a Citadel. Meanwhile, like I was getting pretty salty about it. I'm not gonna lie. Like I would sit there in chat and like Xylor and Leon and like a couple other people. I think it was like Dubs or I can't remember his name. Like they were just like every 5 minutes they were like, oh, got another Citadel. Got another Citadel. Oh, got another Citadel. And I'm just like, hour after hour after hour. I'm just like pumping time into this game. Never see a Citadel. Like, ever. I think it was 31 days I played the game. Never saw a Citadel.
I may have also just been thinking like the high corruption zones were citadels too.
No, they were actually getting Citadels, and then they would team up, and then they would do them in like a group, because you know you could get more. Like they would set up the towers and whatnot, and then they would do all the thing, and they would get multiple drops. Like it was like 3 drops or whatever, and then like and like as soon as they would do one, somebody else would call out they got another one, and they would like team up for them too, because the drops were like hundreds of freaking exalts apiece. And every single time they called out, like, got another Citadel, I was just over here like, oh, must be nice! Must be nice! Wish I could get a Citadel! Must be nice!
I feel that. I still haven't even remotely seen a Citadel on my maps yet.
You probably bugged just like I was. They changed it now, and they added a whole bunch of them. And on top of that, they also put an aura on the citadels so you can see the citadels. So, like, the only reason I know that I even have one on the map is there's a glowing blue pillar on my map, like, in the distance in the fog that I'm going to go head toward right now. And that'll be, like, the first citadel I've ever gotten is, like, right now.
Don't you have to be, like, relatively close to see that?
I mean, it's in they changed it so that even in the fog you can see the pillar where the citadel is. So if there's a citadel on your map, you can stroll around and you can see the blue pillar sticking up.
Okay.
I have one blue pillar sticking up on my map. I explored a lot too. Like I won't no slouch. I was going and going and going. Like, I would just keep running, and I would run maps. I'd run whatever maps I could get. I didn't always have 15s, but, like, I was running maps constantly and never-endingly. And, man, there were sometimes, like, I was, like, miles past the starting point and still wouldn't see a dang citadel. I'm still a little salty about it, too, because, like... I'm like a river. I like the Dead Sea over here of saltiness.
I tried to refine my starting point getting on, and I was like, where is it?
There's a button. There's a home button.
Minutes. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's somewhere on there. There's a button that takes you to your home. Because there's something at the home panel that you're supposed to interact with. I can't remember what it is. An altar or something.
Hmm.
So you have to know where the home thing is.
Right, after I do this map, I'm gonna get off so I can go eat my dinner.
No, not allowed. Food's not allowed. You don't eat food. That's starved.
What you having?
Hungry Howie's. Pizza.
Hungry
Best pizza you'll ever have. That's not like
some old
a local chef or something.
Expert brace tower shield. And it is the poopies. He does the poop, and it does the poop, and it is not very good, and it does the poop. It is quite poops. You hopping on to play the next season, Con?
Yeah, probably I'll play for a little bit.
I don't know if everybody signed up on the sheet, though. You don't have to sign up on the sheet. It's nice to know how many people we have coming, though.
Con slacking, con slacking.
I mean, the campaign is fun to go through in a group, so I don't see any reason why not to like do some groups.
Yeah, I enjoyed the campaign going.
What's the limit on the groups? Is it 4?
I think it's 4, yeah.
Because I mean, we can easily do like some 4-man little groupies.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's 4 Eastern on Friday, right?
It's 3 Eastern Standard. 3 Eastern Standard. I got the live stream set up for 2, I think.
Okay.
So you can gather a little early.
That's perfect. I'll get home right around the time we start because I get off at 3 on Fridays and I'm central.
Yeah, we'll start gathering at like 2. Maybe even I'll start a little bit earlier. I don't know. I mean, we can talk. We can talk about stuff and shoot the poop. Poop the shoot. Actually, don't. Poop
By
the
then,
shoot. Don't do that. Don't poop the shoot.
By then, the patch notes will be out too.
Patch notes are supposed to be out Wednesday, which is supposed to be today. They said it was going to be Thursday their time, which Thursday their time translates to Wednesday our time because they're ahead of us. They're like in the Netherlands or whatever. Wow, that's kind of nice. It's too bad they didn't roll with any speed on them. 25% increased armor, 30 strength, 22% fire res, 25% cold res, 28 stun threshold. I could throw an Exalt on there and see what happens. See if I get the precious move speed. Yeah, I don't think they're already out, but I could do a check after this run. I'll do a quick check.
I'll see you guys in a little while. I'm off.
If they are, then we're gonna do the patch notes.
I just checked their patch notes and I don't see them yet.
Yeah, I was listening in on that dev chat that they recently did. That was where they said it. They said that the patch notes were going to be out Thursday their time, which is roughly Wednesday our time, so probably sometime today, if not Thursday. So, but they were very unsure about it. Apparently, they said that they are still making last-minute changes, and that the patch notes can't come out until they stop making last-minute changes. That was what they said.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So he said we are literally still making tweaks and changes, like going up to like the final day. So. I mean, I'm excited to see how far this game goes. They definitely have the potential to be like an amazing Diablo 2-esque style game. I definitely think, though, that there's paths that they could fall off on and end up like just crashing the game entirely. They, I think they're well aware of all the outlier builds that go into the crazy directions because they were talking about them, and they're like, you know, they're like, our goal is to eventually get these crazy outlier builds like under control, but it's going to take time and effort, you know, to slowly work at it, which makes sense.
Yeah, with all the new uniques they got coming, they said they could go anywhere. People come up with crazy stuff.
Well, apparently, a lot of the new uniques that are coming are high-level uniques. So that was one of the things that really caught me when I was listening to the thing, is that they said that they had like organized all the uniques in a spreadsheet. For those of you who work with spreadsheets, you may laugh at this. So they organized all the uniques in a spreadsheet, and they started working on them from the beginning of the spreadsheet, is what they said. And apparently, the beginning of the spreadsheet was all the low-level uniques because they were they were arranged by level, is what the problem was. And they had every intention of finishing all the uniques, but for some reason or another, they didn't. And so the only uniques that got added into the game were the low-level uniques, according to what they were saying. So, so now the next 100 is going to be like high-level uniques, they said. So it's going to be a lot of high-level stuff. So actual real uniques that you might be using toward endgame. So instead of I don't even know how many uniques are in the game right now, but instead of like a whole bunch of low-level uniques that you're probably never going to use, that might have like marginal at best usefulness inside your build, it's going to be like 100 high-level uniques that might actually like spark some creation there. Aw, we got another armor mod. And maximum of mana. The hell? Time for a Chaos Orb. That's not. That's no good. See, we pooped it. It went poop. We pooped it, guys. It got pooped. Pooped it, it got pooped it, pooped it, pooped it, pooped it, pooped it, pooped it. Alright, next map. We're just trying to make it down to the stupid thing that I've never been to. Why am I way the hell up here? Why don't I go down this way? Is that where I'm trying to go? The hidden grotto. Give me some more tier 1 maps. I don't even care. We're just gonna blow through these as fast as we can so we can try and get to the Citadel. You know what would be kind of cool? Is if instead of individual maps, we had like a guild map. Or like everybody could work on the guild map together. Have like progress on the guild map that could just like continue forward. And like you could have multiple guild members like going around the map, clearing different parts of the map. And then you could like drop in on a guild member. Like if you see them doing a map, you can drop in on them. Just like see the army as it's progressing. That is the poopy gloves. That is the poopy glove. I'm kind of excited about this little Spectre thing. Have you guys like put any thoughts into the Spectre?
Oh, what is that?
So apparently there's going to be this new ability. It's not tied to a weapon type, so you can use it on like any character. And when you kill a specific like rare monster, apparently it doesn't work on bosses. They did specify that it doesn't work on bosses. But when you kill a rare monster, you have the ability to raise them as a Spectre. Like, has everybody seen solo leveling here? Like, have you seen solo leveling? Anybody? Nobody's seen solo leveling? Anyway, in solo leveling, he gains the ability to resurrect the dead as a Spectre, essentially. And I'm pretty sure that's exactly where they got it from, is freaking solo leveling. Because you go kill the monster, and then you resurrect the monster as, like, your minion or whatever. And then you can summon him. And he has all the same modifiers, apparently, he had when he was alive. So, like, if you get, like, a monster, you know, like a specific rare monster that's just, like, really hard to kill, could be an interesting one to specterize. I'm kind of curious, like, what kind of Spectre I would end up wanting. I mean, would you go with something that has extremely high damage, or something ridiculously hard to kill, or... I mean, proximal tangibility probably isn't going to be very good, because most of the time, you know, most monsters in the game seem to be melee, or melee-orientated anyway, so they're all going to be next to him, and he's going to be taking, like, full damage. That only really affects you. Regenerates life would be really good. That way your little Spectre stays alive constantly, so... It's very difficult to kill regenerate life monsters, especially if they have mana shield. So, like, defensively, regenerate life and mana shield are, like, two probably of the highest defensive category to keep your little pet alive. And then offensively, I mean... I hate to say this, because I hate the modifier so much. Volatile Crags, or the other one, the Volatile Plants. But I bet you the Volatile Crags and the Volatile Plants would be really effective as a Spectre. Apparently, though, and they were talking about this during the dev chat too, is that as of right now, although they do intend to fix it in the future, as of right now, there is no differentiation between, like, the Volatile Crags from your minion and the Volatile Crags from another rare monster. So good luck trying to tell the difference between them if you choose those, because you're probably not going to be able to tell the difference between them. They did say they wanted to add some sort of visual differentiation so you know which ones belong to, like, your minion and which ones belong to the rare monsters, but as of right now there is none. So good luck. So maybe not the Volatile Crags or the other thing, or even the Lightning Storm. I feel like all those are just horrible options, especially when you need to be dodging them and you don't know which ones are friendly and which ones are allied. It would just make everything hectic, and also just cover the screen with more Felger Carb. There you go, using some Battlestar Galactica lingo today, Felger Carb. I know you guys like that. trying to think like what else would make a really good modifier. You know, corpse explosion might not be bad. Corpse explosion isn't exactly a very common modifier. And the way that they modify it, it's actually pretty easy to avoid at this point. Could make for a very effective... Yeah, but then at the same time, though, it does require corpses on the ground. I guess there's going to be corpses all the time from you killing things, but if you're like a freezy boy, no corpses... So maybe not as much. What other modifiers are there? I got like 3 rare monsters coming up right now. Let's take a look at their modifiers and see if it inspires any thought. It might take a while to hunt down like a rare monster that has the right modifiers to get what you're looking for. Always bleeds. That would probably be very nice. Always poisons. You could have a little minion that always bleeds and always poisons. That would actually be really nice. So just like permanent bleed, permanent poison uptime. Constantly bleeding and poisoning everything. Always chills. That one could also
Well,
be
it's like the
interesting.
Act 2 Merc, right?
For what?
For D2, don't they have the freeze aura?
Huh.
Always chills.
Well, I mean, I think that's for like hitting monsters, but explodes nearby corpses, extra crits, energy shield aura. Ooh, energy shield aura. Does that apply to? Would that apply to me in that scenario?
A lot of testing that's gonna happen.
Crit resistant, accurate. Energy shield aura. I want an energy shield aura. I want an aura of energy shield. This. I had a boss with that one time, and it was like the most painful boss kill I think I'd ever had. I remember it took me forever to kill the boss, like literally forever. I think I had to call in Leon because like the energy shield just kept regenerating, and I couldn't get past the energy shield quickly enough. So like even when I got past the energy shield, the HP was only like available for me to attack for like a fraction of like 10 seconds, like a fraction of a minute. And then I had to immediately go back into like damaging the energy shield, and it was just awful. And I remember that was the modifier. That was the special modifier that made that happen. So maybe energy shield aura could be insane. But then again, that's right, in the dev chat that I was listening to, they also said that there was like a bug apparently with energy shield where it was multiplying the monster's HP by like massive amounts for some reason.
I do remember that.
Yeah, they said that the monsters would have like 500,000 hit points, and for some reason they would have like 1.5 million energy shield or something. And they couldn't figure out what was going on for a while. Apparently they fixed it. They said the energy shield no longer multiplies based off of like all the modifiers that the monsters have. And so they're not going to get like ridiculously high energy shield amounts anymore like they were previously. Which is probably a good thing. It's probably a good thing. Because there were definitely some monsters I remember. It was like, oh, okay. So you're basically unkillable. Alright. Thank you.
Is this the Gemling Legionnaire that you're playing right now?
This is the Ranger, I think. DotH. This is my freezing arrows on like attempt. I was attempting to make a freezing arrows on. I think I did a pretty good job. It kind of plays like a freezing arrows on, don't you think?
Yeah.
Kind of has that like same like shattery freezing arrow vibe when the monsters are near each other. Like it seems to work pretty well. This is low level ones though. I'm trying to get to that thing over there, so I'm not really worried about trying to like push it at the moment. I'm tired of dying and like once you get into like tier 15s and stuff like that, and tier 15 pluses with all the rare map mods and everything, like we don't have the change yet. It would be really nice if we had the change where you get more than one death per map, because you just sign me up for a little list, okay? Just make a list and have the list, like the top of the list. Call it the losers list or something, and like anybody who signs the losers list gets 2 deaths on every map. Like I will just sign it. I'll sign my John Hancock onto the losers list in a heartbeat. I am not a big fan of like single attempt anything. Like I don't enjoy single attempt to nothing. Give me 2, give me 3, give me 4, give me 5. Because I ain't gonna survive, okay? Give me 2, give me 3, give me 4, give me 5. I'm not gonna effing survive. I didn't really think much of it at first, but like, you're pretty much not even playing the game if you're not doing tier 15s. Like, I remember there was like some items and other things and like skill points and whatnot that you just don't even get access to unless you're running tier 15s. I think it actually has, some of them have to be at like tier 16, I think, from what I remember. Like, 'cause I still remember like the first time I killed a boss in like a tier 15 and I got like a skill point, and I was like, wait a minute, I've killed tons of bosses. And somebody was like, oh yeah, you gotta kill the boss at like a tier 16 plus, or it doesn't count. I was like, so I haven't been playing the game this entire time. What have I been playing exactly? Well, you've been in the kiddie pool. We were wondering how long it was going to take before you left the kiddie pool. It's like he's still just splashing around in there. What is he doing? So just splish splashing around. Splish splash, I was taking a bath. I think the evasion rating's kind of low on that helmet, but it does seem kind of nice. Doesn't seem terrible. It's got 2 reses. What the hell is the right click? Control Alt left click. That's right. It's got 2 reses above 30% with life regen, and it also has a pretty decent evasion rating. I don't know if anybody wants that. It's not like it really matters this close to the end.
Yeah.
I mean, the characters will still be there, but I'm probably just going to delete them all. Yeah. Bam, bam. What's the matter, Codiferous? Does you got to go Peppadoo first? My girlfriend made fun of me. She said you need to stop using funny words because he's not going to know what you're talking about. Like if he's ever like gets lost or something, and somebody's going to be like, "Do you want any water?" and he's not going to know what they're talking about because you say stupid things like "wadums" and packed you a lunch instead of "Do you want something to eat?" There was actually this thing I saw. It was a video of this dog that wouldn't eat because the owner had trained the dog not to eat unless they said the special word or whatever. And unfortunately, the person who was babysitting the dog or dog sitting the dog wasn't told the special word. But not only was it a special word, but it also had to be said a specific way. So even after she learned the word, because she wasn't using the proper tone and inflection, the dog still wouldn't eat. And he was just sitting there in front of the bowl and would just not eat unless the special word was said. And it was like something simple like go ahead, but it had to be said like go ahead or something like that. It had to be said like a very special way, otherwise the dog wouldn't do it. And the dog was literally just starving to death for like 3 days or something, would not eat a single piece of food because the special word hadn't been announced for the dog to eat. And I'm just like she literally posted a video. She's like, "Oh my god, I cannot get this dog to eat." And she's got like steak in a bowl like in front of the dog, and the dog is like drooling out of his mouth but still won't eat the food. and she's trying like every word imaginable to get the dog to eat. She's like, okay, yes, yes, you can do it. Go ahead. It's yours. Take it, take it. Okay. Boobity-doo. And she's like making up words, and they're still not working. And she had to call the owner, and the owner told her what to say. And not only did she have to say it, but she had to say it the same way that the owner said it. Radioactive Goat Man said he saw that on TikTok. Look, I've taught my dog all the right words, okay? It's not my fault you guys don't say "wadum," okay? "Wadum" is the correct word. "Wadum, wadum, wadum." And Rice Kristins, okay? You guys don't have Rice Kristins? And beefum sticks? Cody like a beefum stick? Cody the beefums? The beefums? Cody stopped what he was doing, looked over. He said, don't be saying it unless you mean it. He said, if you don't mean it, then you don't say it.
Yeah, but beef them sticks without giving him one.
I mean, I gave him one earlier, so he's already had a beefum stick.
Yeah, but two's better than one.
He just wants more beefum sticks, okay?
Three's better than one.
I still remember that one video where the lady's like, she's like, I just pulled the turkey out of the oven or something like that, and I was letting it cool off, and I went into the family room or something and came back, and the whole turkey was gone. The dog just ate the whole turkey. And she's like got a video, and she's pointing at the dog. She goes in, and the dog's looking at like at his head in the corner, like literally is just like cowering. And she's like, you ate the whole turkey.
Sometimes I think I'm more dog than human.
The whole turkey.
Something I do.
Yeah. I just wish turkey had been presented to me in the correct manner. Like, turkey is delicious if cooked properly, and like, if you have the proper seasonings on it. Otherwise, it just tastes like nothing. It tastes like nothing at all. Like spices, like specifically like hot spices, go very well with turkey. If you've never had like a Cajun turkey or something like that, like it's amazing. Cajun turkey is the way. It's the truth and the light. Like if you have always thought in your mind, like to this day, like just imagine this, like if you thought that the turkey was a very bland meat and that it wasn't very delicious and didn't have a lot of flavor to it, then you couldn't be more wrong, my friends. Because you add a little bit of like Cajun spices to it, and the turkey comes to life, my friends. It comes to life, starts dancing around, pants off, dance off.
Yes.
It is quite a different meat entirely when you add just a little bit of like Cajun seasoning to it, a little bit of paprika, a little bit of spices, a little bit of cayenne pepper, you know. Like make it a little bit of some jalapenos maybe. Like when I make a turkey sandwich, I always put a couple jalapenos on there. Absolutely delicious. I actually got these little things. They're You can get them in like they're in the salad section. So I mean, don't be confused. They're not salad, but they're like chopped up, dried jalapeno. Like it's like somebody took the jalapenos and like chopped them up and then like turned them into like these little crispy jalapeno pieces. I'll sprinkle the little crispy jalapeno pieces on a turkey sandwich. It's delicious too. And then it's got a nice crunch to it. Am I making you guys hungry yet?
You always make me hungry.
Good. I mean, you gotta eat.
Watching you snack. Watching you snack.
Dude, I got a snack. Okay. Somebody made a comment a long time ago. They were like, every time I come in here, you're always eating food. I'm like, well, I'm like, you eat food. I remember one time I was, I can't remember who I was with. I think it was one of my relatives. And they were like complaining about the sound of chewing. And I'm like, like, I can't stand the sound of chewing. And I'm like, how do you even live? I was like, don't you make chewing noises when you chew food for yourself? And she's like, yeah. And it's horrible. And I'm like, alrighty then. Can't even stand the sound of chewing of their own food. I mean, I'll admit, sometimes chewing can be absolutely disgusting, but I'll never forget the time my cousin ate a banana next to me in the car. Listening to somebody else eat a banana is one of the most disgusting things that you can ever do. It's just disgusting. It's auditorily disgusting, you know. It's not like visually disgusting, unless you're staring at his mouth the entire time he's shoving a banana in there. It sounds like I don't even know. I don't even know what it sounds like. I don't want to explain it. He even turned to me afterward, like, and he went, man, listening to somebody else eat a banana is the most disgusting thing, isn't it? And I'm like, yep. Yep. He was also the guy, though, that told me that that his farts didn't stink. And then literally about an hour later, he let a fart loose that was so raunchy that we had to roll down both windows and then eventually pull over and get out of the car. Like, that's how bad it was. And I was like, your farts don't stink, huh? I was like, I don't know what that was. Biological warfare? I'm pretty sure that's biological warfare, my friend. I'm not really sure where that idea even comes from, by the way. Like, I don't even understand. Like, scientifically, it doesn't even make any sense. Like I'm trying to like phrase it in a specific way, but like in general, when it comes to food, right? Like any kind of food that is plant-based, like we don't have the faculties to digest cellulose, right? So like cellulose in general, we don't have the ability to digest cellulose. Now there is bacteria in our stomach that can digest cellulose, but we're not digesting the cellulose. The bacteria in our stomach digest the cellulose, at which point they usually make all sorts of nasty gases in the process. And then we eat the bacteria poop. Yes, I know, it's disgusting. So we eat the bacteria poop, and the bacteria itself is the what's actually digesting the cellulose, right? So like a vegetarian specifically would have more nasty gases in general than somebody who primarily eats meat, simply because you've got to digest the cellulose. That's how the whole process works. There's no cellulose in meats unless you've got like like cellular meat, like maybe sausage, because I think sausage is like shoved with potatoes and stuff. But I don't even know how much cellulose is in potatoes. But like your average meat eater has a lot less cellulose in their diet, which usually means they have a lot less like bacteria producing gases in general. Although the gases could be slightly different depending on like what's going on. But like your general meat product is usually digested by your stomach, not your intestines. Your intestines is what you use to digest your cellulose, and your harder to digest foods. Like that's where your bacteria goes to work and starts basically eating the food, like hopefully before it rots in your stomach, and then that's where they produce, whatever they're going to produce, like the vitamins, the minerals, the bacteria poop, which you then digest. It's like a whole process, right? So I don't really understand where the notion even comes from that like a vegetarian's like poop or farts would not be stinky or smelly. Like that doesn't even make any sense. They would be the stinkiest and the smelliest because they would produce the most gases. That's literally how the body works. We're a big giant cellulose digesting machine. I mean, we don't hold a candle to cows. Cows are even a bigger and even better cellulose digesting machines. But that's neither here nor there. They got 2 stomachs and like I don't even know how many freaking feet of intestine. Like if you compare a cow to a human, like it's not even a contest. Like the cow wins, like easily. Like the Mortal Kombat finish him comes up. You win, perfect score. Cows even have that special chew the cud thing. That was actually where I learned the term happy cow. Not sure if you guys are aware of the happy cow term. It's a really weird term, and I didn't even know this, but apparently cows only chew the cud when they're happy. It's like a thing. So like the cow needs to be safe and the cow needs to be happy, otherwise they don't chew the cud. So they lay down and they chew the cud. That's where they like vomit back up the grass and then they rechew it and then they swallow it back down again because they want to get the most nutrients out of it. But like cows won't chew the cud unless they're safe and happy. And so like if you get a bunch of cows and like you see them in like a cow factory, or a cow farm, and they're all sitting down chewing the cud, then they must be pretty safe and pretty happy, because otherwise they're not going to do that. They're not going to chew the cud unless they're safe and happy. All right, we need to know for science. We gotta compare. All right, so how many feet? No, they're going to kill me while I'm searching stuff. Stop it. Bad. How many feet of intestines do humans have? Okay. All right, we're going to compare. So we got 27 feet. All right, 27 feet is the number to beat. Cows have 150 feet. All right, we got absolutely destroyed. We got absolutely destroyed, boys. Cows have 150 feet of intestines. All right, we got destroyed. And we got absolutely wiped off the face of the planet. Like, what is that? Like, that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's roughly like 6 times the amount of intestines that we have. They got like 6x intestines.
Looks like the new patch notes are out, Ginger.
Oh, nice. We're going to have to pull them up then. All right, boys, it's patch notes time. My little patch notes. Lovely little patch notes. Let me finish this up real quick and we'll pull them up. I'm running. Come here. Come here, brutal jaws. Ow. Why are you so mean? Alright, there's one more up here, and that's the last one. I love how this character plays. Like, I really wish I had spent some more time refining this character and like figuring out all the do-jinks, but it's still pretty good. Oh, fire quiver just dropped. the last one? I think this is the last one. Alright, back to town. Boom, 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 boom. Oh wow, they got like a table on here.
Yeah.
All right, let's edit the title to include patch notes. What is this, 0.20? Is that what the patch is? Yeah, 0.20. Alright, patch notes. Let's turn off the music for the patch notes. We don't need the music. Patch notes. Lovely little patch notes. I moved myself over for the patch notes. I can fix myself later. Feeks. Alright. Content update 0.20 Path of Exile Dawn of the Hunt. We got a bunch of stuff here. Dawn of the Hunt League. New content features, endgame changes, Atlas passive tree changes, general improvement, player changes, ascendancy changes, passive skill tree changes, skill changes, support changes, unique item changes, monster changes, quest changes, unique user interface changes, microtransaction changes, bug fixes, and things that just missed the boat. Content 0.20 Path of Exile Dawn of the Hunt, the Dawn of the Hunt League. Start fresh, a new economy with the Dawn of the Hunt League. All of your old characters from early access launch are still present, but a free passive tree refund has been granted due to changes. We would highly encourage you to join the new leagues to fully take in the changes we've made with the 2.0 update. There are standard hardcore soul self-found variations of Dawn of the Hunt League available. They have the same core mechanics and items as existing early leagues. It reminds me of one of the anecdotes they said. Apparently there was some people in hardcore in Path of Exile 1 who, you know, when you die in hardcore, basically your character gets shunted to softcore. And people were like competing for the highest level, you know, character. And the hardcore characters that were really high level were dying and then getting shunted over to the league, the softcore league, and then they were popping up on the the leaderboard above everybody else because they were already above everybody else. And so people got really upset about it because the hardcore characters were literally just like dying and then taking their spot on the leaderboard. Apparently they had to do something about that. I can't remember what they were talking about there in the dev chat, but it was pretty funny. For more information about the content update, check Path of Exile 2/Hunt. Okay. New content and features. Added a new playable character class, the Huntress. Added a new Amazon and Ritualist Ascendancy class for the Huntress. We went over those earlier. Added the new Smith of Kitava Ascendancy class for the Warrior. Added the new Tactician Ascendancy class for the Mercenary. Added the new Lich Ascendancy class for the Witch. Added over 25 new skills, primarily spear skills. Added over 100 new support skills, which is going to be pretty amazing. Added 2 new item classes, spears and bucklers. Added over 100 new unique items. Added 8 new endgame maps, each with new encounters and new rewards. Introduced 4 unique strong boxes, special chests with unique encounters. Introduced 12 rogue exiles. Others like you who have been exiled and are openly hostile. Each one has their own skills and personalities and are much smarter than the average monster. These exiles are use unique items that they will drop for you if you successfully kill them. Introduced Asmirian wisps, spirits that can be found throughout both campaign and endgame. As you approach these wisps, they will flee, leading you past monsters. Any monsters it comes into contact with are infused by the spirit, making them more powerful and the spirit more rewarding. Let them get away for too long, and they'll dissipate and return to the woods. Added 15 new socketable items with new modifiers that you can craft onto your items. Introduced the Twilight Reliquary Key. When consumed, the Reliquary vaults a new area of the endgame. On the endgame map, it grants you access to a vault with a chest that drops a special foil version of a unique item selected by our supporters. They can contain any unique found in Path of Exile 2, though if selected item is a pinnacle boss drop, then only special keys dropped by the relevant content will be able to provide these items. The Twilight Reliquary currently has 453 options for foiled unique items that it can yield. Essences can now have Val Orbs applied to them to corrupt the essences within a range of unpredictable outcomes. Greater essences are possible to be upgraded to 4 new corrupted essences. Continued to incrementally improve the sound, art, and effects of and environments. Endgame changes. Areas of corruption on the Atlas now have a central corrupted nexus that is the source of the affliction. In the areas leading up to the nexus, corruption will spill out from slain enemies and amalgamate into powerful monsters. Upon reaching the nexus, you will begin the task of cleansing the source of corruption. Completing this task will receive crystalline shards that you can use to obtain Atlas passive skill points. A boss for each faction has been added. These appear in the corrupted nexus. Additional corruption monster factions have also been introduced. Corruption monsters have had their visuals and animations improved, and their skills have been rebalanced. Corruption areas no longer implicitly have a +1 area level, but now are much likely to have modifiers, and the modifiers can be more powerful. Some new corruption modifiers have also been added. Cleansing a nexus will cause surrounding maps to become cleansed, which have their own set of monsters and rewards, including a newly introduced fracturing orb. The fracturing orb fractures a random modifier on a rare item with at least 4 modifiers, locking it into place. In order to open a corrupted nexus map, the waystone placed in the map device will need to have at least 4 modifiers. You can now respawn and return a map if you die, return to a map if you die upon first entering the end game. You get up to 6 total attempts per map. As you add more modifiers to a waystone, the number of respawns will go down. In parties, everyone gets to respawn that number of times. So basically, almost completely reversing the horrible, group aspect of the end game, making it so it's actually kind of fun to play end game now. You will be able to enter and exit your maps as much as you like, as long as you haven't died. The number of portals is representative of the number of revives you have during the map. Once you start a boss fight, the respawn system will change to require the map owner to collectively respawn the entire party. That is so you must still kill the boss from full life. If you decide to rush the map boss without interacting with any of the other map content and then die, you will respawn at the boss checkpoint and only the map boss will be present. All the other monsters and content will be removed. This is to prevent cases where players would be able to farm multiple copies of the same rewards by dying on purpose. The number of towers on the Atlas has been reduced drastically, but each one is now more powerful. So I saw this in the what they showed off, in the map that we currently have. When you're looking at the map, let me go and show it real quick. You'll see towers everywhere. You just right here on the screen right now, without even moving. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 towers currently on the map, right? Without even moving. Well, in the new version, it seems like the towers have a much longer range, and there's far fewer of them. On the screen here, you might see 1 or 2 in the new version, and they're much larger radius. They seem to be more impactful in general than the current towers that we have that are very not impactful. So that's gonna be something to look forward to, especially since towers are one of the least favorite map types in the game. Although they did add some more map types for towers, but it's still just one of the map types that nobody really likes. It seems like I don't really enjoy them. I think most people don't really enjoy them. In fact, a lot of the people I've heard actually say that they'll take their bad waystones and use them on the towers because they don't want to actually waste a good waystone on the tower. So hopefully this, reduces their frequency and maybe increases the people that actually might want to do them. They're more powerful now. They have more purpose. It seems like you'll still be able to stack effects from multiple towers because they go a larger radius. It'll just be a little bit more difficult to get access to multiple towers. You have to travel. Tablets, except Overseer tablets, inherently add twice as many mechanics to the towers. Using higher tier waystones in towers also now increases the number of mechanics applied by tablets. By tier 15, the bonus is double, allowing a single tablet to add 4 times as many things as before. So they're trying to make it so that the towers are just stronger in general now than they were before, if that makes sense. Tower maps can now spawn with all extra content mechanics, including bosses. So now you can actually get like expedition and bosses and delirium and stuff in the towers. The number of maps affected by tablets has been doubled on average, and now scales based on map tier. Killing rare monsters required for map completion no longer has a chance to grant monster modifiers to the remaining rare monsters. Increase the chances for rare monsters to have 3 or 4 modifiers in maps. Note this means that they drop more items. This is mostly to compensate for the removal of rare monsters granting their modifiers to other rare monsters on death. A checkpoint now spawns when last available optional content in a map has been completed. Extra content such as Breach, Delirium, Expedition, Ritual, and now start spawning further away from the Ziggurat Refuge. How waystones are obtained in maps has been redesigned. Our intention is to make it both sustaining waystone drops much more reliable and less dependent on random elements. They talked about this a little bit in the dev chat. They basically said that like bosses essentially have like a guaranteed chance to drop you a good waystone. And then apparently if you kill all the rares in a map, the last rare has what's called a sustaining drop, which means that you get a waystone from the last rare that you kill in a map as well. And if you happen to have a map that has a boss and of course it has rares in it, you get the sustaining drop from the rares and you also get the drop from the boss, so you can potentially get 2 good waystone drops in a map, of course, and then there's also the random ones that occur in the game. But they're basically saying that there's like 2 guaranteed waystone drops that you could potentially get access to. So they're kind of like changing the way that that works, making it so that as long as you're completing the maps, you should be getting these sustained waystones. And then, of course, by giving you more chances to actually complete the dungeon, instead of it being only like 1, then you've got like up to 6 chances, depending on how difficult the map is, to actually get that sustained drop at the end of killing all the rares. So it seems like it's a lot better design than it was previously. Waystones can no longer drop at a lower tier than the map you are in. Which is something that I complained about earlier, right? I was in like a tier 15 and like a freaking tier 1 drops, right? Which is kind of stupid. Doesn't make any sense. Especially when you're that high up. Why would you want to go down to a tier 1 at that point? Maybe just to like level up on one of your lower level characters or something. But it does seem kind of silly for the waystones to drop at a much lower rank than the one that you're currently in. I wouldn't necessarily even mind them dropping lower than what I'm in, but like it was kind of crazy. You know, you're doing a tier 15 and tier 1s are dropping. Like, how does that make any sense? How does that even correlate? Like, if it was like 14s or 13s or 12s, even like 11s, might be necessarily okay. It might be all right. Like, you could transmute up from there. But, like, you're transmuting up from a tier 1. Like, how many does it take to transmute up a tier 1 to a tier 15? It would take, like, an insanely large amount to get that high, right? I don't know, I'm sure somebody's done the math. I'm sure somebody has done the math. Waystones dropped by final map bosses are now always 1 tier higher than the map you are in. Final map bosses and final naturality occurring rare monsters in tier 1 maps have a 100% chance to drop a waystone. This chance scales down as you get into higher maps, but will still be guaranteed with appropriate investment into the waystone suffix modifiers through the Atlas passive tree. Natural waystone drops have been reduced to compensate. So right there it says final map bosses and the final naturally occurring rare monster. So that's what I was talking about earlier. They basically set it up so that the map boss will always give you, it's a guaranteed 100% waystone drop, and the final rare monster in a map will give you a 100% guaranteed waystone drop. So as long as you kill all the rare monsters, you're going to get another waystone, and as long as you kill the boss, you're going to get another waystone, and you could potentially get both. So you can actually have a final map boss and a group of rare monsters, kill all the rare monsters, get 1 waystone guaranteed drop from the rare monster, the last rare monster, and then you get 1 guaranteed from the final map boss, so you can get 2 per run if you have a map boss in the run, which should help tremendously for sustaining waystones. And then remove chances for waystones to drop a tier higher from the Atlas passive tree, and lower the amount of waystones quantity available on the Atlas passive tree. So they're kind of like making it less dependent on the Atlas passive tree, which is, I actually kind of like that, because it's kind of sucked having to spend most of my Atlas points on stupid stuff like this instead of fun stuff like, you know, making the monsters harder, or you know, like random modifiers on the rare monsters, or more chests or whatever, right? Like, it just kind of seems stupid to have all my Atlas tree points put into Waystone Sustain, which honestly, even if you, like before, even if you were completing your 15s every single time, it still felt like you just weren't getting enough, like, to actually sustain. And it wasn't unless you killed bosses. That was where things kind of got better, is when they added in more bosses, because the bosses were giving a lot of waystones. But other than the bosses, it was very difficult to get waystones even before. Like, you spent most of your time just trying to sustain your waystones, or you just purchase them from, like, the frickin' trade shop. Sources of map bosses have a chance to drop a waystone of the current tier or higher have been replaced by increased quantity of waystones dropped by map bosses. Doriani now has up to 10 waystones available to purchase, either at tier 1 or one tier below your highest completed tier. Does that mean he's going to have tier 15s for trade? Because that would be amazing. Overseer tablets now cause up to 2 to 4 maps in range to contain bosses, previously 3 to 7. The waystone chance granted by waystone suffix modifiers has been reduced as a result of the new chances to drop waystones. Unidentified waystones are now provide 30% more increased waystone drop chance instead of 30% increased quantity. The first 5 different unique maps you complete will now grant 2 Atlas passive points for a total of 10. The specialties of some maps have been adjusted to account for the addition of Asmeri spirits. Added new modifiers relating to the Asmerian spirits for Overseer tablets. Added new modifiers relating to Asmerian spirits and Rogue Exiles for Precursor tablets. So you can try and hunt the Rogue Exiles. The Untainted Paradise map now has 200 to 400% increased experience gain, previously 150 to 300, so they beefed it up. A new crafting mechanic called Recombination has been added to the Expedition, which allows you to select mods on 2 items, hoping to get the best elements of each on a single item. They showed this. It was kind of like the Goblin mechanic from Tower of Kale Monvo, where you could basically take 3 items, put them in there, and hope that you got like all the mods from all 3 items on the new item. So this one essentially allows you to select mods on 2 items, hoping to get the best elements on each. So you're kind of like, as you're going forward, you may eventually, like, say if you're a crossbow character, and you have like one crossbow that has like a really good mod on it, and another one that has a really good mod on it, like say physical damage, high physical damage percentage, and then this one has the high added physical damage, and then you try to combine them to get one that has the high physical damage and the high physical added damage together. Basically, hopefully creating a GG item in the process, which is pretty cool. As you select more mods, the chance of success decreases, and if you are not successful, the items will be destroyed. Ooh. This will be unlocked as you complete your first expedition and requires artifacts found during the expedition to fuel it. Sounds to me like Expedition is going to be really popular this season, because quite honestly, I can't tell you how many times I found like an item that only had like one of the good modifiers that I needed, and then I find another one that has another one of the really good modifiers I need, but like if I could just combine them together, I'd have like the perfect item, but I never seem to, like find them together. This is going to be pretty popular, I can tell you. The tablet modifier that causes ritual favors in your maps to have a 5 to 10% increased chance to be omens now has values of 15 to 25%. The Overseer tablet modifier that causes map bosses to have 20% chance to drop waystone of the current tier or higher now has values of 5 to 8%. Precursor tablet suffixes that grant additional base chance for random extra content now instead grant increased chance. This affects existing items. The tablet modifier that provides increased rarity of items found in your maps now has values of 10 to 15%, previously 10 to 20. The tablet modifier that provides increased quantity of items found in your maps has values of 3 to 7%, previously 3 to 8. The tablet modifier that increases pack size has also been increased to 3 to 8. Tablet modifier increased gold 10 to 15, previously 5 to 10, so increased by 5%. Tablet modifiers that give breaches in your maps increase monster density and give 4 to 6%, previously 5 to 10, so they nerfed it a little bit. While the modifier that also gives the breaches open faster now has values of 3 to 5, previously 8 to 12. The tablet modifier for rare monsters having an additional modifier can no longer roll. The modifier in Simulacrum for rare monsters have an additional modifier no longer appears. The various endgame quests that lead to the Arbiter of Ash encounter have been consolidated into a single quest. All bosses that are affected by the difficulty in Simulacrum can now drop all their specific unique items at any difficulty. However, rare uniques are even rarer at lower difficulties. This also applies to the drop chances for the reliquary keys from this content. Pinnacle boss content now takes roughly half the amount of time to unlock compared to before. In addition, Pinnacle bosses have been made much easier at difficulty 0 as well. It's our intention to allow you to face the difficulty 0 of this content much earlier in your endgame progression while still preserving the difficulty of difficulty 4. Players no longer lose experience from dying in the Simulacrum, Twisted Domain, Olroth's Arena, inside logbooks, the Crux of Nothingness, the Burning Monolith. Players are also no longer gain experience from killing monsters in these areas. Move the location of the stash of Simulacrum to make it harder to accidentally encounter when trying to open the stash. Reduce the power of notables on the League-specific Atlas passive tree for acquiring logbooks, breach splinters, Simulacrum sprinters, and audience with the king. Delirium encounters in maps now reward 1 Simulacrum splinter each time the reward type is filled. Splinters can now be obtained through Delirium encounters in all map tiers, with the amount scaling up per map tier. The base number of monsters spawned in Delirium encounters has been reduced, and the number that emerge by touching the fracturing mirrors has been greatly increased. Reducing the intensity of fog in the Delirium encounters. They talked about this during the thing. They said the fog was always like way too thick, and they've been playing around with it, trying to make the fog a little bit thinner so that it's not like completely blotting out the sun. The number of monsters spawned from breachers has been reduced. A higher percentage of total number of breach monsters spawned are now spawned earlier in the encounter. Reduced number of small breach chests found. Breach splinters can now be obtained from breaches in all map tiers, with the amount scaling up per map tier. Breach and Delirium encounters are now considered complete when you open the clasped hand or Delirium mirror. Strong boxes are now spawn slightly more packs of monsters in maps. Omens now always appear as ritual rewards in map areas. There's also a small chance for an additional omen to appear. The vendors in the Ziggurat Refuge, those in your hideout, now correctly have level 65 items available rather than one having level 60 and the other level 70. If you exit the game while in the endgame map area, logging back in to the same character will now place you back inside the map instance if it still exists. Atlas passive tree changes. Added the support for Asmeri Spirits and Rogue Exiles to the Atlas passive tree. Added more notable passives and reworked some existing ones to make the available choices more interesting. The Deadly Evolution Atlas Keystone has been replaced by a new keystone called Ecological Shift, which causes your maps to have 40% more chance to contain random extra content and 20% less number of monster packs in your maps. Can now obtain 40 Atlas skill points total, as previously only 30. The Crumbling Walls Atlas Notable Atlas passive now has a 10% chance for an additional breach, previously 15%, 3% for 3 additional breaches, previously 5, and 1% chance for 10 additional breaches, previously 2, so they nerfed it. The Extreme Archaeology Notable Passive no longer causes monsters to spawn with 20% of their life missing. The Frantic Invasion Atlas Notable Passive now has 50% increased quantity of breach splinters dropped by breach monsters, previously 75. Looks like they're hitting breach pretty hard. The Grasping Hands Atlas Notable Passive now has 30% more clasped hands, previously 50%. And clasped hands in your maps have 20% chance to be guarded by a pack of magic monsters, previously 25. The Interdimensional Assault Atlas Notable Passive has breaches in your maps that have a 10% increased monster density, previously 15%. The ominous portents Atlas notable passive now causes ritual favor in your maps to have a 100% increased chance to be omens, previously 50%. The rising pyre Atlas notable passive now has breaches in your maps, have 25% increased monster density, previously 40%. General improvements. In order to work around the common crash that was occurring on NVIDIA hardware with recent drivers, the game can now recover from device removed events. When this occurs, the game will display a loading screen and then pause while it attempts to recover. This only applies to the specific type of client crash, not all client crashes. The reforging benches and towns have been repositioned to more optimal locations. The stash and guild stashes have also been slightly spaced apart to reduce misclicking. Strong boxes can now appear in certain Act 1 areas. Added a stash to the treasure room in the Trials of Chaos. Many fire skills now visually burn grass in areas, improve the performance of summoning and reviving minions, further improve safety checks, preventing the using movement skills to skip elevators in the Trial of Chaos encounters and prevent encounters from functioning properly. The jumps performed when using the escape shot Toxic Growth now allow you to jump over enemies in small amounts of terrain. Vaulting Impact will also receive this change at a later date. The decay buff from the Decaying Hex support now uses a more appropriate visual effect and displays the enemy's life bar. Grenade skills now have a small amount of random variation in travel distance when firing multiple grenades at once. Firebolt now uses the same animation as Freezing Shards instead of a generic projectile spell animation. Updated the 3D art of the stash and guild stash. Player changes. Characters are now required to be at least level 25 to enter Cruel difficulty areas and at least 50 to enter endgame areas. The player's base attack speed while unarmed is now 1.4 attacks per second, previously 1.2. Killing Palm, Shattering Palm, Staggering Palm, and Hand of Chayula have 25% less attack speed to compensate for this change, previously 10%. Freeze now builds up roughly 48% slower on enemies. Okay, another nerf to freeze. Player base ailment threshold is now half of maximum life, previously all of maximum life. Presence-based radius is now 4 meters, previously 6 meters. So presence got a little bit of a nerf there too. Monster modifiers stolen from rare monsters, such as through the Behead support, have had the effect they provide to players adjusted to be more appropriate. The cruel version of the Candlemass Essence now provides 5% increased life, previously 8%. The Worn Sandals Trial of Sechamus Affliction now grants 30% less movement speed if you've been hit by an enemy recently, previously 25%. Blocking a hit by raising your shield or parrying now gives you a chance to avoid accumulating heavy stun buildup equal to the chance you would otherwise have had to evade the hit. Unified stun mechanics and terminology between players and monsters. The stagger that players suffer when blocking too much damage with their shield raised is now a heavy stun. Players are still unable to be heavy stunned unless a mechanic specifically states otherwise. Players can no longer be light stunned while their shield is raised. Modifiers to curse effect have been changed to instead apply curse magnitude. This means that they are multiplicative with any other modifiers to the effect of the debuff on the target. For example, curse magnitude and slow magnitude are now multiplicative with each other for temporal chains. Coffee cough. Players created objects such as ice crystals no longer have a monster power value. Ice crystals can no longer apply kill effects such as Herald of Ash and Trample Toes Overkill. Players have 50% more light stun threshold per time stunned in the past 4 seconds, previously 25% for light stun threshold per time in the past 6 seconds. Your heavy stun bar now doesn't start empty until a heavy stun animation has finished, instead of when the heavy stun animation starts. Heavy stun duration on players is now 3 seconds, previously 1 second. Players cannot block or evade hits while they are heavy stunned. Critical weakness stacks now track duration individually, rather than refreshing the duration of all stacks when a new stack is gained. Pin targets can no longer evade. Pinning a target now also causes them to be light stunned. The base duration for endurance, frenzy, and power charges is now 15 seconds, previously 20. Fully broken armor now causes enemies to take 20% increased physical damage from hits. That's pretty cool. Revivable minions now spawn with their skills on cooldown. This only applies to newly summoned minions, not minions that have just revived. An ancestrally boosted slam now has 30% more damage and 20% more area of effect, previously 20% for both. Persistent minions granted by the ascendancy passive skills will now automatically be summoned when you allocate the passive for the first time. Players and monsters now only count as moving while moving, rather than for the whole length of many animations that have some movement duration during some part of them. Setting a stat to a specific value, such as Chaos Inoculation setting your life to 1 or Blood Magic setting your mana to 0, now occurs before conversion is applied to that stat, rather than being ignored by conversion. That seems like a pretty big change. I think I remember some people talking about this one, like basically being a kind of like a cheat, where you could essentially get the conversion and also have the effect of Chaos Inoculation or Blood Magic, without like losing like the negative bonus like from either. So you get the positive of both without having any of the negative. And I know a couple builds were actually designed on this, so that's no longer going to work anymore. Ascendancy changes. The Titan. The surprising strength ascendancy notable passive provides 50% more damage against heavy stunned enemies, previously 40. The Earthbreaker ascendancy notable passive provides 25% chance for slam skills for you use yourself to cause aftershocks, previously 20. Warbringer. The Warcaller's Bellow ascendancy passive skill now causes war cries to explode corpses, dealing 25% of their life as physical damage. Instead of providing corpses in your presence explode when you war cry, dealing 25% of the life as physical damage. So basically, you're just triggering it immediately. This allows war cry area of effect to scale corpse explosion radius. The Turtle Charm ascendancy passive skill now has 25% less block chance, previously 35%. The Encase in Jade skill has been reworked. It now consumes all stacks of Jade to grant guard based off of your maximum life for each Jade stack consumed. The Ancestral Spirits skill granted by the Answered Call Ascendancy passive now has minions from this skill have a 1% increased accuracy rating per 3 of your dexterity. The minions from this skill have 1% increased damage per 3 of your strength, and the minions granted by this skill have had the following changes. Ancestral Jadecasters pinning skill has had its cooldown lowered by 10 to 10 seconds from 15. Ancestral Jade Hulk damage 300% more stun buildup, previously 200. The Warcaller's Bellow from the Ancestral Warheart now grants 10 rage on hit, previously 5, and 20% increased skill speed, previously 10%. The Pawa, what the hell? Shell Aura from the Ancestral Spirit Turtle now grants nearby allies 80% increased defenses, previously 50%, and 40% increased block chance, previously 25. Gemling Legionnaire. The Enhanced Effectiveness Ascendancy skill passive now also grants 20% less attributes. They said they were going to nerf the crap out of attribute stackers. The Integrated Efficiency Ascendancy skill passive skill has swap positions with gem studded. It no longer provides +3 skill slots. Instead, it causes skills to gain 20% increased damage per socketed red support gem. Skills gain 6% increased skill speed per green support gem, and 20% increased critical hit chance per socketed blue support gem. The Implanted Gems Ascendancy passive no longer provides +1 skill levels. Instead, it provides a choice between +2 all skill levels with a strength requirement, or +2 all skill levels with a dex requirement, or +2 all skill levels with an intelligence requirement. Interesting. Witch Hunter. The No Mercy Ascendancy passive now causes you to deal up to 40% more damage to enemies based on their missing concentration, previously 30. The Obsessive Rituals Ascendancy passive now provides 35% less armor and evasion rating, previously 50%. The Sorcery Ward recharge delay has also been reduced by 2 seconds at all gem levels. Deadeye, the Thrilling Chase Ascendancy passive now provides when you consume frenzy charges, you count as having consumed twice as many. The previous a 50% chance and described in slightly a different way. Interesting. Pathfinder, the Running Assault Ascendancy passive skill now grants 50% less movement speed penalty from using skills while moving, previously 30. The location of this passive skill has been swapped with Relentless Pursuit. The Connected Chemistry Ascendancy passive has been removed, and during elixirs no longer has a prerequisite. Added a new multi-choice practical remedies ascendancy passive that provides the ability to allocate grounding stick, dousing vial, or thawing campfire, which provide immunity to shock, immunity to ignite, immunity to freeze, respectively. Added a new sustainable practices ascendancy passive skill, which provides 30% evasion rating and also grants elemental damage reduction, requires practical remedies. Acolyte of Chinchilla. The Embrace the Darkness Ascendancy passive now provides +8 maximum darkness per level, previously +5. The Ravenous Doubts Ascendancy passive skill no longer provides Mana Leech as instant. Instead, it now provides Mana Leech recovers based on damage types as well as physical damage. Honor lost during the Trial of Sekimos is now taken before the Acolyte of Chinchilla of Darkness. So they basically took the Mana Leech and enhanced it. So before you could only leech mana with physical damage. Now you could leech mana with any damage type is essentially what it's saying, which does open up options. I mean, I'm not sure if I ever want to play Monk again, but that does make the Mana Leech from Acolyte of Chula, which heals your health, a lot more useful if you can actually leech from other elements besides just physical damage. So it's not terrible. Invoker, the and Protect Me from Harm Ascendancy passive now provides 50% less evasion rating, previously 40. The Lead Me Through Grace Ascendancy skill now provides +1 spirit for every 8 energy shield on equipped body, previously 6, and 1 spirit for every 20 evasion rating, previously 15. The Elemental Expression skill granted by the and Scatter Them to the Winds Ascendancy's passive skill now deals 40% more damage at all gem levels. Blood Mage. The Blood Barb's Ascendancy passive skill no longer provides 10% damage gained as extra physical damage. It now causes bleeding you inflict on cursed targets to be aggravated. Added a new Between the Cracks Ascendancy passive that causes critical hits to ignore monster armor. Requires Sanguimancy. Critical hits ignore monster's armor. That seems pretty powerful. Infernalist. The demon form granted by the Demonic Possession Ascendancy passive skill now has a cooldown of 15 seconds, previously 20, and a maximum demon flame of 10, previously uncapped. You can now lose a flat amount of life per second per demon flame, scaling with skill level rather than a percentage of your maximum life. The dodge roll while in demon form also had its distance reduced. The Seething Body Ascendancy passive skill now has, while on high internal flame, you and your allies in your presence gain 50% damage as fire, previously 20%. The Grinning Immolation Ascendancy skill, passive skill now provides 50% more critical damage bonus, previously 30%. The Pyromancy Pact Ascendancy skill, passive skill now causes 50% internal flame to be lost per second if none was gained in the past 2 seconds, previously 10%. The Bringer of Flame Ascendancy passive skill now causes all damage from you and your allies in your presence to contribute to your ignite chance and magnitude instead of providing while not on low internal flame. All damage from you and your allies in your presence contributes to ignite chance and magnitude, no longer required a Pyromantic Pact. The Loyal Hellhound Ascendancy passive skill no longer causes 20% of damage from hits to be taken from your Hellhound's life before you. The Master Darkness Ascendancy passive skill now grants Demon Flame has no maximum. The Small Mana Ascendancy passive skills now provide 3% increased maximum mana, previously 4%. After allocating the Pyromantic Pact Ascendancy passive skill, you will now have at least 1 maximum internal flame, even with 100% reduced maximum mana. Using Blink while in Demon form now plays an appropriate animation instead of landing to blink. Chronomancer. The Circular Heartbeat Ascendancy passive skill has been removed. Rapid River no longer has a prerequisite. Circular Heartbeat. Which one is that one? I don't even remember what Circular Heartbeat is. I mean, I've got my character. Let's go take a look at it real quick if I can even get there. Exiting the character menu has not been working in the current version of the game. Like, I go to exit the character select and it just doesn't do anything. I don't know what the hell's going on with this game. It's being pretty spazzy. The Quicksand's Hourglass Ascendancy passive now grants every 10 seconds gain 50% more cast speed for 5 seconds. Previously, every 12 gain 50% more cast speed for 4 seconds. Added a new Flood of Echoes ascendancy passive skill that grants the Unleash skill. What is the Unleash skill? I don't know what that is. Stormweaver, the Force of Will ascendancy passive skill now provides 1% increased effect of Arcane Surge on you per 25 maximum mana, previously 15. The Scouring Winds ascendancy passive skill now causes exposure to lower the effective resistance by an additional 12%, previously 20. The Strike Twice ascendancy passive notable passive no longer provides 50% less shock duration. Instead, it now provides 25% less magnitude of shock you inflict. The Small Mana ascendancy passive skill no longer provide 4% increased maximum mana and now provide 12% increased mana regeneration. Passive tree skill changes. Wow, it's a lot of them. With the addition of the Huntress and the other game mechanics, we've added passive support for these throughout the passive tree. There are many new clusters, mostly in the Huntress/Ranger area of the tree, and many existing passive skills have been updated. These changes may result in your existing passive tree being forcefully refunded if you had allocated nodes and around the areas where the layout changed. Added new blind-related clusters, added new volatility-related clusters, ranged and melee-related clusters, hazards and related clusters, companion-related clusters, presence, radius, and aura-related clusters, parry-related clusters, banner, bleeding, thorns, and quiver-related clusters. Added a new Crimson Assault Keystone passive to the southeast of the Ranger and Huntress starting location. Crimson Assault causes bleeding you inflict to be aggravated and base bleeding duration to be 1 second. Added a new Trusted Kinship Keystone passive skill to the southeast of the Ranger and Huntress starting location. Trusted Kinship allows you to have 2 companions of different types, causes the companions to have +1 to each defense for every 2 of that defense you have, and also causes you to have 30% less defense. 30% less defenses. It's interesting. So you can have 2 companions instead of 1. The following notable passive skills have been removed. You will no longer be able to instill them, but existing ones will still function. Break Focus, Hold Focus, Lasting Concoctions, No Escape, Pin Down, and Potent Concoctions. So those are all gone. 12 jewel sockets have been... Well, that's interesting. They said, but existing ones will still function. So if you have them, you're still going to be able to keep them. 12 jewel sockets have been removed from the passive tree. Existing characters with jewels in these sockets can reclaim their jewels to their main inventory and use the /reclaim jewels chat command. The acrobatic keystone passive skills now grants 75% less evasion rating, previously 70%, so a nerf to acrobatics. The Eldritch Battery Keystone passive skill now has the additional property of doubles mana cost. Ooh, okay. The Giant's Blood Keystone passive now has triple attribute requirements of martial weapons. This previously only affected axes, maces, swords, but was described as weapons. The Cat-like Agility notable passive skill now provides 40% increased evasion if you dodge rolled recently, previously 25. The Falcon Technique notable passive now grants 1% increased attack speed for 25 dexterity, previously 15. So a bit of a nerf to the Falcon Technique. The Freedom Movement notable passive skill provides 10% reduced movement speed penalty from using skills, previously 30% evasion rating if you dodge rolled recently. The Heavy Buffer notable passive skill now grants 5% increased damage taken, bypasses Energy Shield instead of 10% reduced maximum life. The Icebreaker notable passive now grants additional freeze threshold equal to 50% of maximum energy shield, previously 100. The Mana Blessing notable passive skill no longer has a 5% increased maximum mana and now provides 20% increased mana regeneration rate. The Master Fletching notable passive skill now provides 20% increased bonus gained from equipped quiver, previously 30%. The two small passive prior now have values of 6%, previously 10%, while the two passives after now provide 20% increased chance to inflict ailments with projectiles, or 15% increased projectile stun buildup. The pile on notable passives skill now grants 30% increased armor break debuff instead of its previous effects. The Polymathy notable passive skill now grants 7% increased attributes, previously 10. The Raw Mana notable passive now provides 8% increased maximum mana, previously 12. The Spaghettification notable passive skill grants plus 13 to all attributes instead of 7% increased attributes. It also now provides negative 7% chaos resistance, previously negative 13. Looks like they're attacking the plus attribute builds all across the entire board from what I can tell. The Split of the Earth notable passive skill now has a 10% chance for mace strike skills you use yourself to cause aftershocks, dealing the same damage to enemies within 1.8 meters. Area previously not specified. The Unhindered notable passive skill now provides 12% reduced movement speed penalty from using skills while moving. Previously increased 3% movement speed. One of the slow effects on you small effect passives in this cluster has also been updated to provide 8% reduced movement penalty. The Unwavering Stance Keystone passive skill no longer has your stun threshold is doubled. Instead, it has now cannot be light stunned. The small attack damage with nearby ally passive in the Killer Instinct cluster has been replaced with another small passive providing 10% increased attack damage. Small passive skills that previously provided 8% increased effective auras from your aura skills have now have values of 5%. Notable passive skills that provide 20% increased effect of auras from your aura skills now have values of 12%. Clarified the wording of the Iron Grip and Iron Will keystone effects. Skill changes. Dang. Many skills have had their base damage and or growth per level rebalanced. Most of these changes are not specifically mentioned below as the changes are too widespread. The mana cost for all attacks, marks, and war cries has been reduced, most notably at higher gem levels. Adjusted minion damage and life scaling, general damage, and life is not the same early game, but lower than before at higher levels, especially past a gem level 20 plus. Adjusted the target life threshold for Skeletal Arsonist, Explosive Demise skill accordingly with the life scaling changes. Adjusted Skeletal Cleric's heal life scaling accordingly. Arc no longer deals more damage for each remaining chain, and chains 6 to 8 times at gem levels 5 to 20, previously 2 to 5. Quality now provides 2% more damage for each remaining chain, previously 5%. Archmage now causes non-channeling spells to gain 3% damage as extra as lightning for each 100 maximum mana you have at all gem levels, previously 5 to 6 at gem levels 14 to 20. Non-channeling spells now cost an additional 6.7 to 6.1% of your mana at gems level 14 to 20, previously 5.3 to 5.05. Quality now provides a 10% reduced reservation. Instead of granting non-channeling spells, 2% damage as extra lightning for each 100 maximum mana you have. Armor Breaker has had the armor break amount lowered by roughly 20% on all gem levels. Artillery Ballista base physical damage scaling now matches that of other totems like Shockwave Totem and Ripwire Ballista. The artillery explosions now convert 100% of physical damage to fire, previously 90. Quality now provides 0 to negative 0.4 seconds to totem base attack time, previously attack speed. Ancestral Warrior now explicitly states that it wields two-handed mace to clarify that its benefits from your mace-related stats. Quality is now +2 duration, previously 0.4. Banner skills now have an aura radius of 4.5 meters, previously 4, and are now correctly considered aura skills. Barrage repeats now deal 50% less damage at all gem levels, previously 23 to 15% at gem levels 5 to 20. 560 to 410% of repeated skills attack time is now added to the skill's cooldown to a maximum of 30 seconds at gems level 5 to 20, previously, wow, that's a pretty big nerf, 1,440 to 1,215. Quality now causes repeats to deal 5% more damage, previously 15. So Barrage got hit with a big old mallet. Barrier Invocation now only builds energy from enemies to hit energy shield rather than all hits to energy shield. Barrier Invocation now gains 1 energy for 10 energy shield lost to damage taken, previously 5. Bleeding Concoction now has 200% more magnitude bleeding inflicted, previously 100%. Blink is now a travel skill. Bone Blast now has 40% chance to inflict bleeding on hit, previously 20%. Bone Storm Shrapnel now has a generic or a general mechanic called Impale. Similar to the Impale mechanics from Path of Exile 1, hits that impaled enemy cause the next attack hit against that enemy to gain added physical damage equal to 30% of physical damage dealt by impaling hit. Bone Storm now impales on hit of applying a specialized debuff and has 200% more impale magnitude. Cast on Minion Death now only gains energy when persistence minions are killed. Additionally, minions that are created by a very underleveled minion skill relative to the current area level now grant less energy when killed. Level 20 plus minion skills will occur no penalty in endgame content. Cast on Shock now gains 1 energy per power of enemies you shock with hits from skills previously 2, so Cast on Shock nerfed. Cluster Grenades, Mini Grenades, Explosions radius is now 1.4 meters, previously 1.2. It's kind of a poopy skill anyway. Combat Frenzy has gain a frenzy charge when you freeze, electrocute, or pin an enemy, and no more than once every 5.3 to 4.1 seconds at gem levels 8 to 20, previously 2.4 to 1.58. So pretty big nerf to Combat Frenzy as well. Concoction skills now require unarmed weapon set. They no longer deal your base unarmed damage, dealing only attack damage specified from the skill like marks. They now consume 5 mana flask per use, previously 3. Conductivity now causes cursed enemies to have negative 25% lightning resistance at gem level 7, previously negative 32, scaling up to negative 29% at level 20, previously negative 36. So nerf to conductivity. Cold Snap now has an explosion radius of 1.6 meters, previously 0.7. Cold Snap might actually be useful now. That was one of my biggest problems with Cold Snap, is it really only hits like one target, but could be actually useful at 1.6 meters. Curse skills now apply their curse after 1.5 second delay, previously 1 second, making curses even more useless. Dark Effigy projectiles now have critical hit chance of 7%, previously 11%, and an impact radius of 1.2 meters, previously 0.8 meters. Quality is now 20% chance to inflict withered for 2 seconds on hit, previously 50. Decompose, the skill granted by the Corpse Wade unique boots, now causes the Poison Cloud to poison enemies as though dealing chaos damage equal to 19.5% of the corpse's maximum life. At gem levels 1 to 20, previously 30 to 30.9.5. Despair now causes cursed enemies to have negative 20% chaos resistance at gem level 9, previously negative 32%. So they pretty much nerfed all the curses. Detonate Dead now deals physical damage equal to 8.8 to 10.7% of the maximum corpse's life. Gem level 7 to 20, previously 20%, so nerf to Detonate Dead as well. Scaling further past gem level 20, I mean, most of these nerfs honestly won't even really hit until later because everybody's going to be playing Huntress. Like, nobody's going to care about most of this stuff that's being nerfed to characters that nobody's playing. Like, I guarantee you, like, more than 70%. I'll make a guess right now. 70% or higher of the entire community will be playing Huntress. Maybe not Huntress specifically as in the like the ascendancy, like it, because we can get specific, right? But 70% of the people will be utilizing the spear or the Huntress ascendancy in some combination, which means that most of the people probably won't be touching anything else other than like spears or Huntress ascendancies, the parry shield, all the new stuff that's being added. Like, most of this stuff isn't going to apply to the majority of the people who are going to be playing the next patch, but it's neat to see all the changes anyway, and they definitely have nerfed quite a bit of this stuff. There are some buffs, but I'm seeing a lot of nerfs. A lot of manhandling of things that were exploited from previous seasons. Detonating area, or the previous season, because there's only been one so far. Detonating area's explosion radius is now 2.4 meters, previously 1.8. Direct minions now has a 0.5 second cooldown. Elemental Invocation now gains 10 energy per power of enemies you freeze from hits from skills, previously 10. What? 10, previously 10. So what did you change? I don't. 2 energy per power of enemies you ignite from skills, modified by the percentage of the enemy's ailment threshold. The ignite will deal, previously 3. It also now gains 1 energy per power of enemies you shock with hits from skills, previously 3. So I don't know if this is right because this seems like a typo. I'm assuming maybe that's 1. I don't know. Like 1 for freezes, 2 for ignites, and 1 for shocks. I think is probably what it means. I don't know. Escape shot now scales freeze buildup with gem level up to 585% at level 20. Previously 300% at all levels. Quality is now 120% more freeze buildup. Previously 80. So you can get some pretty ridiculous freeze buildup with Escape Shot. Explosive Concoction now has a 200% more magnitude of Ignite inflicted, previously 100%. Explosive Grenade cooldown is now 7 seconds, previously 3, and now has an explosion radius of 2.4 meters at gem level 1 to 20, previously 2.4. Now has a detonation time of 3 seconds, previously 2.5. So a little bit of a nerf there to Explosive Grenade. Eye of Winter now gains 75% of damage as the corresponding type when passing over an elemental ground effect, previously 50%. The skill no longer incorrectly states that the projectile applies the passed over ground effect to nearby enemies. Falling Thunder projectiles now have 50% more damage per power charge consumed. Fireball no longer passes by Raging Spirit limit. The secondary Fireball projectiles are no longer affected by additional projectiles. This was mostly to prevent performance issues when using the Wild Shards support. Firebolt now has a maximum downward tilt angle against closer targets, making it harder to hit enemies with multiple explosions. Firestorm's improved bolts now have a critical hit chance of 7%, previously 14%. Flame Blast now has a 15-second cooldown, previously none, and 75% more damage per stage, previously 200%. It now has an explosion radius of 0.6 meters per stage, previously 0.4, and a quality now provides 20% more cast speed, previously 10%. I mean, adding a 15-second cooldown into it pretty much is a solid nerf. 75% more damage per stage could potentially equal more damage, but they basically turned it from a like spammable ability into a ability that you're going to use once every 15 seconds, essentially. Flame Wall now causes projectiles which pass through the wall to deal 33 to 48 added fire damage at gem level 20, previously 64 to 91. While the gem level 1 values are unchanged, more significant reductions have been made past gem level 20. So Flame Wall got a bit of a nerf there too. And they nerfed Flammability Curse as well. They nerfed all the curses so far, so that's just another nerf. Same exact nerf as the previous ones. Flash Grenade now has 500% more stun buildup, previously 400%. Fragmentation Rounds base explosion radius is now 1.8 meters at all gem levels, previously 1.4 to 1.6 at gem levels 1 to 20. Freezing Shards now fires 5 projectiles, previously 7, and now has 100% more freeze buildup, previously 50%. Freezing Salvo now scales freeze buildup with gem level up to 107% more at gem level 20, previously 50%. Frost Bomb now has pulse and explosion radius of 2.7 meters at gem levels 1 to 20, previously 2.4 meters, so a little bit of a buff. Frost Wall has a cooldown of 5 seconds, previously 3. Frozen Locust Explosion now deals 6 to 9 base quarterstaff cold damage at gem level 1, unchanged, scaling up to 141 to 212 at gem level 20, previously 89 to 134, so a bit of a buff. The damage cast past level 20 has also been adjusted. Explosion radius is now 2.4 meters, previously 2. So Frozen Locust got a buff there. Fulminating Concoction now has 200% more chance to shock, previously 100. Galvanic Shards now converts 60% of physical damage to lightning, previously 40. Gas Arrow, Gas Grenades, and Decompose now have a limit of 6 Poison Clouds. Glacial Bolt Walls now last 8 seconds, previously 6. Glacial Cascade quality now gains 10% of physical damage as cold instead of 10% increased attack speed. Grim Feast can no longer be engraved in gem cutting menu. Existing Grimfeast gems have been disabled. We aim to rework Grimfeast in the coming future. Oh, so Grimfeast is just gone. Just kind of, they didn't even nerf it. They just yanked it. They gave it a yank. They were like, oh yeah, Grimfeast is causing issues within it. What Grimfeast? What Grimfeast? You got Grimfeast? No Grimfeast. You get none. No Grimfeast. So yeah, if you guys were relying on Grimfeast for your build, it's gone. So yeah, that's go bye bye. Grimfeast go bye bye, guys. It's the bye bye guy. It's the bye bye gem. Hammer of the Gods no longer has a cooldown, but now requires 20 glory to use. What the hell is glory? Glory is a resource that gets built up by heavy stunning enemies. The amount of glory gained is based on the stun monster's power. Quality is now 0.4 to impact radius, previously 1% increased cooldown recovery rate. Okay. So that pretty much nerfs all the Hammer of the God builds too. Okay. So there you go. So 2 big nerfs right back to back. You guys like using Hammer of the Gods? Well, too bad. Too bad. So get a heavy stun, and then you can use it if you get a heavy stun, because otherwise you're not going to be able to use it. And yeah. So no, you don't get to use that. That's not for you. Kind of sad, because I felt like Hammer of the Gods was a really fun skill, and they probably could have like addressed this differently, but this pretty much makes it so that if you're not using like some of the builds literally involved like just simply keeping a weapon on swap so you could fire off Hammer of the Gods with like a nice hammer. In fact, I did that. I had a build around Hammer of the Gods where literally I would just swap and cast Hammer of the Gods and then swap back, right? But like, I'm assuming at this point the only way you're going to get this is if you're building into heavy stuns, and as far as I'm aware, the only way to really build into heavy stuns is with the maces. So you would have to actually be using the mace as your main weapon, and you would have to build into heavy stuns to be able to get the glory to use Hammer of the Gods. And while there is definitely a avenue there that you could potentially take to spam Hammer of the Gods, I'm sure that it is not what people were currently doing. So it probably completely destroys most of the builds entirely. It depends on how you're set up and whether you're taking advantage of the heavy stunning directly from maces. In other words, if you were using, like, you know, a swap, like if you had a mace on a swap and you were just casting Hammer of the Gods and then swapping back, completely kills that build entirely. Now, if you're using the mace and you're actually getting the heavy stuns, then you can probably still do it relatively reliably, but it's going to be much more restrictive than it was before. Hand of Chayula now specifies that it triggers socketed marks. This is purely a description change. Herald skills with attack hits now properly state their hits cannot be evaded. This is not a functional change, just a descriptive one. Herald of Ash Explosion's radius has now been reduced or increased to 1.2 meters from 1. Herald of Ash quality now provides an additional 5% overkill damage, contributes to base ignite damage instead of the previous ignite surrounding enemies if overkill damage is at least 2% of maximum life, benefit that was actually actively detrimental. Herald of Ice's explosion radius is now 1.6 meters, previously 1.8. Herald of Plague now requires a martial weapon, making it consistent with the weapon restrictions of other Herald skills. Herald of Thunder's bolt impact radius is now 1.4 meters, a little bit of a nerf there from 1.6. Now, this is actually kind of important, and I'm going to like talk about this for just a second, is that the reason why they're doing all this is because there is a new unique item, which they did actually show us. Let me pull this up for you. Where are you? Here it is. The Coming Calamity. That's what it's called. So this is the Coming Calamity, and it grants you all 3 of the Herald skills. It's a body armor piece, heroic body armor, whiff of cold, tiny spark, faintest flicker in the dark, ember swirl, ice takes form, sky exposed, death's perfect form, frost and thunder, flames shine bright, ruin walks the land tonight, by your hand they dance and bend, wield them and brook no end. So basically, like, this armor right here is actually a big part of the patch, because they're adding in this crazy freaking like grants you all the herald bonuses. So them making a pass on all of the heralds is pretty par for the course, since they're adding a unique item that specifically grants you all the heralds. So it kind of makes sense. Hex Blast can only detonate curses for which at least 50% of the duration has expired. This means it can never explode curses that have infinite duration. Curse orbs will be visually different when 50% of the curse duration has expired if you have Hex Blast equipped. The explosion radius of Hex Blast has been increased to 2 meters, previously 1.6, and now has a maximum of 3 explosions per cast, previously 9. So quite a bit of a nerf there to Hex Blast. So basically you can no longer detonate curses with infinite duration. The curse has to have 50% of its duration expired. I'm assuming this like completely destroys a lot of Hex Blast builds. And on top of that, they also capped out the number of explosions per cast to 3 instead of 9, which is what, a 66% reduction in the total number of explosions that you can get per cast. So not only are you going to be exploding less because you have to have 50% of the duration of the curse expired, but you also are going to get less explosions per cast, and at least they increased the radius of it to make up for some of it. Hex Blast damage has been lowered by roughly 17% at all gem levels, and the explosion radius has also been reduced to 1.2 meters, previously 1.6. Why does it say it's increased here? But then it says it's decreased here. What? 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 Sound like a duck. Another nerf, there's hypothermia. They nerfed all the curses, by the way. Ice crystals created by the Glacial Bolt and Frostwall now have lowered life scaling past level 20. Their scaling up until this point is unchanged. Ice Shard's explosion radius is now 1.4 meters, previously 1.2, and has a maximum of 16 active Ice Shards, previously 12, and now has 16 bolts loaded per clip, previously 12. Shards that have existed for at least 0.5 seconds, previously 1 second, now deal 700% more damage, previously 900. If you have multiple travel skills with cooldowns, or cooldowns are now shared. Okay? Putting a little bit of a nerf hammer on the people who are spamming travel skills. Improved Ball Lightning's description to clarify that Ball itself does not hit enemies. Improved Skeletal Cleric behavior to reduce cases where they would run at enemies and attempt to attack them. Incinerate now has 25% less Ignite duration. Leap Slam now has 62 to 88% more stun buildup at gem levels 7 to 20, previously 26% at 239. Lightning Conduit now performs a number of extra lightning bolts if it consumes the shock from an enemy. These bolts are distributed among targets in the skill's area, but can hit the same target multiple times if few enough targets were hit. Lightning Bolt now has 200% more chance to shock, previously 100%. Lightning Conduit has 20% more damage with hits per 5% shock effect on enemy, previously 100% more damage. Lightning Rod's arrow now disappears after being chained to 6 times at all gem levels, previously 8 to 14 at gem levels 1 to 20. Arrows now take 1 second to charge up before releasing a lightning burst when chained to. Lightning arrows that chain to lightning rod arrows cause the pulse to happen instantly instead of needing to charge up. Sounds like they did a pass to lightning rod as well. I mean, that seems pretty harsh from what I could see. So number one, the lightning rod arrow can only chain up to 6 times instead of up to 14. So that's a huge nerf there from 14 to 6, which is less than half. That's like a 60% reduction in the total number of chains. Arrows now take 1 second to charge up before releasing lightning burst when chained to. So they added a 1 second charge up delay on the actual, say, I wanted to charge up before releasing a lightning burst when chain 2. So in other words, they don't instantaneously release their charges. Lightning arrows that chain to lightning rod cause the pulse to happen instantly instead of needing to charge. So essentially, they're kind of trying to ruin lightning rod itself being used as an ability. If I'm reading this correctly, And I didn't actually play around with lightning rod arrow, but I looked into it sufficiently enough to understand how it was functioning and how people were using it. And they were essentially just spamming the lightning rod arrow itself and using like alternative methods to cause the lightning rod arrows to fire off their abilities and chain to different targets. And it seems to me like they want you to use lightning arrow to trigger this and not something else. And so they added in a delay if you use something else to trigger the lightning rod instead of lightning arrows. If you're using anything else, it's going to be not instant. It's going to be a 1 second charge up period. And then if you use lightning arrows, it's instant. So they're trying to encourage you to use lightning arrows with lightning rod, which most people were not doing with that particular build from what I understand. And then they're also nerfed the crap out of it to, instead of 14 chains, it only gets 6 chains, which is a 60% reduction in the total number of chaining. It's not like lightning rod got absolutely like dog stomped into the dirt from what I can see. Lightning Warp no longer creates shocked ground if targeted a ball lightning projectile. Magma Spray from the Magma Barrier skill now deals 6 to 10 to 226 base fire damage at gem levels 1 to 20. Previously 4 to 7 to 351, so it got nerfed. It now has 6 to 8 added fire damage per 15 armor on shield at all levels. 2 to 4 gem at level 1 and 3 to 6 gem at level 20. It now has damage effectiveness of 130 to 405%, previously 120 to 490%. It's such a poopy skill, and I can kind of see what they're doing there, but I don't really. I was doing a lot of shield skills, and I played around with Magma Barrier a lot, and tried to play around with Magma Spray. And all I can tell you is it's such a poopy skill. But the additional damage that they're adding, the 6 to 8 damage that they're adding here, could potentially equal up to a lot of additional damage. Oops. I just hit the space bar. I didn't do that on purpose. Alright, there we go. Could end up with a lot of additional damage. I mean, it was pretty easy for me to have like a 2,000 defense shield. So, given like, say you had like a 2,300 defense shield, divided by 15, because it's 15 per armor, and then you get 8, so times 8 makes 1,226. So plus the base fire damage, which is 226, means that you could potentially have a pretty powerful ability here. So I can see what they're doing. They're tying it in with the shield, and they're allowing the shield to increase the damage. The problem with the skill isn't really the damage, though. The problem with the skill is how it functions. How Magma Barrier functions is it essentially allows the character to block an attack, and if you use it at the moment when you block an attack, it causes like a reactionary effect, is basically how it works. So you have to like, trying to think of the best way to put it. You know, like Elden Ring parrying? Like where in Elden Ring you literally parry an attack. So you have to hit it at just the right moment, and if you hit it at just the right moment, you get a perfect parry, and the perfect parry allows you to do a riposte, essentially. That's basically how Magma Barrier works. Is you have to press the button at the right time when the monster is coming in to attack you, and you have to parry the attack, and then you get this Magma Spray as a riposte. I found it to be absolutely awful to use. Because number one, you have to sit there and wait for the monster to attack you. Number two, the duration, just like with the parry window, the actual window of opportunity is very small. I don't know. I didn't really particularly like it, but if you do like that ability, looks like the damage has gone up considerably if you're using a good shield. Maybe I'll give it a try. I'll play around with it again, see if I like the increased damage output, because the increased damage output does mean that maybe you might not have to use it as often. And so maybe that might make it a little bit more palatable because you don't have to use it so often to get the damage output. Magnetic Salvo now deals 100 to 140% of attack damage with impact at gem levels 13 to 20, previously 89 to 125%, and 155 to 218% attack damage with explosion at gem levels 13 to 20. Previously 177 to 250%. It now fires up to 8 missiles at all gem levels, previously 14 to 17 at gem levels 13 to 20. So a little bit of a nerf there. A big nerf there. Practically a 50% nerf because, 8 plus 8 is 16, right? So a little bit more than a 50% nerf, a 55% nerf. It also now provides plus 4 missiles with gem quality instead of 20% more projectile damage. So you can potentially get back, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So you can get back to 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So you're still 5 shy of the maximum that you were getting before, which isn't like as bad as being nerfed in half. Mana Tempest quality now grants additional damage gained as lightning instead of causing its effects to linger after you have exited the Tempest, which did not actually function. Oh, okay. So the Mana Tempest thing was not actually functioning. That's kind of poopy. Mantra of Destruction's Purple Flames of Chinchilla now has a duration of 8 seconds, previously 6. Malice now has critical weakness every 0.52 seconds at level 19, previously 0.64. Molten Blast has wild dual wielding, fires twice as many projectiles with 15% less attack speed, previously 30. Pain Offering's aura now grants 58% increased damage at gem level 20 rather than 44% more damage. The aura also grants minions 58% increased attack and cast speed at gem levels 5 to 20, previously 30% at all levels, so much faster. Perfect Strike no longer always ignites and now has an attack speed of 35% of base, previously 45%. Quality provides 20% more ignite chance, previously 20% increased magnitude of ignite you inflict. Perfect Strike now also deals in a wider area close to the player, making it less likely to miss enemies standing next to the player. Permafrost Bolts now scales freeze buildup with gem level up to 180% more at level 20, previously 80% at all levels. Plague Bearer now stores up to 15,257 poison damage at gem level 20, previously 14,989. The damage past gem level 20 has also been reduced. You increased it. Okay, you increased it, but then the gem level past level 20, you reduced it. Poisonous Concoction now has a 200% more magnitude of poison inflicted, previously 100%, now deals base physical damage instead of chaos. Profane Ritual now has a ritual radius of 2.2 meters, previously 1.8 meters. Raging Spirit has a spirit duration of 5 seconds, previously 4, and a maximum 2 spirits summoned per spell cast, previously 5. The description of Raging Spirits has also been updated to make it more clear that trigger spell effects will not summon spirits. Raging Spirits now has a spirit duration of 5 seconds, previously 4, so longer duration, and a maximum number of spirits of 2 per spell cast, previously 5. So in other words, you're going to get far less of them. The description of Raging Spirits has also been updated to make it more clear that triggered spells will not summon spirits. So essentially, you're not going to get any additional spirits from triggered spells, only from when you actually cast spells. I think, honestly, that change is probably just to reduce on the overall spam-tastic nature of some of the builds. Like, for instance, Cough Cough, the summoner builds that would have, like, a trillion raging spirits coming out of every orifice of their body until, like, nothing could be seen on the screen anymore. A good change, in my opinion. A very good change. Double thumbs up. I hope it does exactly what it's intended to do, which is make it more difficult for the raging spirits to literally like cover the entire screen with darkness, or rather in their case, fire. Improve the performance of spawning very high amounts of raging spirits. If you spawn a large number of raging spirits at the same time, the spawning of them is now spread out over a short duration. Good. So now it is no longer going to like spam them on the screen all at once. Now it's gonna like churn them out like on a factory assembly line. It's gonna be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, making it probably a hell of a lot better in my opinion. I'm already liking this change dramatically. I love it. Maybe there's some summoners out there that absolutely love their Raging Spirits and they're crying right now, but every time I've ever played with a summoner, I could never even see my own character. Like you know how like people talk about like you can't see your hand in front of your face in the darkness? Like I couldn't see my own hand in front of my face when playing with a summon like a summon character because the Raging Spirits and everything going on the screen was literally so ridiculous. Like you literally just couldn't even see anything. You're like, "Where am I? Where are you? Like which ones are the monsters? Like I can't even tell what's going on right now. Oh, I'm dead." Rain of arrows landing frequency is now affected by projectile speed modifiers, meaning that, for example, increased projectile speed causes the same number of arrows to land in a shorter total time. Reaper's Invocation now gains 15 energy per power of enemies you kill with melee attacks. Oh, I got a notification. Apparently the Nintendo Switch 2 is going to be pre-orderable on the 9th. According to what it says. Sorry, I'm pausing the patch notes for that, but if you guys are interested in pre-ordering the Nintendo Switch 2, which I am, it looks like it's going to be out on the 9th, or the pre-order is going to be up on the 9th. Rain of Arrows, Reaper's Invocation now grants 15 energy per power of enemies. You kill with melee attacks, previously 10. What's up, Miles? Ripwire Ballista Bolts now pins enemies as though dealing 400% more damage, previously 250. Rolling Slam now has 1 second total attack time, previously 1.5 seconds, and the mana cost has been adjusted accordingly. Sacrifice now has minions revive 66% more slowly at gem level 14, previously 37%. Scaling to 60% more slowly at gem level 20, previously 31% more slowly. Seismic Cry no longer has increased Warcry speed. Shard Scavenger now instantly reloads your crossbow upon consuming freeze, shock, ignite, or fully broken armor. No more than once every 6.1 seconds at gem levels 8 to 20, previously 8.2 seconds. Shattering Concoction now has 200% more freeze buildup. Looks like they buffed up a lot of the concoctions on all the abilities. Shattering Palm Explosions now have an additional random delay. The Shards of Ice now cannot be applied to targets if the Shattering Palm damaging strike broke an existing ice shard on them. Shield Wall segment life past gem level 20 now matches that of Ice Crystals from Frost Wall, for example. This is a reduction in total life. Explosion radius is now 4 meters, previously 3. Shock Chain Arrow can now chain up to 8 meters away, previously 4. Siphoning Strike's shockwave radius is now 2 meters, previously 1.8. Skeleton Arsonist Explosive Demise skill deals additional fire damage equal to 12% of minions' maximum life, previously 15%, and now has 2.4 meters explosion radius, previously 2 meters. Skeletal Brute Quality now causes brutes to inflict more stun buildup instead of having increased maximum life. Skeletal Frostmaid's Ice Bomb now has an 8-second cooldown, previously 6. Skeletal Reavers now incorrectly gain Rage on hit while their Command in Rage skill is activated. Skeletal Storm Mage chain count now scales with minion gem level up to 4 chains at gem level 20, previously +2 at all levels. Skeletal Warrior can no longer be engraved with gem in the gem crediting menu, as it was only provided as a stopgap until this functionality was implemented. Existing copies of Skeleton Warrior skill gem have been turned into Skeleton Sniper gems. The Skeletal Warrior skill granted by some scepters now allows you to summon additional skeletons by reserving spirit, in addition to the 2 free skeletons it grants automatically. Snipe's attack speed, multiplier, and mana cost have been adjusted so that the attack time matches the time until a perfect strike. This is mainly to improve descriptions and function of the skills unchanged. Stormwave has 100% more chance to shock. Soul Offering now grants 77% increased spell damage at gem levels 13 to 20 rather than 39% more spell damage. Spark now fires 4 to 9 projectiles at gem levels 1 to 20, previously 6 to 14, big nerf, and no longer has 19% increased projectile speed, all as well, big nerf. Quality now provides 30% increased projectile speed, previously fires +4 projectiles, again, big nerf. So they reduced the total number of projectiles, they reduced the total projectile speed, they reduced the total number of projectiles again by getting rid of the +4 projectiles that you could potentially get through the additional bonus percentage on the quality, which means that you went from a maximum of 18 projectiles down to a maximum of 9, which is a straight 50% decrease in the total number of projectiles. They also reduced the base projectile speed by 19%, and then gave it to you back in quality, so you can potentially increase the projectile speed to 11% higher than what it was before, but only if you have maximum quality, and just seems like a huge nerf entirely to Spark. Spark had been a overperformer for sure for quite some time in the previous season, so I can definitely understand why they went that direction. But for those of you who have Spark mains and you've been running Spark the entire time, well, I'm sorry for your loss. Spiral Volley now has 30% more damage per frenzy charge consumes, previously 20. Sunder now has 1 second to total attack time, previously 1.4 seconds, and the mana cost has been adjusted accordingly. Stampede quality now provides a 20% chance to cause an aftershock, previously 30%. Stormblast bolts no longer have 30% less reload speed. Stormcaller Arrow Bolt now has a 500% more chance to shock, previously 800%. Tempest Bell's impact now deals 490% attacks damage at level 20, previously 316, so an increase. Now requires 10 combo to use, previously 4. Pretty big nerf. And the bell is destroyed after 10 hits at all gem levels, previously 10 to 19 at gem levels 20, another big nerf. Quality now causes the bell to be destroyed after +2 hits, previously +6, another big nerf. So previously the bell would last for, 19 +6, so that's 25. So a total of 25 hits at level 20. So if you had a level 20 Tempest Bell, you could get 25 hits on the bell, dealing 316% increased damage. Now you're only going to get a maximum of, 10 + 2, so 12, which is 12 + 12 is 24, so another 50% nerf to the total number of hits. Then on top of that, they increase the damage by a small margin, which I don't know if that really makes up for it, especially considering now you need 10 combo points to drop the bell instead of 4, which is more than double to drop the bell itself. Now, granted, combo points aren't that entirely difficult to get, but requiring 10 is going to make it a lot harder to, say, drop 2 bells or 3 bells in quick succession, which is going to lower the overall damage of the Tempest Bell by a rather large degree. And that they're not done, so there's more here. So Tempest Bell Shockwave no longer deals 30% more damage per elemental ailment afflicting the bell. Or 60% of physical damage is converted to the corresponding damage type of each elemental ailment afflicting the bell. Instead, gains 30% of physical damage as extra damage for each type of elemental ailment on the bell, and it also now deals 132% of attack damage at gem levels 3 to 20, previously 211. Another big nerf. So now it's no longer going to convert elemental damage or physical damage to elemental, and it's no longer going to grant you additional damage for each elemental bonus. Instead, it's going to be mostly physical, it looks like. Pretty much entirely physical, actually. Yeah. Tempest Bell can now only trigger a shockwave every 250 milliseconds. This value is a strict limit, not a cooldown. As such, it cannot be modified by cooldown recovery modifiers. So before, you could pretty much just smack the ever-loving crap out of the bell, and you could cause an insanely large number of shockwaves within a very short period of time. In fact, that 25 limit that was on it before, you could pretty much just shoot 1,000 attacks at it, cause the 25 limit to instantly disappear, and then drop the next bell. Doesn't look like that's the case anymore. So you're only going to be able to trigger a shockwave once every 250 milliseconds instead of a whole bunch of shockwaves all instantaneously, which, again, another heavy nerf. So Tempest Bell, not really sure how good it's going to be after this, but I can tell you from looking at this, it's going to be it's going to be a lot worse than it was previously. And they're not done, so we're not even done yet. Tempest Bell's limit on the number of bells placed is now shared between different copies of the skill. So now you can't use multiple copies of the bell. The bell is going to be less effective. It's going to do less damage. It takes less hits. It costs more combo to use. It's not going to add more damage per elemental ailment. It's not going to convert the damage from like physical to the corresponding ailment. It's going to deal mainly physical damage now. It's, yeah, super duper nerfed in my opinion. Could it still be useful? Yes. Is it going to be anywhere as good as it was before? No. Which is kind of sad because Tempest Bell is one of the more fun skills on the monk. I don't really like the monk. I kind of actually like loathe the monk. I think it's a terrible class. But the Tempest Bell is a very fun ability. And kind of sad to see the Tempest Bell get like hammered like that. The on-kill effects of the Herald skills can no longer trigger from kills caused by Herald skills. Tornado shot splitting effect now also applies to thrown spears. That's actually a pretty big nerf too, because a lot of the times you use you kill one monster, you cause the Herald skill to pop, it pops another monster, which then chains into like an infinite number of like pops, and it is very effective to like the damage output that you can potentially do. That's a pretty heavy hit for the Herald skills. Tornado shot splitting effect now applies to thrown spears. Toxic growth now requires more stored poison to meet its maximum radius and damage. The more stored poison to expire faster. Pustule duration time is now 15 seconds, previously 6. Stored poison now adds up to 1.5 meters to the base explosion radius, previously 1. Now fires 6 arrows, previously 8. And quality provides additional 2 arrows and 2 pustules, previously 3 projectiles. Now has a limit of 6 pustules. I could see somebody was spelling pustule too much, and then when it came to projectiles, instead of spelling projectiles properly, their pustule spelling kind of infected their projectile spelling. Kind of funny. Unearth's bone construction duration is now 15 seconds, previously 12 seconds. Quality now provides 5 seconds to bone constructs duration, previously plus 4. Vaulting Impact now has an 88% chance, or more stun build-up at gem levels 3 to 20, previously 30% at all gem levels. Vine Arrow now has a limit of 1 plant, but can be increased to 2 with overabundant support. The Vine now has a plant duration of 8 seconds, previously 6. Volcanic Fissure has a limit of 8 concurrent fissures on the ground, and aftershocks no longer erupt after other fissures. Volcanic Fissure... That's the one where you like swing your weapon and it like makes the fissures on the ground. There was a whole build with increased attack speed on that where you could put like 10 trillion volcanic fissures on the ground. That's probably addressing that build if I had to say anything. Voltaic Grenade cooldown is now 6 seconds, previously 3 seconds, and now has an explosion radius of 2.4 meters at gem level 1 to 20. Previously 2.4, now has a detonation time of 2.5 seconds, previously 1.2. Waves of Frost now has 585% more freeze buildup at gem levels 20% and 275% at all gem levels. So what's interesting is that a lot of the freeze skills have gotten an increase in their ability to cause freeze buildup, but at the same time there was also a nerf to freeze buildup in general. So I think what they're doing is they're making it so that it's harder to freeze targets with non-freezing abilities. So if the ability was not specifically designed for freezing targets, they're trying to make it more difficult to just simply add freezing into your build by just simply adding cold damage. Because it seems to me like they nerfed the overall like ability to freeze targets, but then increased the freeze buildup on all of the freeze skills, but of course didn't increase any of the freeze buildup on non-freeze skills. So it's going to make a very simple equation. Cold damage by itself may not be enough to freeze targets effectively anymore. Whereas if you're using a frost skill that's specifically designed for freezing enemies, it's probably going to be the same as it was before. Wind Dancer now grants 10% more evasion rating per stage at all gem levels. Previously 19%, so a nerf to Wind Dancer. And it gains the stage at every 1.44 to 1.12 seconds, previously 1.3. Gale Force now deals 53 to 163% attack damage, previously 125, and now uses critical hit chance of your main hand weapon instead of having a baseline 5% critical hit chance. The Wind Dancer stages are now consumed on hit by an enemy instead of from a melee attack. When Wind Dancer's stage gains timer is no longer interrupted when you are hit, quality now improves to 0.4 meter explosion radius, previously 1. So a small nerf. Seems like they kind of buffed it too. No. Well, yeah, they kind of buffed it because it builds faster. Slightly faster. Not very much so faster, but slightly faster. But they also reduced the amount of evasion that you got as well, but increased the damage that it did. Also gave it more critical strike chance and increased the radius of the explosion. But they took away the increased stages. Now it's a pretty heavy nerf. Like looking at it objectively, it's a pretty heavy nerf to Wind Dancer, which I kind of hate evasion anyway, so I'm not really sad about it. Withering Presence, withered duration is 6 seconds, previously 4 seconds, and now withers enemies in your presence every 1.42 seconds instead of 1.58. Not much of a change there, although it looks like the lower end at 1.74 is much higher or much better than the 2.78 that it starts at. So it looks like they may have decreased the overall like at low levels, decreased the low level like requirement, and even though you got a little bit of a buff at the max tier, it seems like the main benefit there is the bonus to the bottom tier. Skills with expanding ground effects were unintentionally scaling radius over time instead of area of effect. They scale with radius, though we have updated the descriptions and lowered the values on many of the affected skills. The Poison Cloud on Gas Arrow, Gas Grenade, and Decompose now gain 20% more radius per second, up to a maximum of 80%, all previously 50%, and a maximum of 200. The Poison Cloud from Skeletal Sniper now gains 20% more radius per second, up to a maximum of 80. Chilled Ground, Frozen Locust, 30% more per radius per second, up to a maximum of 150. So basically, they're just increasing the radius per second on all of them, essentially. All the abilities, so Poison Cloud from Skeleton Sniper, and Chilled Ground from Frozen Locust. The Discipline and Purity auras granted by the scepters now apply to the player wielding the scepter as well as their allies. That's pretty cool. The spread of grenade skills, which with more than one projectile, such as when using Scattershot support, has been reduced by 40%, except for Cluster Grenade. Releasing Raise Shield immediately after blocking a skill now performs a shield bash that damages and stuns enemies in front of you, and also dazes them if you were using a tower shield. So basically you get, it's a parry mechanic. Okay. Even though we already have a parry mechanic now because of the buckler. But basically what this sounds like is if you raise your shield immediately after blocking a skill, it now performs a shield bash that damages and stuns enemies in front of you. So you basically just get a free shield bash for properly using your raised shield ability. They're trying to give you incentives to actually use the raised shield ability, which is good. But you have to release it immediately after blocking a skill. So you have to raise your shield, block the skill, and then release it immediately, and then you get a shield bash. Added a new gem tag, Conditional. This type denotes a skill which cannot be used unless a given condition is met. Combo is one example of this. Modifiers adding or subtracting a value to the cost of one skill now apply before cost multipliers from supports. The modifiers adding or subtracting a value to the total or cost are unchanged. These still apply after all modifiers. That sounds like a pretty good buff, actually. Because if you have something, let's do a quick calculation, right? So let's say you have a skill that's dealing, costing, say, 100 mana. So let's say it costs 100 mana, right? And you have an ability that's multiplying that by like 1.5, right? That's 150. If you have something that subtracts a portion of mana from the ability, like for instance, let's say you have in the previous calculations, let's say you have that 150 and it subtracts, say, like 50% of the cost of the ability. Well, 50% of the cost of the ability brings it down to 75, But if it does it before the calculation, so minus 50%, and then times 1.5, we end up with sometimes a lower number, but sometimes the same number. So this can get kind of drastic. So let's do multiple multipliers. So we've got 100, and then let's say you've got like a 1.2 times like a 1.2, and then you also get times like a 1.5, and then let's say you also have like a 1.4, right? So that equals 252. And then let's do the calculation again. So minus 50%. And then we do our times 1.2, times 1.5, times 1.4. And you can see that like we end up with a lower number in general. So instead of 252, we end up with 126. So if you're adding multiple multipliers to your ability, which is increasing the overall cost of your ability by a rather dramatic amount, if I'm reading this correctly, it says modifiers adding or subtracting a value to the total cost of a skill are unchanged. But modifiers adding or subtracting a value to the cost of the skill now apply before cost multipliers from supports. So essentially, if you add something that's going to reduce the cost of the skill, and then you add a bunch of supports that are going to multiply the skill, you're going to get a much better, lower value than you would otherwise. It just depends on like what you're adding and how you're adding it. As you saw in my calculations earlier when I was doing the addition, if you don't have a lot of supports, like if you only have like one support that's multiplying the value, you might end up at the same amount that it was before. But it looks like this heavily is in the favor of people who are using a large number of supports that are multiplying the mana cost, which is going to help you rather dramatically to reduce the overall mana cost of the ability. On top of that, didn't they also say they reduced a lot of the mana cost for melee skills as well? So like this combined with the like attack skills, they said they reduced a lot of the mana cost of basically things that are considered attack skills. So these two things added together could make the attack skills ridiculously low. We'll have to see. Support changes. Astral projection now causes supported skills to have 25% layers area effect, previously 35, so a little bit of a nerf there. Brutality now causes supported skills to deal 25% more physical damage, again a nerf from previously 35%. Burning Inscription now has 110% cost multiplier, previously 100, so a little bit of an increase. Oh no, that's another nerf because it's a cost multiplier. So previously had no multiplier, now it's a 1.1 or a 110% multiplier. Cannibalism now provides 2% life recovered on kill while supported skills are active, previously 4, another nerf there. Capacitor has 130% cost multiplier, previously 100, another nerf there. Close combat has 120% cost multiplier, previously 140. Now it's kind of hard to say that this is all nerfs because technically with this change, this might be a wash. It could just simply be a wash, especially if you're utilizing one of the cost reductors, which is the whole thing here. So if you have one of those cost reductors in, these cost increases might not necessarily cost anything more than what you would normally see. And also a lot of the melee abilities also got reductions in their cost in general, so maybe this is also to make up for that. I had to get in the game and see this, but it could potentially end up being exactly the same. Like you get the reduction here, and then you get the increase here, and then it ends up being exactly what it was before. I guess we'll find out. And it looks like we got even more of them. So considered casting got a increase in cost to 115% from 100. Controlled destruction, extraction supports now correctly are socketable to skills which had secondary damaging hits but no spell damage hits. These supports were never scaling damage of these skills and were just incorrectly socketable. Crescendo now has 120% cost multiplier from 100. Culmination now causes supported skills to deal 3% more damage per combo, previously 2%. And now lose combo if you generate no combo for 4 seconds. Previously 3. 2, yeah, bro. Seems like a buff. Seems like a big buff. Exploit weakness now causes supported skills to consume enemy fully broken armor to deal 40% more damage, previously 50. A little bit of a nerf there. Feeding Frenzy and Meat Shield can no longer support minions, which are undamageable. I personally like this whole consume mechanic. I hate it. I'm just going to give my opinion right here. I know this is patch notes. I hate consuming mechanics. Anything that consumes anything, I hate it. Even in group play. Like, in group play, it's awful as well. Like, if I'm, like, a melee character and I'm pure physical and somebody's running, like, a consume broken armor build and they're trying to do, like, you know, the armor breaks to get their damage increases or whatever, right? They are effing me over entirely. Like, they just F me over. Like, I'm relying on the armor breaks, and they're just pulling the armor break every single time they get a chance to pull the armor break. And my damage is going down. I'm taking a hit on all my damage because they're pulling the armor break. And even then, like, even when I'm using it, I feel like my damage is stunted because of it. Because, like, whenever I'm attacking the monster, if their armor's not broken, I lose the majority of my physical damage. And then I have to go through the process of re-upping this armor break only to consume it again. And then my damage is back to, like, poop again. And the difference between damage on a monster that's broken and a monster that's not broken is tremendous. Like, if you're a pure physical character and the monster is broken, like, you're up here. And as soon as the monster's no longer broken, you're, like, down here, like, tickling the monster's testicles or something, and he's giggling at you. Like, it's pretty bad. And I can't stand this mechanic anyway. So I mean, I really don't even care that they nerf this thing. But for those of you who like to do the consume mechanics, I guess, you know, boo-hoo. Feeding Frenzy and Meat Shield can no longer support me. I did that one right. Fists of War now has a cost multiplier of 150%, previously 140. Hourglass now causes supported skills to deal 30% more damage, previously 40%. Impact Shockwave now causes supported skills to cause an aftershock when they heavy stun an enemy, dealing the same damage to enemies within 1.8 meters, previously 2. A little bit of a nerf to the radius. Impetus now has a 115% cost multiplier, previously 100. It looks like they added cost multipliers to everything. They're trying to, like, absolutely suck your mana away. Lockdown has a cost multiplier of 100%, previously a 120. Hey, they took it away. Magnified Effect has 130% cost multiplier, previously 120, and causes supported skills to have 30% more area effect, previously 40. A bit of nerf there, too. Mana Flare has a flare radius of 2 meters, previously 1.6, and now consumes 25% of current mana to deal that much fire damage, previously 20. Meat Shield supports now grant minions supported skills take 35% less damage instead of granting them 50% more maximum life. Mobility support has 25% less movement speed penalty while using supported skills, previously 30%. Neural Overload has a cost multiplier of 100%, previously 120. Overcharge support now only increases the magnitude of shocks from hits. Potential now causes supported skills to have 40% more chance to critically hit when consuming power charges, previously 30%. Scattershot support now has supported skills deal 35% less damage, previously 20. Okay. Even more nerf to Scattershot. Scattershot was already kind of bad, to be perfectly honest. Like, it already reduced your damage by a pretty large degree. You couldn't really hit the target with the multiple arrows anyway. It just kind of give you a little bit of an AoE to a single target ability. Now it's going to reduce your damage by an additional 15%. Not just 15%, like, you know, soft, like, additive damage reduction or subtractive reduction. Less is a multiplicative. So it's a multiplicative more 15% reduction. Shock Siphon can no longer be engraved in the gem crunning menu. Existing copies of support will still function. Spell Echo can no longer support triggered skills. Spiral Volley now fires directly forward with its first arrow instead of the final arrow. Strip Away now causes exposure applied by supported skills to have 20% increased effect, previously 30. Looks like they nerfed like negative resistance across the board. They nerfed all the hexing skills. They reduced resistances. They nerfed Strip Away. There was a couple different nerfs that had to do with, like, negative resistance. They're trying to take negative resistance down a notch, I can see. Unbreakable now has different stun threshold multiplier values for incoming light stuns as opposed to heavy stuns. Window of Opportunity now causes supported skills to deal 35% more damage when released with perfect timing, previously 50, and 35% shorter perfect timing window, previously 25. Withering Touch now has a chance to apply Withered based on the amount of chaos damage dealt by the hit from always applying a single stack, and allows the chance to roll over to 100% potentially apply multiple stacks with large hits. All right, unique item changes. Man, how far? We're like halfway through the patch notes, guys. We're only halfway through. Don't worry. Get some popcorn, roll up a chair, you know, like get your pet, your cat, you know, put your cat in your lap and start petting it, because we're going to be a while. The Against the Darkness unique jewel now has a medium radius, previously large. This change does not affect existing items. Modifier that causes notable passive skills in the radius to grant 2 to 4% increased specific attributes now have values of 2 to 3%. Existing items can be made worse with the Divine Orb. The Against the Darkness unique jewel no longer causes passive skills in radius to also grant 1% increased maximum life or 1% increased maximum mana. Instead, they can now cause small passives in radius to also grant +8 maximum life or +8 maximum mana. Existing versions of this item are also unaffected by this change. So, this is funny, because to me, this is old stuff. In Lord of the Rings Online, they had percentages everywhere. Percentage bonus this, percentage bonus that. Like, oh my god, everything was a percentage bonus. And in the beginning, it was okay. And as the damage numbers increased, and as the HP increased, and as all the things increased, you started to realize that, you know, percentage bonuses were kind of stupid. You know, like in the beginning, when they were like, oh, we're going to give you like 1% maximum life. And you're like, okay, well, I've got 1,000 life plus 1%. Means I'm going to get 10 life. Oh, that's not so bad. And then, like, eventually we had like 50,000 maximum life. And it was like plus 1% maximum life. And that was 500. And then eventually it was like we had 500,000 maximum life. And like plus 1% was 5,000 maximum life. And so forth and so on. Right? And it got to the point where, like, the developers were like, you know, maybe these percentages weren't the best idea. You know, originally it was giving like 10 HP, and now it's giving like 5,000 or whatever, you know, like, and so they started to convert the percentages into flat values. And the reason why they did this was because the flat values didn't scale infinitely as everything in the game scaled infinitely, and made it much less likely that you had like some sort of ridiculous, you know, crazy benefit that would, you know, create monstrous creations, right? So while 1% increased maximum mana and 1% increased maximum life might not seem like a lot to some people, when you're stat stacking and you got your HP or your mana like ridiculously high, right? And then you add in like an additional 10% maximum mana or something, it can be a lot higher than you think. So I can see what they're doing here, and it's basically they're just trying to like future-proof either that or maybe even just like backpedal a little bit. But they're trying to future-proof, you know, like as people's HP and mana increase and as people's stat stack, that like these benefits are not, these benefits are not going to like scale to the moon. The Astrament's unique amulet now has 50 to 100 to all attributes, previously 80 to 100. Existing versions of this unique can be made worse with a Divine Orb. I mean, the max is still the same, so Astramentus didn't really get nerfed, but they did make the range bigger. So if you find an Astramentus, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a good Astramentus. It could potentially be a 50, which is going to be really poo, and nobody's going to want your 50. It's going to be like really low money. But the 80 to 100 was a much tighter radius, so like if you got like an 85 or something, you still had a pretty good Astramentus. If you get a 50, you're not going to have a good Astramentus. It's going to be a poopy one, and nobody's going to want it. Well, maybe they still want it, but maybe they just only pay you like 1 PP touch instead of like 10. The Asteri's Disdain unique helmet has a 10% damage taken bypasses energy shield, previously 20 to 25%, and 60 to 100 maximum mana, previously 60. This It also now has gained 10 to 15% of maximum life as extra maximum energy shield, previously 25 to 30%. Existing versions of this item can be updated to new values. Another one of the items that was being highly exploited for ridiculousness, but I think they nerfed this. Didn't they nerf this when they changed the other change, which made it so that like chaos or inoculation and the mana one basically are calculating properly now? So wouldn't Asteri's Disdain not calculate the additional bonus because of the order of operations that they changed? So the thing that they changed, which was up there somewhere, was that basically like helmets like this, which were giving you like a maximum energy shield, were calculating before chaos inoculation took your HP away, and so it was still giving you a huge amount of energy shield despite the fact that your HP was 1 when it shouldn't have been giving you anything. So Asteri's Disdain shouldn't work with chaos inoculation anymore, from what I'm reading of the changes. And then on top of that, looks like they also nerfed Asteri's Disdain a bit. Well, quite a bit, actually, because 15% to 30, that's a 50% reduction, which is pretty substantial. The Choir of Storm unique amulet once again triggers Lightning Bolt, previously Greater Lightning Bolt. The Crown of Victor unique helmet now grants 15% increased rarity of items found, previously 20. The Dream Fragments unique ring now provides 10% increased maximum mana, previously 20. The Everlasting Gaze unique amulet causes you to gain 6% mana, maximum mana as extra maximum energy shield, previously 30%, provides 60% increased mana regeneration, previously 50%, and 60% increased maximum mana, previously 50. Existing versions of this unique can be updated. Yeah, I gotta stay reading that. The Eye of Chayula unique amulet no longer possesses 2500 stun threshold. It now provides cannot be light stunned. So they kind of like differentiated between like a light stun and a heavy stun. There are ways that you can be heavy stunned as a player. Apparently they involve like holding your shield up and letting the meter fill, is what they said. So like if you hold your shield up and you let the meter fill, you know, ding 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 until the meter's completely full, that's apparently considered a heavy stun. Now it's no longer considered a light stun. The Fireflower unique amulet now grants 15% increased rarity of items, previously 20. Looks like they're reducing rarity across the board. The Ghost Ride unique armor now provides 25% maximum life converted to energy shield, previously 50. So it looks like they got nerfs to energy shield across the board. The Hand of Wisdom action unique gloves now adds 1 to 10 lightning damage to attacks per 20 intelligence, previously 10. So 50% nerf there. And now provides 1% increased attack speed per 20 dexterity, previously 3% per 25, so a 25% nerf. Wait, 23%? No, yeah, that's a pretty hefty nerf. 1% per 20, 3% per 25. I don't even know how to convert that in my head. It's a hefty nerf, though. It's a very hefty nerf. The easiest way to do that would be 100. 100 would give us the calculation. So if we take 3% per 25, so you do 3% times 4, which would give you 12% for a 100 dexterity. Whereas this one would be 1% times 4. So 1 times 4, because 20, wait, no, 1% times 5. 1% times 5. Because you have 20 times 5, right? So 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. So you would get 5% for 100 dexterity with the new version, whereas you're getting 12% for 100 dexterity for the old version. So that is a 60% nerf, I believe. 60% is what that would be. So a 60% nerf to the Hand of Wisdom's increased attack speed, which is pretty crazy. The per attribute changes will affect existing items, while a divine orb can be used to obtain the remaining value changes. These unique can also be found in the Spiral Wrap's base type instead of the Furtive Wraps. This change does not affect existing items. The Ingenuity belt no longer has 80% increased bonuses from equipped rings. Instead, it now has 50% increased bonuses from equipped left ring and 50% increased bonuses from equipped right ring. Existing versions of this item are unaffected by these changes. So Ingenuity will not affect the new third ring slot then. Interesting. So a lot of people were talking about Ingenuity and the new ascendancy, which allows you to equip 3 rings, and like how apparently, you know, it's how overpowered it's going to be to have Ingenuity and the 3 rings together. Looks to me like the way they have this worded, and also the nerf they made to it, that it's not going to affect the third ring slot. I don't know. It seems like you would have to specifically state that it's affecting the third ring slot. I mean, later testing would have to, like, you know, prove whether I'm right or wrong on this. But since it's specifically stating the slot, a third slot would probably have a third indicator. So it would say, like, equipped left ring, equipped right ring, and then, like, say the third ring is on the right side, so it would say equipped second right ring or something like that is probably what it would say. So I'm assuming that the Ingenuity belt probably does not affect the third ring slot according to what it's stating here. But even if it does, it looks like it's doing so at a reduced effectiveness of 30 to 50 as opposed to 40 to 80. The Last Flame unique relic now has a damage taken cannot be absorbed. Absorption effects include Guard, Encased in Jade, Sorcery Ward. Existing items are unaffected by this change. The Manugzotul's Machination unique shield now has 100% increased effectiveness socketed soul cores from 333 to 666%. Now has an additional property of Everlasting Sacrifice. From what I understand, because I heard them talking about this one, they nerfed the crap out of this shield, and the reason why they nerfed the crap out of this shield was from Magic Find. They did not like people running massive amounts of Magic Find and having it really, really easy. And this shield was apparently at the core of what was causing, like, super easy Magic Find, because you could get like a 666% bonus and then throw in the Magic Find soul cores, and then you would end up with, like, what was it, like 200 or 300% Magic Find from just the shield. So it's an interesting. They could have just, like, excluded the Magic Find Jewel soul cores from the property, because I'm sure this shield has other uses besides just Magic Find. But it looks like they just nerfed the ever-loving crap out of it with a baseball bat. So it's probably still going to work a little bit, but not anywhere near as effectively as it was before. The Melting Maelstrom unique flask no longer has the property recover all mana when used. This change does not affect existing versions of the item. The Morior Invictus unique body armor now generates 3 random modifiers, previously 2. The following random modifiers can no longer roll. Increased rarity of items found per socket or ruined soul core. I mean, life, 5% increased maximum life per socket, 5% increased mana per socket, 5% increased all attributes per socket. The following random modifiers have been adjusted: plus 6 to 10 spirit per socket or rune core, previously 10. Plus 6 to 10% increased global defense per socket, previously 10. 5 to 7% all elemental resistances, previously 10. Added 7 new random per socket rune or soul core modifiers. The Oaksworn unique shield no longer provides 50 to spirit and now provides 50% increased life regeneration rate. The Pillar of the Cage God unique quarterstaff, which was a very highly utilized item in the previous seasons. A lot of people were using this and just absolutely annihilating everything. Provides 1% increased attack speed per 10 dexterity and 1% increased area of effect per 10 intelligence, previously 2% per respective attribute, so 50% nerf. It also now provides 10% increased weapon damage per 10 strength, previously 10 per 5, another 50% nerf. The per attribute changes will affect existing items, while a divine orb can be used to obtain the remaining changes. So basically, yeah, they did a 50% nerf on Pillar of the Cage God. The Queen of the Forest unique body armor now grants 1% movement speed per 800 evasion rating, previously 500. Existing versions of this unique can be updated with a divine orb. The modifier can also no longer scale with modifier effects, such as from corruption. This change does not apply to existing versions of the item. The Sandstorm Visage unique helmet now causes enemies in your presence to gain critical weakness once per second for 15 seconds, previously 1 second. Existing items can be updated with the Divine Orb. The Temporalis unique body armor now causes skills to have -2 seconds to -1 second cooldown, previously 4 to 2. Existing versions of the item can be updated, but why would you? Yeah, why would you nerf your Temporalis? You just silly. The Trench Timber unique mace now grants 1 to 2 level of all minion skills, previously 1 to 3. Existing items can be made worse with the Divine Orb. The Venturer's Gamble unique ring now grants -25 to 25% increased rarity of items found, previously -40 to 40. Updated the description of the Gravebind unique gloves modifier to correctly state that the enemy must be in your presence, not the ally. Updated the text of the Soul Opus unique helmet and Gemling Legionnaire's gem-studded ascendancy passive skill to reflect the fact that they stack with each other. This is not a functional change. Corrected the wording of the Black Scythe training, circular teachings, knightly tenets, timeless jewels, jewel keystones, so they no longer incorrectly imply that alternate bonuses they grant are inherent bonuses to those attributes. The time lost jewel modifier that grants noble passive skills increased magnitude of damaging ailments now grants 5 to 10%, previously 10 to 20. The time lost jewel modifier passive skills grants 2 to 3%, previously 3 to 7. They nerfed the crap out of these, I guess. Time lost jewel modifier increased energy generation 4 to 12, previously 5 to 14. The time lost jewel modifier that grants notable skill passive Warcry buff effect can no longer be obtained. The name and text of keystones from Heroic Tragedy Timeless Jewels now correctly match up with the relevant Expedition Leader keystones. Conquered by Ulroth are now Knightly Tenants. Keystones conquered by Medev are now called the Circular Teachings. And the keystones conquered by Vorana are now called Black Scythe Training. This change does not apply to existing items. Item changes. Jeweler's Orbs now set a skill gem to a specified number of support gem sockets rather than adding a support gem sockets to a skill with a specified number of support gem sockets already. For example, you can now use a perfect Jeweler's Orb on a skill gem with 2 support gem sockets to set it to 5 support gem sockets. Advanced expert items based on types now have distinctive names. That's pretty cool. So if you're using like a grater or something on basically that's going to like reduce the cost of some of the ones moving up to it too, right? Because like the more that you have, the bigger the number you have, the less you need of the lower numbers. And so even like the highest one, which is what is the perfect Jeweler's Orb or whatever, when you use it, you're going to immediately be granted the maximum number of sockets, and then you don't need any of the ones below it, so you don't need to like constantly get all the baby ones to get up to the maximum. That's a good change. Especially considering how rare the rare one, the max ones are. Runes now have 3 tiers. For example, the Storm Rune has been split into the Lesser Storm, Storm Rune, and Greater Storm Rune. You are now able to reforge 3 Lesser Runes for 1 regular rune of that type. Dying. And reforge 3 regular runes for 1 greater rune of that type. Double the drop rate of runes. You can no longer reforge 3 runes to obtain a random rune in return. Using a Val Orb on an item can no longer cause a modifier with a value of 1 to be reduced to 0. The base damage of all crossbows has increased. Crossbows also now have 2-handed versions of added damage modifiers instead of the 1-handed versions they were using. Physical Thorns damage on rare item modifiers has been buffed by 3.5 times for the highest tier modifier, scaling down to unchanged for the lowest modifiers. Increased rarity of items found modifiers on items have been lowered at the top end. The suffix modifier now goes up to 25% at the highest tier, previously 30, while the prefix modifier now goes up to 25% at the highest tier, previously 32. So again, an attack on the amount of rarity that you can obtain overall. So rarity is going to be much more, well, pun intended, rare this season. Golden Charm now grants 15% increased rarity instead of 20%. Breach Rings now have an implicit modifier of maximum quality is 40%, previously 50%. Existing items can be updated using the Divine Orb. The chance for Breach Rings to drop has been greatly reduced. Notable passive skills in starting areas of each class can no longer be instilled. or found on unique items like Megalomaniac. This does not fix existing items instilled notables in which Sorceress as Witch starting area could display incorrectly an item due to notables being different on Witch compared to Sorceress and other classes. Added a new jewel modifier that provides similar benefits to new passive skills added to passive trees, such as companions have increased maximum life. Jewel and time lost jewel modifiers that provide stats scarcely located on the passive skill tree, such as blind effect or damage recouped as life, have been adjusted. Generally speaking, the minimum range has stayed the same, but the maximum value is lower than before. Increased effective auras from your aura skills can no longer roll on jewels or time lost jewels. The fletching jewel and the time lost jewel modifiers that provide increased bonuses from equipped quiver now have values of 4 to 6%, 2 to 3% respectively. Previously 5 to 15 and 3 to 7. The jewel modifier that grants increased energy generation now grants 2 to 6%, previously 3 to 7. The soul core of Azkapa has 5% increased quantity of gold dropped by slain enemies, previously 10% increased rarity of items found. So that's a pretty big nerf, because wasn't that literally like one of the most popular soul cores? People were running the rarity soul cores. The corruption modifiers on jewels that provide 5 to 10 specific attribute now only give 4 to 6. The corrupted modifier in helmets, rings, that provides 1 to 2% life regeneration per second can no longer roll. It has been replaced with new corrupted modifier that provides 1 to 2% increased life regeneration. Scepters can now only roll +4 levels of all minion skills, previously +5. Existing items are unaffected. Scepters can only roll up to 80% increased presence of area effect, previously 30. Divine Orb can be used to increase the values. Amulet modifiers that provide 5 to 6%, 7 to 8, or 9 to 10% increased maximum mana now have values of 3 to 4, 5 to 6, and 7 to 8. So it seems like they're attacking maximum mana across the board because people are using maximum mana a lot. Belts, gloves, and boots can now only roll up to 124 maximum mana. Helmets can now only roll up to 149 maximum mana. Wands, scepters, and foci can now only roll up to 164 maximum mana. Rings can now only roll up to 179 maximum mana. So just attacking mana across the board. The debuffs you inflict have 20 to 30% increased magnitude of slows. Corrupted modifier on gloves can no longer roll. The first 2 tiers of added elemental damage modifiers on weapons have had their values lowered. Added lightning damage modifiers on weapons have had their values slightly lowered. The relic modifier that causes the merchant to have additional options now only grants a single option, previously 2 to 3 existing. Existing items can be ruined using a divine orb. Okay. We got monster changes next. Bosses that need to perform certain actions to progress their fight will now become immune to damage if their life is brought significantly past a point at which the action should be used. I don't like that, but I can understand why they're doing it. This should have no noticeable effect to most players, but will prevent cases where bosses could get semi-permanently crowd controlled and prevent the fight from progressing. Armor on all monsters has been reduced by 30%. Soul Eater on monsters now grants 1% increased skill speed and 1% less damage taken per stack, previously 5 and 2, so pretty big nerf. Now stacks to a maximum of 50, previously 45, still a big nerf. The life of the following pinnacle bosses has been adjusted. Olroth, the Origin of the Fall, Zesht, We That Are One, the King in the Mists, and the Arbiter of Ash at difficulty 0. They now have roughly half the maximum life as before, scaling back up to be unchanged by maximum difficulty. The life of Trial Masters Zarkal and the Temporal have been reduced. The following bosses no longer have armor penetration. Olroth, the Origin, Fall, Zest, We Are One, the King of the Mist, and the Arbiter of Ash. Lowered the damage conversion to other elements for some skills to be used by Arbiter of Ash and Olroth, the Origin of Fall. Arbiter of Ash now has a tapering less damage taken buff for the correct amount of time. Arbiter of Ash now deals increased damage with select few abilities. The Scourge of the Skies now deals increased damage on vomit abilities. Zyclusian, the Chimera, now deals increased damage with their Leap Slam. The Trial Master now deals increased damage with his channeled Blood Slam. Rafik, the Frozen Spring, now deals increased damage with their Multi-Slam skill. Stoneclad Gorillas now deal reduced damage with their Leap Slams. Mighty Silverfist Dodge Roll now deals reduced damage. Ulroth, Origin of the Fall, now deals increased damage with his dash skills. Ashar, the Sand Mother, now deals less damage with their poison spray. Wrathbreaker now has resistance to cold and vulnerability to fire. Lowered the damage of It That Hates Chaos Quicksand skill. Count Gaenor's 180-degree swipe attack can no longer be blocked. Monsters now have higher light stun damage scaling with level. It's very early parts of the campaign. There's no change, scaling to around twice as much light stun damage in the end game. Lowered the maximum number of monsters that can be alive at once in ritual encounters, particularly earlier in the game. Electrocute now builds up to roughly 44% slower on non-players. Pin now builds up 58% slower on non-players. Magic enemies are now primed for stun when they have at least 50% heavy stun buildup. Rare at 60, uniques at 70, and previously 60, 70, and 80, respectively. That seems like a buff. Magic enemies are now primed for electrocution at 50, 60, and 70, previously 60, 70, 80, again a buff. Destructible Pillars and Zyclusian, the Chimera's Arena, have had their life increased. Added a series of enhanced rare monster modifiers that are more powerful than the standard versions and more rewarding. Some rare monsters modifiers now scale at later levels, providing better rewards. Zarkov the Temporal no longer targets players with its Rewind skill. The Treant Fungal Reaver ritual monster now correctly deals damage, and their damage behavior has been adjusted. The Bloated Miller's charge now pushes players sideways instead of carrying them along. The Bloated Miller's shield charge can no longer be blocked. The Lethal Rare Monster now grants rare monsters an additional modifier, previously 2. Rare monster minions have been made stronger defensively and now scale more appropriately in party play. The Powerful Minions modifier has been reduced in power to compensate for the above. The guaranteed magic monsters near the exit of the Dreadnought will no longer spawn when you respawn at a checkpoint if you have killed them. Various fungal-themed monsters now have resistance to cold and vulnerability to fire, slightly reduced the damage dealt and all projectiles by Balak, the Skyseer's Feather Spray skills. The Iron Enforcer no longer uses the Tentacle Grab skill. The Sump Map Boss has been renamed to the Eater of Children, to Braca, the Withered Crone. She still eats children. Patrolling monsters can no longer be imprisoned in essences, incrementally improved monsters' behavior. Quest changes. You must now open the Halani Gates before you can advance the Ascent to Power to the point of being able to travel to the Trial of Sekhmet. The Earning Passage quest now ends on entering Adura Cavern in Act 2 rather than speaking to Zarka in the Vastiri outskirts. User interface changes. Added the ability to spectate party members if you died in combat. What? Okay, that's actually pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. Added the ability to spectate party members. I gotta take a screenshot of that. I'm pretty sure that I literally made that comment about group play. I'm like, man, at least let us, be able to spectate my bro while he's finishing the map for us, instead of just sitting in town with my hands on my sitting on my hands like a little kid or something. It would be neat if I could at least spectate my party members so I could see what the hell was going on. Added the ability to pan minimap overlay when using a controller. Hovering over any instance in the presence keyword will now show an indicator your character to visualize your presence radius. Hovering over a skill on your skill bar now displays a shortened description of the skill's behavior with the button prompt to open the skill information panel. The instilling menu can no longer be closed if you have an item placed within it. The ritual rewards menu now pauses the game. Item filter gem level filtering now applies to uncut gems. When leveling up gems, changes are now highlighted more obviously. Improve the visibility, readability text of icons under the monster's life bar. Made a number of improvements to the stats displayed on the character panel and skill information panels. For example, the character panel now displays your modified energy shield recharge delay and ailment thresholds, and skill panels now show more detailed ailment and hit chance information, among other changes. A HUD icon is now displayed if you're using controller and have turned off item labels. Improved many cases of couch co-op where the second player could not interact with mechanics or UI elements. Relics can now be quick moved to the relic altar when using a controller. Added functionality to set targeting mode per skill when using a controller. Improved UI panel behavior in couch co-op. When using a controller, picking up items will no longer fail due to skills in progress. Added an optional bindable action when using controller that allows the player to cycle through socketed crossbow ammo, ignoring skills that are disabled in the current weapon set. Added an optional bindable skill when using a controller that reloads your current crossbow ammo type. When using a controller, quick swapping an equipped weapon will now place any support gems socketed in the skill granted by the old weapon in your inventory. When using a controller, detonating arrow and freezing arrow will now target enemies if not manually aimed. Redesigned with the cosmetics equipment interface, you can now open the chat while in the cosmetics panel, so you can flex your pilfering ring and global. Ha 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 ha. Looks like they enabled a bunch of microtransactions that were already in the game, like Deepwater armor set, Misery armor helmet attachment, Pandemonium armor set, finishers, Plummeting Chaos rare finisher, Plummeting Exalted rare finisher, Plummeting Mirror rare finisher, Plummeting Vile rare finisher, Divine Artillery Strike rare finisher, portal microtransactions that they enabled, Primordial Dread apparition portal effect, Nullifier portal effect, Incinerator apparition portal effects. And then they apparently enabled a bunch of pets that already existed. Acid Scorpion, Amber Cat, Baby Black Death, Baby Elephant, Bell Lizard, Black Cat, Black Rabbit, Black Rat, Bloodworm Pet, Blue Frog, Blue Land Crab, Bronze Kiwi, Chicken Pet, Chrome Scorpion, Cinnamon Cat, Cobra, Cockroach, Colossal Wheata, I don't know what that is, Dark Shard Falcon, Demon Hand, Diamond Kiwi, Divergent Centipede, Divergence Predator, Divine Roa, Ebony Scorpion, Eternal Roa, Exalted Roa, Female Paradise Duck, Ferret, Firefly Swarm, Formosan Bear, Formosan Deer, Ghost Flame Swarm, Giant Wetra, Ginger Rabbit, Gold Kiwi, Core Wheata, Green Basilisk, Green Frog, Hedgehog, Heist Cat, Heritage Peacock, Heritage Scarab, Infernal Basilisk, Infernal Fox, Infernal Scorpion, Ivory Scorpion, Kiwi Pet, Koala Bear, Lemur Pet, Lightbringer Cat, Lightning Bat, Lightning Scorpion, Male Paradise Duck, Mallard Duck, Mysterious Frog, Nursery Web Spider, Peacock Pet, Peahan, Puko, I don't know what that is, Red Frog, Regal Roa, Roa Rock Elemental, Rolling Head, Royal Blue, Royal Green, Royal Red, Scavenger Bat, Scavenger Rat Mother, Scorpion Pet, Silver Kiwi, Spectral Basilisk, Tabby Cat, Thaumaturge, Dachshund, Wiener Dog, Toad, Tortoise, Two-Tailed Lizard, Wheata, White Rabbit, and Wild Turkey. Holy crap, that's a lot of pets. Looks like we're going to be seeing a lot of pets that these, as far as I'm aware, these already existed in Path of Exile 1, and anybody who had access to them in Path of Exile 1 will have access to them in Path of Exile 2. So you're going to see a lot of little pets running around that you haven't seen before. Enabled the existing skin transfer, vanishing dye, invisible buff effect from Path of Exile 1 to 2. Enabled the item display case hideout decoration and hideout music player microtransaction in Path of Exile 2. Bug fixes. Fixed a bug where skills that allow movement during their actions wouldn't apply their slow effect to full effect if used at higher values or attack or cast speed and not held down. Fixed a bug where you could unreserve or reserve minions to resummon them instantly while they were in the process of resummoning. Fixed a bug where canceling a skill with the Infernalist Pyromantic Pack Ascendancy passive skill allocated would cause the player to gain Infernal Flame. Fixed a bug where the Wind Dancer stages could be kept after weapon swapping to a weapon that did not have Wind Dancer equipped. Fixed an issue where some triggered skills were able to generate energy, such as Burning Inscription. Fixed an bug that caused Shattering Palm's ice shards to occasionally fail to explode. Fixed a bug where ignited ground created by Incinerate was not dealing damage correctly compared to other sources of ignited ground. Fixed a bug that caused Sport Gems to applying to persistent buffs to apply twice. Fixed a bug where Sunder's Aftershocks could hit enemies too many times. Fixed a bug where Tremor's support could interfere with Aftershock chances from other sources. Fixed a bug where Resonating Shield recovered a stagger much faster than Inherent Rage Shield skill. Fixed a bug where Blink could be used to travel through walls. Fixed a bug where the effects that consume shocks could only consume a single shock at once. If the target has multiple active shocks, they now consume and benefit from all of them. Fixed a bug where the more projectile damage after piercing an enemy stat granted by quality and high velocity rounds did not function. Fixed a bug that caused shield-based attacks to not deal damage. Well, that's poopy. Fixed some wonkiness with skills that could occur when using flasks such as Plague Bearer Poison Nova stacks being cleared. Fixed a bug that prevented ferocity support from functioning correctly. Fixed a bug where skeletons impaled on offerings could sometimes still use skills if commanded to do so. Fixed a bug that could cause emergency reload to empower fewer attacks than intended. Fixed a bug where second wind and demon form, where the additional cooldown would still tick while in demon form. Fixed a rounding issue that could cause skills used by Infernalists to sometimes fail to generate Infernal Flame. Fixed a bug that could cause lingering illusions to stop functioning when supported by specific gems if you had very little unreserved spirit. Fixed a bug where Stomping Ground support would not function if you had a wand or a scepter equipped. Fixed a bug where spell-related support gems could not support skeleton arsonists. Fixed a bug where long fuse support did not prevent grenades from being detonated. Fixed a bug where crossbow shot could consume more than one bolt when firing more than one projectile. Well, that's good. Fixed a bug where Eye of Winter passing over multiple ailment ground effects only got one extra damage bonus from the most recent one rather than all of them. Fixed a bug where collapsing Horizon unique quarterstaff was providing its elemental gem level bonus multiple times to skills more than one element type. Fixed a bug where shield charge was not correctly interacting with active block mechanics. Well, that would be nice if it that way. I noticed there was something wrong with shield charge. Fixed a bug where the damage gained as an extra mental damage and detonating arrow was applied at the same time as non-skill sources of damage / conversion gain instead of before them. Fixed a bug where cast on block skill granted by the Savlanin unique shield was granting the wrong amount of energy. It now grants 25 base energy on block, previously displayed 250, but actually only granted 2.5. Fixed a bug where Vile Effusion, the skill used by Dark Effigy, was not correctly scaling with area damage. Fixed a bug where skills cooldown could stop when under the effects of multiple sources of reduced cooldown recovery rates. That's interesting. Fixed a bug where the damage bonus provided by fresh clip support was shared between skills and weapon sets. Unsocketing the support now also correctly moves the bonus. Fixed a bug where it could cause Mana Tempest to stop draining the player's mana. Fixed a bug where Shockwave triggered by striking Tempest Bell was not correctly scaling with knockback. Fixed a bug where Thorns were not causing stun, freeze, electrocute, pin, armor break, daze, or knockback. Fixed a bug where Profane Ritual did not work with hinder or chaotic freeze supports. Fixed a bug where Fiery Death Explosion was not considered a trigger skill and therefore could be supported by some supports that don't apply to trigger skills. Fixed a bug where more poisons than should be active could damage the same target where poisons had different limits. Fixed a bug where projectiles that cannot chain, such as Lightning Arrow, were chaining off terrain. Fixed a bug where marks could deal offhand hits when dual wielding, causing 0 damage because they don't have offhand damage stats. Fixed a bug that caused various aftershock-related stats that were intended to apply specifically to your skills to also apply to skills used by totems. Fixed a bug that could occur if Iron Grip and Iron Will in combination with an effect allowing spell damage increases to apply to attacks. I always thought you could probably combine those two together. Fixed a bug where Impact Shockwave was not scaling with area modifiers. Fixed a bug where aftershocks caused by slam kills with maces through Split the Earth notable P passive were not scaling with area modifiers. Fixed a bug where Shattering Palm Ice Shards could fail to deal damage when weapon swapping. Fixed a bug where sources of less minimum or more maximum damage such as Heft or Riceleth's Coiled Unique Belt were not working correctly with damage conversion. Fixed a bug where benefits of Heft support were applying twice to minions. Fixed a bug where meta skills were not correctly counting energy costs for subsequent skills. Subsequent skills if a skill that consumes a corpse was socketed in the first in the sequence. Fixed a bug where some modifiers affected delirium splinters such as Distilled Despair or the I'm Not Afraid of You notable Atlas passives were not working correctly. Fixed a bug where Seismic Cry and other delayed cooldowns could consume 2 cooldown charges when supported by Second Wind. Fixed a bug where Gathering Storm was not affected by ground duration modifiers. Fixed a bug where the Lord of the Pit Boss was not being affected by map difficulty modifiers. Fixed a bug where Corrosion support caused all poisons present on the target to apply armor break based on their magnitude, not just those actually applying damage to the target. Sounds like a pretty big nerf, but also a bug. So, like, it's kind of hard to call it a nerf since it's something that was unintentional to begin with. But for any poison damage characters who were relying on, like, how quickly Armor Break was working with corrosion, it looks like it's not going to work as quickly anymore if you have multiple poisons on the target. So if you were putting multiple poisons on the target and one of your poison effects had the corrosion support, you were getting a much faster break than you would have otherwise normally gotten, and they fixed it. Fixed a bug where the fire exposure on fully breaking armor from Wyloon's Stake unique mace would not always apply consistently. Fixed a bug where some modifiers to armor break amount did not apply correctly to armor break caused by stunning enemies. Fixed a bug where conditional effects that looked for ailments on the target didn't count electrocute. Fixed a bug where crossbow reload speed was not being affected by local attack speed modifiers on the crossbow itself. Fixed a bug that caused Demon's Form current cooldown to not be displayed. Fixed a bug where Demon's Form would kill your minions when using a controller. Fixed a bug where Soul Rend projectiles were unable to debuff targets after passing through chests. Fixed a bug which could incorrectly limit when you could use life flasks with Eternal Youth. Fixed an issue where Ghost Dance quality was incorrect. Fixed a bug with Volcanic Fissure, failed to create fissures when targeting locations very close to the player. Fixed a bug where offering skills could target the wrong skeleton. Fixed a bug where Shockwave Totem supported by Astral Projection would prioritize targets in specific direction from the totem. Fixed a bug where Ballista could target inanimate objects. Fixed a bug where swapping to new ammo types while using the controller could fail due to other actions interpreting the change. Fixed a bug where some of the stats on the Gale Force triggered by Wind Dancer were not to be displayed. Fixed a bug where toxic growth poisoning on hit was not described. Fixed a bug where the maximum number of active lightning rods did not display on the gem, only on the skill information panel. Fixed a bug where the Raging Spirit skill did not display the duration of the spirits. Fixed a bug where the Ballista and the Ancestral Totems did not display their weapons-based critical hit chances. Fixed some bug where sources of Aftershock chance were not being displayed in the skill information panel. Fixed a bug where visual effects from Stomping Ground support lingered after the damage was dealt. Fixed a bug where Gathering Storm erroneously had a strike tag. Fixed a bug where Cold Snap's area effect did not have a split display a visual effect. Fixed a bug where Comet's impact radius was not displayed. Fixed a bug where Frost Wall did not display its length on the gem or skill information. Fixed a bug where Martial Tempo was able to support triggered skills. Fixed a bug where Ghost Dance did not display maximum number of Ghost Shrouds you could have on the gem. Fixed a bug where Holy Descent and Shocking Leap support gems would not enable area, duration, or ground effect support gems to support their skill. Fixed a bug where the benefit provided from the quality and combat frenzy was missing description. This is not a functional change. The benefit was previously applying, just not described. Fixed a bug where precision support used the wrong 2D art. This does not affect existing copies of the gem. Fixed some issues related to Endgame Atlas generation. Fixed a bug where reduced resistances 2 in the Trials of Chaos modifiers was incorrectly granting maximum elemental resistances instead of lowering them. Fixed a bug where the Arbiter of Ash boss fight would be paused in some situations. Fixed a bug where Ketzuel Kuzuli, High Priest of the Sun, could get out of sync when slowed. Fixed a bug where Kuzuli, High Priest of Sun, could immediately face the player while using their laser skill if they were knocked back. Fixed the case where players could get out of bounds during Ketzuli's High Priest Sun fight. Fixed a bug where slowing the Arbiter of Ash when they were using their Flame Drop Beam Slam combo could cause certain parts of the skill to overlap. Fixed a bug where the swords thrown by Causis the Revelation could fail to return to him. Fixed a bug that could cause Causis the Revelation to stop taking actions. Fixed a bug where Sekima Asala could sometimes fail to put up her Sandstorm shield when fighting Jamonra, the Risen King. Oh my god, that happened so many times. It even happened in the Citadel, which was hilarious, and yeah, I remember that. They were sitting there trying to figure out how to freaking stop the fight. I remember Sekima Asala was just sitting there, just not doing her job, and the Sandstorm never stopped because she never put up her shield. Fixed a bug where Balak the Skyseer could start zooming around the outer edge of the arena. Oh, he's got the zoomies. Fixed a bug where Riona Winter's Cackle wouldn't fire any projectiles using their Ice Spike Barrage skill. Fixed a bug where the boss arena and Val Foundry map did not have an exit available upon defeating the boss. Fixed a bug where you were able to open a portal to the Sump map boss arena after killing the boss. Fixed a bug where the entrance to the Grimhaven map boss room could fail to activate. Fixed a bug where Quake Golem's Trial of Sekimas could sometimes be immune to damage. Fixed a bug where the Lightning Land skill could be used by brutal transcendent enemies could not be blocked or dodge rolled. Fixed a bug where some fireball traps in the Trial of Sekimas were terminating early on terrain. Fixed a bug where the Delirium boss static life bars would appear before engaging the boss. Fixed a bug where the visual indicators for the proximal tangibility monster modifier were not functioning. Fixed an issue that caused monsters in Agarat to not patrol as intended. Fixed a bug where Dire Tusk Boar's charge ability was unable to connect with the player, thus causing it to deal no damage. It will now deal damage correctly. Fixed a bug where some reward marker flags in the expedition logbooks had the wrong icon in the flag. Fixed a bug where the magic and rare chests could not be found in the decay map. Fixed a bug where the burial bog map could fail to contain extra content. Fixed a bug where the gain extra damage and extra chaos damage modifier in the Ming Heart's unique ring was not affected by Chayula's catalysts. Fixed a bug where the Matsaya's unique staff skills reserve 50% less spirit modifier would not apply to totems when using the Ancestral Bond Keystone passive skill. Fixed an issue where the critical damage per power charge modifier on Power Tread unique boots was being described as base critical damage bonus instead of increased. This is purely a description change. Fixed a bug where spirit granted by Morior Invictus unique body armor was still granted when you could not gain spirit from equipment. Fixed a bug where Atsok's Sight unique helmet did not cause critical hits with spells to inflict poison. Fixed a bug where some auras granted by scepters did not update when presence radius changed, such as through the Alpha's Howl unique. Fixed a bug where the benefits from the electrocution passive skill and the enemies immobilized by you take 25% less damage modifier on the Sign I Quo unique gloves could sometimes end prematurely. Fixed a bug where the Sacred Flame unique scepter applied its enemies in your presence resist elemental damage based on their lower resistance aura to player instead of enemies. What? What? So the Sacred Flame unique scepter was applying an effect which stated enemies in your presence resist elemental damage based on their lowest resistance, but was somehow applying to the player instead of the enemies. That's hilarious. Alrighty then. Fixed a bug where you would take damage from the Heartbound Loop unique ring when you unsocket minions or the minions expired. Fixed a bug where the Falcon Dive notable passive skill was 1% increased attack speed for 150 accuracy rating instead of 250 to your offhand. Fixed a bug where a number of passive skills that grant bonuses while wielding a staff were also functioning while wielding a quarterstaff. Most of these now only work with staves. However, the increased defense granted by the one with the river notable passives are now only granted when wielding a quarterstaff. Fixed a bug with the interaction of the Pending Doom notable passive skill and the Hex Bloom support. Fixed a bug where the effects that occurred reaching a maximum rage were not functioning correctly when you went from 0 rage to maximum in a single hit. Fixed a bug where the Time Lost Jewel modifier was intended to grant notable passive skills effects instead of granted small passive skill effects. Existing items are unaffected. They fixed a bug where the modifiers on scepters did not stack. Multiple players within a party can now have the same scepter modifier, and it will stack. This also fixes an issue where the Leer cast could not stack. Fixed a bug where the Gloves Corruption enchantment that causes enemies to drop increased gold did not function. Fixed a bug where the quality on scepters multiplied the amount of spirit they granted instead of granting quality to their inherent skill. The fixed a bug where the unhindered notable passive could not be instilled onto an amulet. Fixed a bug where the greater essences could not be used on items with other items socketed into them. Fixed an issue where two small passive skills leading to the repulsion notable were incorrectly granting spell skills increased area of effect instead of area damage. Fixed a bug where the chance for trigger skills to refund half the energy spent description could disappear if the chance was over 100%. This was just a display issue with the description. Fixed a bug where the Greed Shrine buff granted by the Avarice Shrine in all instances This should now be referred to as a greed shrine. Fixed a bug where the saber spiders could still attack while imprisoned. In essence, fixed a bug where characters could become stuck between a wall and some indestructible pottery in the Lost City. Fixed a flickering bug that could sometimes occur when using DirectX 12 renderer. Fixed a bug in the passive skill tree where jewels could sometimes be placed into different sockets once you clicked. Fixed a bug that would allow you to visually allocate more passive skills than you had points to spend. Fixed a bug where Struggle Scream Unique Amulet could not be stored in the Unique Stash tab. Fixed a bug in the item filters to filter the number of sockets was not working. Fixed a bug where the list of available public parties could fail to load if you logged directly into your hideout. Fixed a bug where increases to gem levels and global modifiers was not displayed when socketing instead of meta gems while using a controller input. Fixed a bug where Control-Alt-C did not include information on skills granted by items. What is Control-Alt-C? That's in my skills panel, right? What the hell's my skills panel? Let me remember the button. I don't remember the button. What is the button? Oh, that's right. My game is all like jacked up because I tried to leave. Fixed the bug where the league migration options could disappear when using a controller if you went to migrate but then canceled out of it. Fixed targeting issues with Incinerate, Bone Storm using controller. Fixed an issue targeting corpses using controller. Fixed a bug where Trials of Suck My Butts could not be accessed in Couch Co-op. That's great. Fixed a bug in Couch Co-op where player 2 was not able to place a jewel in the socket of their passive skill tree until player 1 had allocated a jewel socket. Fixed a bug where the dialogue lines could not be outputted twice in Couch Co-op. They literally have that twice. Is that a joke? Fixed a bug preventing skipping cutscenes in some circumstances. Fixed a bug preventing cosmetics menu from displaying properly in some hideouts. Fixed a bug where Wolfsbane unique shield 3D art was smaller than intended. It did look kind of small. Fixed 5 client crashes. Just missed the boat. The below features were showcased, but unfortunately were not able to be included in the 2.0 patch. We will patch these in as soon as they are ready. Added the ability to lock your main hand, offhand, or both so that you can use the same items between weapon sets. Oh, wow, that's really nice. That's actually kind of cool. So then you could have like one main weapon and like 2 shields or something. That's pretty neat. Okay, so recapping this is like insanity. But at least large portions of it come down to some very simple things. So let's talk about what I can recap very easily. So first off, they nerfed, pretty heavily nerfed Lightning Rod, very much so. Nerfed Spark, very much so. They also heavily nerfed mana across the board. So plus mana across the board has been nerfed. Just in general, like they don't want you to have that much mana, and it seems very obvious from nerfing pretty much every single mana option that they possibly can. They nerfed all negative resistance, basically from all sources. This includes, of course, curses, spells, basically any negative res it seems like that you could obtain, etc. It seemed like they nerfed pretty much all of it. They also heavily nerfed pretty much a lot of the like stat-based items. So anything that had like stat scaling on any type like seemed to get hit pretty hard from a lot of the nerfs. So Lightning Rod, Spark, they also nerfed, of course I could just throw it up here with the skills. They heavily nerfed Hammer of the Gods. But it's interesting is that they nerfed it, but they also kind of like buffed it at the same time. What they did is they took it from a skill that you could easily swap to and cast to an ability that you have to actually use. So if you're not actually using a hammer, if you're not swinging it and building into heavy stun, then you're not going to get good use out of Hammer of the Gods. But it does seem like that if you are building into heavy stun and you are building into, like using a mace and you're actually being a mace wielding character, that it's actually a buff tentatively. Question mark. I need to actually see it in progress, but but nerfed for some, buffed for others. So we could even put in like buff, nerfed, slash buffed, because it definitely is a nerf for some characters and definitely is a buff for some characters. Depends on what you're playing and how you're playing the character. Another really easy one that I could pull out of my hat here, which is very easy to state, is that they have nerfed Magic Find, or increased rarity, whatever you want to call it. I even hear the developers call it Magic Find. So I feel like calling it Magic Find is not necessarily wrong, because even the developers are calling it increased Magic Find. So they nerfed Magic Find basically across the board in multiple ways. So number one, and I feel like I kind of need to put it here. So number one, they nerfed the curve of Magic Find, so making it less effective at higher percentages, which it already was less effective at higher percentages. They made it even less effective at higher percentages. So they want it to be effective at low percentages, and they don't want it to go into crazy orbit at higher percentages, is basically what they're doing. I listened to a 2-hour freaking like Q&A session where the developers were talking about this, and they literally went through the process of talking about how they didn't want like the current like meta for Magic Find to remain. And they were hitting it from multiple different angles. So the first angle that they're hitting it from is reducing the overall effectiveness of higher percentages. So the higher your percentage, the less effective it's going to be. Number two, they also hit Magic Find from another perspective. So they also reduced Magic Find across the board on all items. And this is pretty drastic. And then number three, they hit Magic Find again, and this is a much more drastic hit, is they smacked the ever-loving crap, just like out of any item that was an outlier. So if an item had extremely high Magic Find for very little penalty, they nerf the ever-loving poop out of it. So they absolutely just smacked it into the dirt. Example is the shield that has the sockets where you put the soul cores in, and then it basically gives you like a multiplier on the soul cores, which gives you like 200 or 300% Magic Find depending on the quality of your shield or whatever. That's gone. Like, they not only did they nerf the shield to prevent you from being able to do that ever again, but they also took away Magic Find on the soul core. So the soul core specifically that revolves around actually using that function is also gone, which I don't even really understand why they needed to nerf the shield if they were also going to nerf or just completely destroy the soul core that provides the Magic Find. But I guess maybe it was being used for the stat stacking, which they seem to have gone across the board and just nerfed stat scaling and stat stacking in general. Let's actually put stat scaling / stacking, because they also nerfed Pillar of the Cage God, which is a stacking item. They nerfed quite a few of the functions of any kind of stacking that you could ever possibly do. They don't. Apparently, stat stacking is the enemy of the gods at this point. What am I missing? I can't really say for certain whether this is a nerf or a good thing or a bad thing, positive, negative, whatever, because they said that they reduced across the board. So reduced across the board the mana cost of attack skills specifically. In fact, it's in here somewhere. I could find it, but I'm kind of too lazy. And then they also reduced. So this is number one. So let's put number one. And then on number 2, they also increased. Actually, I don't even know how to phrase this. Let's just say increased the ability to reduce the cost of skills by fixing the order of operations for reductions, by allowing the reduction to go first as opposed to last, which is going to it should technically increase or decrease the amount of mana, like the ability cost, because then instead of the multipliers going off of the base number that is now like 100 or whatever, it goes off the base number that is reduced, so it multiplies a smaller number, which should eventually end up to a lower amount. But then the problem is that they also increased so number 3 increased the support gem multipliers by a large amount on basically everything. There was a couple reductions, but most of them were increases to the multipliers of the mana cost. And this means that I can't really tell you whether or not they actually increased or decreased the mana cost of these abilities. Like, I really just don't know. Like, because they reduced the mana cost on the base, then they made it so that it was easier to reduce the mana cost using reduction abilities or support gems, but then also increased the multiplier on basically all the support gems as well. So I don't know if this is going to result in a net increase, a net decrease, or maybe it'll just wash out and it'll be exactly the same as it was before. I'm not entirely sure. Trying to think if there's anything else that I missed. I'm trying to like recap like what seems to be like a 2-hour freaking doojank here. You also said smaller mana pools across the board. Oh yeah, that's right. So you're right. So that's another thing I didn't even consider. So they're also reducing mana pools across the board, which also could have an effect here. So instead, if you have 1,000 mana before and now you've only got like 750 mana, that's also going to be a thing because you're just going to have less mana in general. They did seem to convert a lot of the mana like bonuses to regeneration. So that was something that I also noticed, is that a lot of mana, a lot of plus mana was converted to mana regeneration. So that's also another change. So it could potentially work out. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not really sure how mana regeneration functions in this game. I know how it functions in D2, is that the higher your mana pool, the more effective mana regeneration is. So like somebody with 300% mana regeneration in D2 with like a pool of 100 would regenerate really slowly because they have a very small pool. But somebody with 0% mana regeneration and like a pool of 1,000 is going to regenerate extremely fast because they have a very large mana pool. And like it was always a balance. Like mana regeneration was good, but having a large mana pool was also good. And I'm not exactly sure how freaking Path of Exile 2 does it. They copied a lot of things from D2. So under the assumption that they copied that from D2 as well, increasing your mana regeneration and decreasing the pool could have basically a wash type effect, where essentially there's no gain. It just simply ends up being the same as it was before. So your mana just kind of stays the same. Like your regeneration rate goes up, but your mana pool goes down. So it basically ends up balancing, and you end up around the same regeneration rate that you were before. So it could potentially mean that your regeneration rate stays the same and your mana pool goes down, which might not necessarily be a good thing. I don't know. It's kind of hard to call this one. They played around with too many stats. It's not something that I would particularly do because I'm one of those people that likes to make things in small changes and see how they affect stuff. But they've changed like a massive amount of things here. And I guess we're going to find out really quickly, right? You're going to be like, oh, is mana an issue? If mana is an issue, like if you're constantly running out of mana on a regular basis, well, then the net result of all of these things is that, you know, like you're going to have issues with mana from now on, and you're going to have to do better at like governing your mana consumption, right? But if the other opposite is true, if you end up like on the other scale, which is like, wow, I'm having no more issue with mana, this is really easy, well, then maybe the net result of this is a good thing. My guess is that for some people it's going to be a good thing, and some people it's really, really not. I'm not really sure how else to put it other than that. It seems like it's either going to go one way or the other. It's not going to be a wash. My prediction is you're either going to have horrible mana issues, or you're going to be like, just like, oh, this is so easy. I never run out of mana ever. I'm trying to think what else was in here that was a really cool change. They nerfed so much stuff, and they also like changed a bunch of things. This right here, the armor, well, not this one specifically, but they did state that like armor break, so monsters with broken armor would have a 20% increased damage on them, which I thought was really cool. So monsters with broken armor take 20% more damage. I'm pretty sure that's what it said. I can do a little search here real quick and find that, but that seemed really good to me. Yes, there it is. So, oh, it's physical damage specifically, so I was remembering slightly wrong. So fully broken armor now causes enemies to gain 20% increased physical damage from hits. That's pretty good, but it's increased, not more, but it's still really nice. So for those of you who are physical damage characters, broken armor has now become even more important. And that's pretty cool. Another one that they nerfed, so let's go back up to the nerfs real quick. So nerfed, what was it? Combat Frenzy? They nerfed Combat Frenzy pretty hard, I believe. To go back and take a look real quick. But I'm pretty sure they nerfed Combat Frenzy like into the dirt. So here's Combat Frenzy. Now gains a charge when you freeze Electrode more than 5.3 to 4.1. Previously 1.5. So you could potentially get a charge every 1.58 seconds at maximum level. Now it's going to be at maximum level 4.1 seconds, which is roughly, what is that? 1.5 is 3. 1.5 again, so that's 4.5. So little under 3 times. So like 2.8 times less, I guess would be the term. So you're going to build frenzy charges a lot slower. I'm not entirely sure if that completely kills it, but it will make it give you frenzy charges less. There was also another one in here that had something to do with like the charges, but let's move on to one of the other nerfs. So they nerfed the ever-loving bejesus out of Tempest Bell. Like, holy crap, they nerfed like dear Lord Jesus in heaven. They hit that thing with, I don't even know what they hit it with, a tank. They hit it with a tank, and then they also dropped the frickin' house on it from like frickin' the from the Wizard of Oz. Like, they dropped the whole house on there with little toes curling up at the edge of the thing. I mean, not only did they nerf Tempest Bell by reducing the total number of hits, they reduced it by also basically just like completely destroying the bonus number of hits. They also put a hard shockwave cooldown, essentially, or not a cooldown, sorry, a trigger effect on it, so that it can only trigger once every 250 milliseconds, which is going to prevent the overall damage output of Tempest Bell dramatically. They also limited the total number of bells and made it so that every single copy of the skill shares the same number of bells, so no more Tempest Bell copying. I mean, like, the total effect of what they did to Tempest Bell, it's not going to like destroy it as an ability. It's still useful, But everything that they did to it in total is definitely going to make Tempest Spell far less effective than it was previously, especially for people who were using multiple bells. So getting like 5 or 6 bells and dropping 5 or 6 bells at the same time and hitting all the bells at the same time. Like that's gone. Like you're done. Like you're not doing that anymore. You get 1 bell and you have the maximum number of bells available. You can still have multiple copies of the skill and you can still drop multiple copies of the skill, but the difference here is that the limit number is placed on all the copies of the skill now. So you can still only have a maximum number of bells no matter how many copies of the skill you have active. So if you have like 2 maximum bells and you have 5 skills, you're still only dropping 2 bells. And then on top of that, they also increased the number of combo points required to 10. Now, I don't necessarily think this is like a huge issue because in general, it wasn't very difficult to like build the combo points anyway. But it requiring 10 instead of 4 is still going to make a huge difference on how fast you can drop them. I mean, Tempest Spell was always a really good skill. And I am kind of sad to see it get absolutely gutted like this, but maybe it deserved it. I don't know. They did make changes to all the Herald skills. I don't know if they necessarily nerfed them, but like all the Herald skills got updated. Mainly, I think, because there's that new unique item that's coming out that literally grants you all the Herald skills. So they all got like an updated pass. Some of them seem like they get slightly reduced. Some of them seem like they get slightly buffed. However, there was a big nerf, not to the Herald skills specifically, but to how the Herald skills disseminate their damage. So a nerf to Herald skill damage application. And this one is across the board to all the Herald skills. And it has to do with the fact that Herald skills used to be able to trigger their own damage effect. So for instance, like say you shot a monster, in the face, bam, like smacked him, right? And he explodes with fire damage or lightning damage or cold damage or whatever, right? Before, the damage that came from the Herald skill could kill something else. And if it killed something else, could potentially trigger another effect of the Herald skill. And this would cause a chaining effect of the Herald skills to happen. So you could pop one monster, and then all the Herald skills would go off, and then you would get this popcorn effect where it would just be like... And it would usually go pretty quickly, a lot faster than that. More like... But... can't do that anymore. So the Herald skills will no longer trigger more Herald skills. So the chaining effect of the Herald skills is now gone. You can still get the Herald explosions. You can still have the Herald explosions go off multiple times, but you have to trigger them from something else that's not a Herald skill, which is a really big nerf to the way that the Herald skills were functioning. And I'm sure that that's going to bring down the overall effectiveness of the Herald skills in general. I'm sure that there's something else that I'm missing. I always miss something. Wind Dancer got nerfed pretty heavily. Nerfed Wind Dancer. Completely removed Grim Feast. That jank is just gone. Apparently they decided Grim Feast was just not worth having in the game, and they just completely removed it entirely. That one is listed right here. Grim Feast can no longer be engraved in the gem cutting menu. Existing Grim Feast gems have been disabled. We aim to rework Grim Feast in the coming future. So it has been completely removed, pending, and I'll put there, pending a unknown date rework. Not just completely removed, but also disabled. Let's put / disabled. So it is just gone. So if you loved this disabled, so if you love some Grim Feast, I'm sorry, it's just completely gone. There's the Hammer of the Gods rework that I was talking about earlier as well. So Hammer of the Gods no longer has a cooldown, which you think would be a buff, but instead requires 20 glory to use. Glory is a resource that gets built up by heavy stunning enemies. So if you're not heavy stunning enemies, basically Hammer of the Gods is completely useless to you entirely. So you have to build up for heavy stuns to be able to get any Hammer of the Gods at all. Which pretty much completely annihilates any kind of like swap set. Like if you were using swap sets to get like Hammer of the Gods off, like maybe you had like something else as your main weapon and then you would swap over, cast Hammer of the Gods, and then swap back. Like that's probably not happening anymore. However, it does look like if you actually build into a heavy stun set, that Hammer of the Gods actually got buffed. So depending on which way you were using it, it's either a complete and utter nerf into the dirt or a super buff, which is going to be like even better. That's why on the panel here I have it set up as nerfed/buffed, because it definitely depends on how you were potentially using it, and you could potentially rework your build to include heavy stuns, and if you do that, then obviously this ends up being a buff for you, but it depends on whether or not you can rework your build in that way. What else did they play around with? They played around with so much stuff in here, and I'm trying to generalize all this because obviously this is the recap. I mean, a lot of these changes, by the way, like, and I feel like I must preface a lot of this stuff is that, yeah, they're nerfing a bunch of stuff, and like, yeah, it's kind of a big deal. But at the same time, like this new patch, who's playing any of these classes anyway? Like most of the people are going to be playing frickin' Huntress and the new ascendancies, and a lot of this stuff doesn't even apply. A lot of this stuff doesn't even apply to any of like the new class or the new ascendancies. It's all going to be like crazy. They also nerfed mana shield items, so that's also something to put in here. So the two big mana shield items that people love to use got nerfed in two ways, not just one. So what are the names of those? It's the Ghost Flame, isn't it? Ghost Flame, and at Ziri's, I think it's at Ziri's Helm or whatever. Those two items got the amount of mana shield that they convert from HP to mana shield reduced. So they got nerfed in two ways. Number one, they got nerfed by actually like reducing the total amount that they actually converted. Then number two, they got nerfed a second time by fixing the problem with the way that Chaos Inoculation and Chaos Inoculation works. So Chaos Inoculation and what's the other one? Blood Magic would both set your like HP. No, so Chaos Inoculation would set your HP to 1. And the problem is that at Ziri's helmet and the Ghost Flame armor were taking your HP from before you converted, and we're allowing you to build large amounts of mana shield by using these items when they weren't supposed to work that way, because technically your HP was supposed to be 1. So, you know, like 15% of 1 is still 0. However, they were ignoring the conversion numbers, and they were basically allowing you to have this conversion even though you had no life. So, like, they were giving you like 35% mana shield for basically no negative whatsoever. They don't do that anymore. So as you can see right here, setting a stat to a specific value, such as Chaos Inoculation, setting your life to 1, or Blood Magic, setting your mana to 0, now occurs before conversion is applied to that stat rather than being ignored by conversion. So basically, it's just going to make it so that these items are absolutely useless if you're running Chaos Inoculation. And there's probably some other items that are now made useless by Blood Magic being like fixed. So they're still useful, and I'm sure they'll still be useful early game, especially if you're just trying to get like energy shield. But once you run Chaos Inoculation, they're according to what they're saying, basically are going to do nothing. What else did they have in here that was notable to talk about? I'm trying to think. There's so many various little changes, but I'm trying to like pull together like the general mindset of what they're trying to do. Like it's not necessarily that like reading through all this, like you have to look at every single thing individually. You just look at what they're trying to achieve. And if you look at what they're trying to achieve, you start to understand that like it doesn't really matter overall. Like for instance, another one, and I just remembered one, is they nerfed the ability to freeze targets. Let's do freeze build up on targets. However, the interesting thing here is they also buffed all cold skills freeze build up, right? So what is the goal here by what they were trying to do? Well, they made it harder to freeze a target if you're not using a cold skill, which seems to be more specifically that they don't want you to be able to freeze targets if you're not using a cold skill. Does it make it impossible for you to freeze targets if you're not using a cold skill? No, but it does make it more difficult. And then what they seem to do is they seem to buff all the cold skills back to the level that they were before the nerf. Right? So the cold skills themselves, like Ice Shot, or I'm trying to think of like all the different cold skills, like Frost Bomb and stuff like that. Like they have essentially the same freezing potential that they had before, but you're like if you're just building a cold damage character and you're not using any cold skills, you got nerfed. So cold damage characters got nerfed, but not cold skill characters. It seems to be a deliberate change there, that they're trying to make the cold skills more useful, right? They don't like the fact that people are avoiding the cold skills. I don't really like the cold skills for the most part. I do like Ice Shot, but a lot of the cold skills kind of suck, to be perfectly honest, and I can understand why people are avoiding them. Like Permafrost Bolts, absolutely hated Permafrost Bolts, by the way. There was also an odd change in here about growing skills, and I couldn't really quite understand what the hell they were going on about. They were basically talking about like certain skills' ability to grow in area of effect, and I think they were. If I had to guess based off of what I read, it sounded like they were talking about a buff. So the growing skills are getting a buff. That's what it sounded like. Cold Snap got a pretty huge buff. I was actually kind of surprised. I don't really like Cold Snap, but I might give it another try. They increased it from 0.7 meters, which is really small, to 1.6 meters, which is like more than double. So like if you were ever using Cold Snap before and you kind of felt like the radius kind of sucked and it didn't seem to actually do damage like it was supposed to, well, that's probably why. What else did we have on here that was interesting? I'm going to take a quick scroll through. See if I can find anything more like tight. Toit. I went to Toit in there. I got my Toit. Yeah, Add Series Disdain. There it is right there. There's the nerf to Add Series Disdain. And I'm sure the other one's in here too. Ghost Writhe. Sorry, Ghost Writhe, not Ghost Flame. Ghost Writhe right there. So that's the nerf to Ghost Writhe. Ingenuity also got nerfed, and on top of getting nerfed, it looks like they also excluded the third ring slot, if I'm reading it correctly. So Ingenuity, nerfed Ingenuity, and seems to have excluded the third ring slot. I'm not entirely sure if they did, but it does kind of sound like the way that they worded it, that the third ring slot was excluded, because instead of just simply saying 50% increased bonuses from rings total, now it says increased bonuses gained from equipped right ring, existing versions, and then equipped left ring. So it almost seems like they may have isolated Ingenuity to prevent it from being able to increase the third ring slot. This is something that we're obviously going to have to test once we get into the game, but it does seem like that is the case. Now, this isn't something that's in the patch notes, but they did nerf Temporalis. That is in the patch notes. Nerfed Temporalis. And also, which is the part that's not in the patch notes, made it 10 times rarer, according to the developer. This was actually in a dev conversation. He said that it was going to be 10 times rarer than it currently is. So that's something. I know there's more. I can't think of it right off the top of my head. I'm trying to get all of the changes like summed up here. There was kind of an attack on, well, actually that's part of like the stat ones, so I guess that doesn't really matter. They did reduce the armor on all monsters by 30%, which is kind of big for like physical damage characters. So all armor on all monsters reduced by 30%, which was kind of huge. I forgot about that one. They also made it easier for stun buildup on monsters like magic and rare, was it magic enemies, and I can't remember. I thought they had rare ones in here too. But they definitely did make it easier to stun and electrocute them. Oh yeah, another big change was the ability to spectate your allies if you die, which I thought was hilarious. I actually put that one into Discord because I thought it was funny. That was a pretty big change. I think I was the one that made that suggestion in my multiplayer like video when I was talking about how multiplayer sucked and how like you're literally sitting there waiting for your friend to kill stuff and you can't even at least watch him while you're dead, which I thought was really silly. Like being able to at least watch your teammates play would at least be a consolation prize if you died in the middle of a run and you just got to sit there until your friend's done. Instead, you just get to stand there and like stare at your corpse. A whole bunch of like PoE 1 microtransaction stuff pulled over, so like huge microtransaction pullover from PoE 1. So if you have a bunch of like microtransaction stuff from PoE 1, you may have a bunch of your stuff showing up in the PoE 2 menu, so you can pull out a bunch of your pets. Looks like it's mainly pets. Huge number of pets. I mean, there's other stuff, but huge number of pets. There were some bug fixes in here, which were pretty good. There were some pretty funny ones in here. I was looking at some of these and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's a poopy one. Like this one right here, I played a whole shield character for like, I don't even know, like a long time. I played a shield character for a long time. I played one earlier. And just, okay, apparently like the shield skills would just randomly not deal damage, which is really stupid. That's really stupid. And then there's a lot of good changes in here, a lot of good fixes. This one right here was also a really funky bug. Apparently it had to do with the Sovlin's unique shield, the one that was giving you like a cast on block kind of a thing. And apparently it wasn't working properly. So now it is working properly, so that's good. Might be a fun one to use with the new character, like putting on Svalin's unique shield, trying to do like the cast on block, setting up for block with the new spear huntress, the javelin huntress. That could be a really fun setup. And now that it's fixed, well, that'd be great. Could be fun to like tie that together with a ground-based effect for the tornadoes or the little twisters. Did I talk about them nerfing lightning rod? I don't know if I put that down here. They nerfed lightning rod as well. Yeah, I did put that down here. It's not really so much a nerf as it is like they don't want you using it the way that you're using it, I guess. It seems like it might still be effective if you're using it correctly in the right context, like with the lightning arrow skill, but they don't want you using lightning rod the way that it's currently being used. It does still seem kind of like a nerf, but it's a heavy nerf to the people who are using it without the lightning arrow skill. If you were using it without the lightning arrow skill, you're going to notice a huge change in how it actually works. This change that missed the boat is kind of impressive too. Like it allows you to use the same main hand weapon and swap your offhand weapon instead. So you can like lock a main hand weapon and then you could hit the button and swap to a different shield or like a different offhand, which does actually sound really cool in my opinion. I'm not really sure like how long that's going to be for that to come in, but that actually does seem really neat, especially with characters that utilize shields, and you can have like 2 different shields equipped or something like that. Maybe one for magic finding and maybe one not for magic finding, and then you don't have to have 2 weapons, equipped on one on each side, like maybe mirroring each other or whatever. Obviously, there's a lot of information in here, like the generic stuff on like what's being added, like 100 unique items, 100 support gems, which we don't have a full list of. I'm sure there's a full list of it somewhere, and perhaps we can go take a look after this. Maybe we'll go check out some websites and we'll see if they have these support gems listed, so we can figure out like what's going on. I don't know how much of the information has leaked before launch, but I know there's a couple websites out there that tend to have a lot of this stuff on there. Um, the new stuff that's being added, like the rogues, the Asmazeri wisps, that's pretty cool. It's the rogues are basically going to be like players, like PvE style PvP, which basically like you have like an actual player you have to go up against, and you get to take their equipment, which is really cool. So when you kill them, like like freaking D2 style, you kill them and all their equipment drops on the ground, or a D1 style really. D2 was a little bit harder to pop people's corpses, but people did that anyway. And then you get to take all their equipment, and just like whoever wins wins. I'm kind of glad they don't get to take my equipment. That would be pretty rough. Um, I wonder if this right here has any real effect on anything. I don't know. Because that's only the base attack of unarmed speed. And I think it really only affects things like killing palm, shattering palm, etc., which then they reduced to compensate. So I guess they just made it the same, I suppose. There's the freeze change, by the way, right there. They also reduced the range of presence, but then they also added a bunch of things that you could do to increase the range of presence. So it's kind of like I don't know if that one's really a wash. More so, it's like, yeah, I got to pay to increase it. Because they did talk about adding a bunch of like things on the board that would actually increase your presence. So maybe you just end up right back to where you were before, I guess. Um, this was a big buff here too. Heavy stun duration on players is now, or not buff, sorry, nerf is 3 seconds, previously 1 second. So when you get heavy stun, it's going to last for 3 full seconds, which is more than enough time for you to get absolutely destroyed. As far as I know, the only way to get heavy stunned at the moment is for you to block into it. So you have to literally like hold down the block key or the raise shield key until your character eventually gets put into a heavy stun. But 3 seconds sounds like absolutely way too much time, and probably is going to end up into dying. I mean, this really doesn't give us the full picture of the changes, but it does tell us what's going on, and we're going to have to do some research into more other stuff. Let me go and take Cody out to do a Peppa Doodas real quick, because he does have to go to the bathroom, and he had to go to the bathroom quite a while ago. And I got to these patch notes and I didn't realize how long they were going to be. They're absolutely ridiculously long. So let's take a quick break. We're going to come back and then we're going to start looking up some of these skills, see if we can find any more information on them. If we can't find any more information on them, we're just going to play some more. We're going to play some more Path of Exile. I mean, why not? I will be right back. When does the patch drop, do you know? The patch drops on the 4th. The patch drops on the 4th. What was that website that I always went to? Did it reset my freaking... It's not even saving my settings anymore. That's great. So just don't save my settings. Okay. It doesn't save my settings. It didn't save them, no. And now the game is crashing. Doesn't want you to know. Just close it. Just destroy it, please. Destroy it. What was that website that I used? Nope, definitely not that one. Definitely not. I wish I could just ban that one from my frickin' page. I just want to ban it. Just ban it forever. Ban it. Ban it forever. Ban it. Gonna ban the feather. Aside from me knowing which ones are in the game, I mean, I guess I could go through and look and see if there's any new ones on here. These are not support gems, these are skills. Where's the support gems at? I clicked on the wrong one. I know I did. Support gems. I mean, let's just go through one of the lists and see if there's any new ones on here. So, I don't see any new ones. That one's new. Definitely think that one's new. Corrupted Cry. I don't remember there being one called Corrupted Cry. Supported war cries have 30% less area effect. Corrupted blood deals 25% of your strength. That's physical damage per second. Corrupted blood duration is 5 seconds. Supported war cries have 5 corrupted blood. I don't remember that one. Premeditation. Skills empowered by support skills deal 15%. Break endurance. I mean, some of these just look like ones that I may not have used for very often. Persistence. Yeah, that's like that was in the game. That was in there. Old. Old. Actually, I don't know about this one. Yeah, no, that's old. I'm trying to look and see if there's any new ones on here, really. I'm not seeing a lot of new ones. And I mean, there's 100 new ones, right? So it should be really obvious that there's new ones on here. So it looks like they don't have access to the 100 new ones either. It looks like there are some new ones in here, but I think it's just the ones that they showed us. So they did actually show us some of the new support gems, and I think that one that I just read off was one of the new support gems that they showed us. They showed us Syzygy, they showed us Retaliate, Profanity, Unsteady Tempo, Enormity, Caltrops, Alignment, Hemo Crystals, and these were the ones that they showed us. So like, is Syzygy on here? Syzygy is a let's just try typing in did I even spell it right? SYZ. So Syzygy isn't even on this list. Retaliate. Retaliate is not on the list. So like, I don't even think they have them on here. I'm surprised they don't have the new ones on here. These are the new ones that we do know about. I don't even know why I just closed them because I could totally read them to you guys and we can at least know about these ones that are being added. So these are the ones that they added, that they showed us in the reveal. So Hemocrystals, which is support attacks you use yourself, which can cause damaging hits. Supported skills consume bleeding on hit to create explosive blood-filled crystals that can but cannot themselves inflict bleeding. So you basically make these like hemocrystals that explode. It's kind of like a whole bleeding thing, so I guess that could be an interesting mechanic. Alignment is supported skills indicate one of the 4 directions. It actually seems really interesting because you can make it so that the projectiles move in the same direction that you indicate. So like supported bow attacks, supported skills indicate one of 4 directions. Changing indicated direction when an attack with supported skills matches that direction. Attacks from the supported skills which match the indicated direction deal much more damage and cannot support channeled skills. So basically you attack in a specific direction and indicate the direction that you want your skills to go. And everything that goes in that direction does more damage. That if it matches the indicated direction that you've stated. Caltrops, projectiles from supported skills trigger caltrops when they reach the end of their flight, dropping little caltrops on the ground, which is kind of cool. Increases in reduction to thorns damage applied to the hit damage with this skill. So that's interesting. So it's a thorns related mechanic. Then we got enormity, which increases the size of your minions. So you get big, beefy minions, but also it costs more spirit. So you get a bigger, beefier minion, but it also makes them cost more. So you have less of them. Unsteady tempo. I wasn't really quite sure about this one. It says supports melee attacks and skills you use yourself. Attacking with the supported skill will cycle through various effects, with the first attack in sequence inflicting a hobble, which I don't know exactly what hobble does. I mean, I know what the hobble word means, so could potentially be interesting. The second and third attacks in the sequence will powerfully scale chance to critically hit and overall damage respectively, at which point the cycle will reset. So, could be very interesting. I don't know if it works from a multi-hit. Like if you have an ability that multi-hits, does it function on each hit of the multi-hit ability? In which case it could be very interesting to just throw on an ability to get the 30% more chance to critically hit, for instance. Third attack in the sequence always deals 20% more damage. Second hit has 30% more chance to critically hit. Third attack, does the hobble. Hobble on you equal to 40% of your life, which is not really entirely sure what that does. 40% of your life is I don't even know what the hell this is. I guess we have to play around with that one. Profanity, supported skills you use yourself. Supported skills consume a corpse on use. You deal more chaos damage if they do. Cannot support triggered skills or reservation skills. So supported skills that consume a corpse within 5 meters on use, if possible. Supported skills deal 30% more chaos damage if consuming a corpse. So it basically turns any skill that you use yourself into a corpse consumer, which is kind of cool. Retaliate, supported skills deal up to 40% more attack damage, scaling up as your stun bar increases. So the more stun you have on your bar, the more damage that you do. So the closer you are to being heavily stunned. This kind of seems like something that would go along with the change to raised shield. Like if you wanted to do a raised shield character and have your raised shield constantly up to protect yourself, so you're constantly building stun meter, and then you're getting more damage for raising your shield. So almost like a offensive to match the defensive. So the defensive being your retaliate, and the offensive being the bonus that you get from having the stun added on your bar. Of course, you don't want to actually get heavy stunned because it could result in your death. Syzygy, support slam skills you use yourself. Hits from support skills are considered crushing blows against enemies, which are both ignited and fully armor broken. Hits with supported skills that heavily stun ignited and fully armor broken enemies will intimidate them, which we know from the shield. There is a unique shield. I'm sure that that's in here. Of course, it's probably in the game too, but I think it's probably quicker to pull it up here. Armor, intimidate. It's called Wolfsbane Painted Tower Shield. which gives you the ability to Intimidate. Intimidate is a debuff that inflicts 10% increased damage taken and 10% reduced damage dealt. So we know that this particular item is going to give you the ability to intimidate monsters, which is going to give you an additional 10% increased damage on the target, and it will also give you 10% reduced damage that the monster is dealing outward to you. So both a buff offensively and a buff defensively with Syzygy. So that could be a very powerful effect and indeed if you're running a heavy stun build, because basically at this point your slam skills can be considered crushing blows against enemies, which are both ignited and fully broken. And then hits with supported skills that heavy stun, ignited, and fully broken enemies will also intimidate them. So you're going to get like the free intimidation along with it, which is going to give you a nice little damage increase as well as a defensive buff. We do also have some of the unique items, so let's go over those as well while we're, like sitting here. So these are some of the unique items that they showed. There's over 100 unique items that they said they're adding. So we don't have all of them, but we do have some of them. Is that all of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6. So they got this one, which is Chernobog's Pillar Blackened Steel Tower Shield, which gives you the 1% fire damage per 1% chance to block. So it gives you a really nice conversion from like block chance to fire, which is actually really kind of cool. So if you want to do like a fire build and a block build at the same time, this is a really interesting shield for that, giving you a potential 75% fire damage because you can get 75% block chance. I don't know if it goes higher than that. You could potentially get higher than 75% block chance, I think, but I don't know if that actually works in terms of how the game functions, because sometimes when things are capped out it won't calculate past the cap, and sometimes when things are capped out it still calculates past the cap. I've seen this in both cases, so until we actually get in and test it we won't know for sure. Coming Calamity, this is the one I was telling you about that has all the heralds on it, so it gives you level 19 Herald of Ash, Herald of Ice, and Herald of Thunder. And you also get enemies in your presence have no elemental resistances, which is really powerful. So basically any enemy that's in your presence, you're probably going to want to build presence bonuses because they reduce the size of presence, but there's also bonuses to increase the size of presence back, right? So you can potentially get both, which is pretty good. So you can get some bonuses to presence, increase that, and then any monster that's in your presence is going to have no elemental resistances. Since this is a armor, it could be used on just about any character, to be honest. However, because presence has a relatively small radius, it seems like it would be better on a melee character, thus the reason why they have a monk wearing it, simply because, well, in this particular case, a monk is a melee character. He would be in presence always of the monsters, dealing his elemental damage, and he would get the maximum effectiveness of it. It's kind of funny, though, that they would give it to the monk out of all characters, seeing as how the monk already has a way of reducing monsters' elemental resistances to 0, basically. It's, what is it, the one where he gets, like, anytime you crit, monsters have no elemental resistance or whatever. Moving on, we also have the Wastegate Heavy Belt. This is going to give you life and mana flasks can be equipped in either slot, so you can equip 2 mana flasks or you can equip 2 life flasks, which is kind of crazy. So you can basically just have 2 life flasks on if that's what you want. That's the main benefit from this. There's also a item, I can't remember what it was, that makes it so that your life and mana flasks both restore both life and mana at the same time. I can't remember the name of that item right off the top of my head, but I did see it in there. Scythe's Spear, Barbed Spear, seems to be based around bleeding, so you get chance to cause bleeding on hits. Aggravating any bleeding with this weapon also aggravates all ignites on the target. 10% chance to aggravate bleeding on hits. Cannot use projectile attacks. So this is a spear, and spears can be thrown, but this particular spear cannot be thrown. So, yeah, basically makes it into a non-throwable spear. the main downside of that is basically being unable to throw anything. Calgyra's Arc, Ornate Buckler. This is one of the new shield classes that allows you to use the parry mechanic. This one is infinite projectile parry range, which is kind of crazy. So you can parry a projectile like no matter where the projectile is coming from or how far away it is. And 50% increased parry debuff duration. So it basically gives you the ability to parry stuff at any range. So I haven't even played around with the parry mechanic, obviously. I've seen a little bit of it on the reveal, but until I actually get my hands on it, I'm not sure exactly what I think about it. And I really don't know how this interacts with the parry mechanic because I don't even know about the parry mechanic. But it does seem like it could be interesting, being able to obviously infinitely like parry any projectile from any range. Then we have the first unique charm, they said, Bira's Anguish Dousing Charm, which is ignites enemies in presence as though dealing fire damage equal to 25% of your maximum life when used, which is kind of crazy, and especially if you combine it together with the new little passive that they added on the ascendancy board, which they have this whole ascendancy thing on there, which basically allows you to like regenerate charges. I'm not sure if I even have that stuff still on hand, but let me see. Path of Exile to new ascendancies. And I can pull that up and we can take a look at it. It was... Is it this one? Or is it this one? Yes, it's this one. It's the Ritualist. So this is the Ritualist one. And the Ritualist one has a couple interesting ones that have to do with charms here. So first off is the charm charges, so 15% increased charm charges gained. And then you also have the +1 charm slot with 21% more charges gained. And then this one, Mind Phylacteries, is can instead consume 25% of maximum mana to trigger charms with insufficient charges. So thinking about it from a certain perspective, even though charms aren't the most amazing thing in the world, thinking about this charm specifically, igniting enemies in presence as though dealing fire damage equal to 25% of your maximum life when used, it's kind of crazy. And being able to basically have like permanent uptime on this could be kind of insane. However, consuming 25% of your maximum mana to trigger the charms when at insufficient charges could be a little rough. Thinking about it in certain terms, having unlimited access to this and being able to ignite yourself over and over and over again essentially would allow you to spam activate this. And since it's doing a rather large amount of damage, I mean, if you look at it, it specifically says 25% of your maximum life when used, which means that you could potentially stack your maximum life to the moon when you're using this particular item. And you could have infinite uses of this as long as you're able to ignite yourself. So you'd have to find a way to self-ignite, obviously, and you'd have to self-ignite yourself all the time, which would cause the Dousing Charm to activate, and every time the Dousing Charm would activate, you would ignite all enemies in your presence with fire damage equal to 25% of your maximum life. You would stack maximum life to increase the ignite so that you could basically have a permanent uptime on getting this. You also do regain charges through killing enemies, and you could also increase the amount of charges that the item has, obviously. There are other ways that you can potentially like have the charges regenerating. I know for a fact that there's a belt that has what is it, like 0.27 charges per second or something. There's a couple different items that you could potentially utilize for charm recharging. So there's definitely like an interesting little build here that you could potentially utilize this unique charm in combination with like the ability to spam it. Unfortunately, the cost of 25% mana to activate this would be pretty costly, but I mean, depending on how much mana you have and what you're using as abilities, it could be mitigated entirely. I'm not entirely sure exactly how you would set it up, but I mean, there are interesting ways, and if you're set up around charms, you're going to have 2 other charms, obviously, which, judging by that ascendancy, which I just closed, you also get +1 charm slot, so you have 1 on your belt, 1 coming in from the actual ascendancy, which means that you could easily have 2, if not 3, if you wanted to grab the additional charm slots and then like focus on this. It's kind of a very interesting option for like a full on like fire. What did Bob called it? Bob had a specific name for it. He called it like the Immortal Flame build or something like that. Definitely a very interesting option for like a full fire build. Maybe even focusing on like maximum fire resistance, going with some of the fire options on the tree. There's definitely some interesting stuff there that you could potentially do around that. What else did I have before we move back? I have they talked about the runes in the patch notes. So the lesser, the normal, and the greater. So there are going to be 3 different classification of runes now. So there's going to be the lesser desert rune, the normal desert rune, and the greater desert rune, which are all going to have varying stats. They did this to kind of fix scaling. They said that they weren't really scaling properly at higher levels, so they wanted to kind of like maneuver them into that process of scaling. These are the new talismans, socketable talismans that they've added. And are these the new runes? These are the new runes that they added. Greater Rune of Alcridity, Greater Rune of Nobility, Greater Rune of Tithing, Greater Rune of Leadership. These are new runes that they added here. They also added these very interesting craftable items, which we're eventually going to get access to, which are pretty cool. I think they're really cool, is that basically they sacrifice some prefixes for some suffixes, or sacrifice some suffixes for some prefixes, depending on like what's going on. The ones here seem to be specifically sacrificing 1 prefix for a suffix on the ring, or 2 prefixes for 2 suffixes on the amulet. And essentially what this means is that they're just like normal amulets that you would find, except they always have 2 less prefixes and 2 more suffixes, allowing them to roll more of a specific type of modifier than other items, which could potentially make for some absolutely crazy rings and amulets, and we shall see. They also added this doojank right here, which is the Essence of Insanity, which is going to allow you to lock a specific property on a item even after you reroll it. So like say you have that like 1 crossbow that has like really crazy physical damage. And you don't want to lose your like 175 physical damage or whatever that's on the item. Well, if you use the Essence of Insanity, it's going to choose 1 property. That one's for belts. 1 guaranteed property. Upgrades don't. Actually, I'm not sure if that's the item that I'm talking about. The one I'm talking about is, I think it's the Fracturing. The Fracturing one allows you to lock 1 specific modifier, like the 175% physical damage, and then re-roll all the rest of the stats around it, so that never changes. This one seems to be upgrade a normal item to a magic item to a rare item with 1 guaranteed property, can only be used on belts. Corruption item gains 2 enchantments. They also added these things. These are the new like fancy strong boxes. Strong boxes have kind of sucked for a long time, and I'm not really sure like how good they're going to be, but apparently these do have like specific items that drop from them, I think, like unique items, or they have specific challenges that you have to achieve to be able to defeat them. I think there's 4 strong boxes is what they said. They did show all of them. They didn't like actually show what all of them do, but they showed the pictures of them. There's the Fracturing Orb. I got the Fracturing Orb. That's the Fracturing Orb right there. So fracture a random modifier on a rare item with at least 4 modifiers, locking it in place. So that basically just makes it so that that 1 modifier cannot change. Like if you ever Chaos Orbed an item and you're like, oh man, it re-rolled the 1 thing I didn't want it to re-roll, right? Well, this is basically telling you that you can lock 1 modifier in place and not have that 1 modifier change, which is good. I think this is going to be good for the game in general. They also talked about the ability to combine items together, which is really cool. So you can take like 2 items that have 2 different modifiers and combine them together and try and get like a meshed item between the 2 stats, which I think is going to be really popular. I think that pretty much covers everything. I'm going to hop back into Path of Exile. I'm going to try to anyway. I'm trying to get to that frickin' Citadel. I've never been to a Citadel yet. I want to at least get to a Citadel. Will be nice.
With the work.
Crunching on some candy. You wish you well with the Citadels? I mean, I ain't ever done a Citadel, so I have no clue. Hey, there's one over there, too. There's apparently one down here. This is the one that I'm heading toward. I don't even know where my boy is. Oh, he's right here. Alright, so I can go through this one. I'm just like burning through these. I don't even care. I just want to get to the Citadel. I've never seen one. Like, ever. Boys just like, they're like ticking time bombs. I destroyed him. This is a tier 1, but meh. Love this character. I am using a Herald on this. I wonder if, like, the nerf to the Heralds is going to negatively affect this character. I mean, I don't really care. But if I do intend to reproduce the character eventually, you know, because I like it and I want to have fun with it. But it's really not how I usually play the game, to be honest. I usually just end up creating a new character with a new build and testing out all the different like variables and possibilities and having fun with everything, you know? I thought the game was going to have like nearly infinite possibilities, if I'm being perfectly honest. And I remember at one point, like about you know, like 20-30 days into the game, I remember thinking to myself, like, you know, I really thought this game had like nearly infinite possibilities when I first started playing it, and now I'm starting to realize that there's really not like infinite possibilities. It's really a lot less than you would think, due to the restrictive number of support gems. Like, there wasn't really a lot of support gems. The restrictive number of weapons and how the skills work within those like categories, you know, like where you literally can't do much about having a, you know, a skill locked to a specific weapon, which does make things a lot more restrictive in terms of what you can achieve, right? Well, then, like, you start to realize that the number of possible combinations isn't as high as you originally thought. Oh yeah, I forgot about Barrage getting nerfed. Barrage got a pretty heavy nerf. I'm using Barrage right now. That's what reminded me. So Barrage also got nerfed. I could include that on the sheet. I mean, it doesn't really need to be included because I did read it, but when I'm, you know, like talking about all the skills. I'm sure it would be helpful to know. Oh, so many rare items. Two scepters, too. I should probably check this after. I don't know. Don't these have like a skill level on them, and like lower level ones that don't have a lower skill level, and so I don't think they're actually worth checking. I can't remember. The sandals could be good too. The sandals could be good. Use it all up. Use all the identify scrolls. Who needs identify scrolls? They weren't good. Added the ability to spectate members while you're dead is hilarious. Speed through here. We don't need to like spend forever on this. Alright, map complete, moving on. Just speed through some do-janks. We just gonna do-jank some speeds.
Go on. Greetings. Until next time.
Put it all in the do-jank. Put it all in the do-bank. Put it all in the do-jank. Tailwind. Oh, yeah, that's I forgot. I like randomly spam my do-jank to get my tailwind going. So I can run really fast. Movement speed, radioactive movement speed, does whatever a movement speed can, cause it's gonna be a movement speed man. Oh, that's a breach. No, I don't have any scrolls of wisdom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Why am I standing close to her? You got temporal bubble, and I'm just like standing real close to her so she can slow me down. Exactly what you would want, right? Exactly what you want. Ah, yes, the good old contains unidentified items. I'm surprised they don't have one that says contains unidentified items. Ooh. Oh man, not the unidentified ones. That would be just as useless. You know what they should do instead of contains unidentified items? They should make a modifier that says something really stupid like grants 10 scrolls of wisdom. And you're just like, what? What? Grants 10, what? What? And then they, in parentheses afterward, it should say, thanks, Duriel. You know, because, like, scrolls of TP and Duriel, you know. The first time you get 7 scrolls of Town Portal from Duriel, you can't do anything else but laugh. Like, there's nothing, there's nothing you can do. You're like, oh, okay, alright, 7 scrolls of Town Portal. Alright. I needed those, you know, put those in my book. I was running low. Just running a little low. Just running low. Yeah. Just running low. Running a little low on my scrolls of identify. I can't believe Duriel did me a solid and he gave me 7. 7 scrolls in the bank, 7 scrolls in the tank. Don't you want some scrolls with me? Don't you want some scrolls? Yeah, some scrolls with me. I don't care about your face. It's ugly and you look like space. Dotted and all ugly with your white heads, it's... I don't care what you say, I don't care what you pay, I'm not gonna sleep with you, you're ugly too. I just said, you're so... I just said you got so many pimples on your face, it looks like outer space. That's crazy. I think I might have like broke a Geneva Convention with that one. Splintered Tower Shield. Which one is that one? Random doojanks in my inventory. Well, there's an Exile over there. Just chilling. Alright, we're getting close to this freaking Citadel yet. What shield is this? Double stun to threshold while shield is raised. Destroy, destroy, destroy everything. Destroy, destroy, destroy everything. Destroy. Nothing matters right now anyway. We're like, what, a day? Less than a day. We're really close to a, you know, a full, like, swap out, so what does it really matter? I'm just shoving everything in here for right now. Get a heavy build. I know exactly what that thing's for. I know, and I just put up all my maps, didn't I, like an idiot? No maps for you. Doesn't matter, I just want tier 1s anyway. Alright, so this one, or this way, I think. Goes another crypt. It takes so much to travel. Like, apparently there's some sort of new, like, unique something that allows you to teleport anywhere on the map or something. Which is apparently gonna probably be pretty cool, I would imagine. Why does it already show the number of monsters on the map? It spawned like a very low number of monsters. Orb of transmutation, augmentation. That's... I didn't even look at the modifiers. Why did it just drop me all currency? That's really weird. And all bad currency at that. Forge Maul. Had to go back and take a look at the modifiers on that thing. Gives you all crap currency. Wouldn't that be crazy if it dropped like all divine orbs? No, that would be nuts. Just drops like 10 divine orbs. One last monsters. Dang. What the ham? There's no checkout checkpoints in this thing either. Man, I gotta go all the way back around. How many hours do we have? What do you mean? On Joel. How many hours have I been streaming today? Nah, 10 hours, so we got like 2 hours left. How many hours have I played Path of Exile 2? Is that the question? I mean, I can speculate. I mean, I played for 31 straight days for anywhere between like 24 hours to 8 hours a day every single day. Some days multiple streams in a row, so I don't know what that would be. Oh, until 2.0. Okay, see, another time. It is currently like 1 day, like 18 hours or something like that. There's a countdown timer on the main screen. All right. Getting closer to my goal.
SP. Yes.
Trafina the Forge Mall. I think I've got a bunch of those.
Until next time.
No map? No map. Boop. Mm. I played right up until I got banned, Joel. I played right up until I got banned. That's what I did. I played until I got banned. And then I stopped playing because I got banned. And then I never came back because even after I got unbanned. Because I didn't want to. I didn't get banned for anything serious. As far as I'm concerned. I didn't cheat or anything. I didn't hack the game or scam anybody. I got banned for something else entirely. Business related.
That's quite nice.
They didn't like one of my sponsors. That's what they didn't like. No, I didn't RMT. They didn't like my sponsor, who was involved in RMT. So, yeah. Pays the bills. No, I consider RMT cheating, so when I said no cheating, that was included in that. I didn't cheat. No cheating. Oh, I didn't mean to click on you. I didn't even want to do you. No, I don't even care about you, you stupid rituals. I don't even like rituals. Like, I'm not... Unless they're, like, at the end of a dungeon, I don't even think I'm going to do them in the future. I think rituals aren't worth doing. Like, not like prioritizing anyway. Hit them at the end, like, maybe, if I feel like it. Hope I get whatever it is in the ritual shop that never showed up in the ritual shop before. Can't count how many times I literally, would look for that one, what is it called? The key or whatever to the end game thing. Anything never would pop up in the show. Where the hell are the rest? Oh, I had one. And Blacks, thanks for the follow, my friend. I appreciate any support you guys can give me. I'm doing my best to support my family and, well, myself, and this is my full-time job, so it definitely helps. Every like, every comment, every subscribe, every membership. If you guys got some Prime subs you can throw my way, that would be amazing too. You don't have to, of course, but, if you got a Prime sub and you want to use it, I would certainly appreciate it. Prime subs are literally things that just go to waste if you don't use them, so They do indeed just go to waste. You get them for free with your Amazon Prime subscription, so anybody who has an Amazon Prime subscription automatically gets a free Prime sub. It's pretty easy to use too, like when you go to somebody's channel and you are and when you're going to subscribe, like do a gift sub, I can show you guys. There's a little checkbox at the bottom that just says use my Prime sub or something like that. And then you just use your Prime sub, doesn't charge you any money. Amazon owns Twitch, so that's the reason why it's a thing. I'm sure that eventually if Amazon sells Twitch to another company or, you know, Twitch changes hands in any way, shape, or form, that it'll go away, but for the time being, it's there.
That's quite nice.
Where is the last one of you? Down here. Way down yonder on the Chattahoochee, didn't know what the muddy water meant to me, and the evil zombies and the demons came, and they tried to eat my face, and it was lame. Precursor tablet. Ugh. See, I fixed this earlier, and now it unfixed itself, and I don't understand why it's unfixing itself. I changed this to windowed full screen, and I hit keep changes. I changed the resolution. Of course, you can't change the resolution once you have it windowed full screen. I also dropped this to 4x, or I think I dropped it to 2x. Hit save. I changed some other things on here. Can't remember exactly what I changed now. Could they piss me off? I'm pretty sure I even closed the game and reopened it, and it still keeps pulling in the old settings. I don't know what the hell it's doing anymore. Keeps like returning my settings back to default or something. I don't know. That's a pretty nice gem. Anyway, I was gonna show you guys. Let me just pull this up in a different window. You don't got to use your Prime sub on me. I mean, I'd appreciate it, but you don't have to. If you go to anybody, like let's go to Girl of Gore over here. And you go to, so this would be resubscribe in my case. And down at the bottom right here, see it says Prime subscription will be available on April 14th. So basically this would be a checkbox right here if my Prime subscription was available. You just click the checkbox and it just uses your Prime sub and like doesn't cost you any money whatsoever. So. Oh my god, I am just like moving toward this frickin' citadel at the pace of snail, it feels like, even though I'm going with like the lower tier ones, just so I can get there as fast as I can. Why does it feel like I'm going so slowly? I mean, my character's not slow. Like, I got Tailwind. I'm also utilizing Dark Ray vectors for more increased movement speed while I'm while I'm building frenzy charges, so I've got like ridiculous movement speed like pretty much all the time. Like once my tailwind's maxed out and then my frenzy charges are maxed out, I'm literally running around like a crackhead. I'm running low level Dujinx. I fire like one shot, everything dies. I'm skipping pretty much everything you can skip inside these things. I mean, I guess I could stop picking up, like, any items whatsoever. I guess that would also speed me up by a hair. Boom. Boom. Pop goes the monsters. All around the monster bush, the monster chased the weasel. All around the monster bush, pop goes the weasel. Hey, Haslocks, thanks for the Prime sub, man. I appreciate it. Gotta get them Bezos bucks out there. Bezos dollars, Bezos dollars. Come on down and get some Bezos dollars. All items drops converted to gold. No, thank you. Actually, I'm in tier 1. That probably wouldn't have been bad for tier 1. Hey, what's up, Craig? That's the Craig OG, my friend. That's the OG Craig. It's an important distinction. Don't mistake him for the other Craigs. That's the OG Craig. I am kind of excited for the random mob takeover. It sounds kind of fun. Trying to figure out like which modifiers are the best and like having fun with them and playing around with the way everything works. Some monsters are just OP too. Like there's one monster that straight up kills me on a regular basis as a range character, and I'm kind of curious how well it would function with a as a pet. Like basically wait until I can find like a rare shield monster. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but there's like this green shield knight that reflects all projectiles. Like every single time you attack them with a projectile, they shoot back a projectile like in return. And I've seen some crazy damage output from those guys. Like imagine you're doing your normal rotation and you're just like spamming your abilities. Like you use Barrage or something like that. Like this character uses Barrage, right? So like pretend you're using Barrage for a second and you go right and you shoot like an amazing number of arrows at the target. He reflects back one projectile for every single projectile you hit at him. And all of a sudden you're just dead and you don't understand why. Could be really fun, like especially with a lot of these maps that have like an insanely large number of projectile monsters. Just have that guy set up and like every time they throw a projectile at him, he just starts spamming projectiles back. The only downside of him though is that like, because eventually I had to figure out how to kill him, is that in melee range he no longer blocks. He won't block while in melee range. So if anything is in melee range, he doesn't block at all. So it could just completely negate any kind of beneficial likeness that he has, unfortunately. I mean, there's a lot of fun monsters that you could potentially utilize. I think effectively, if you're looking for a very powerful summon, I think the Quadrillas are extremely powerful in that regard. High physical damage, big hits, very aggressive. The AI on them is kind of insane for that particular purpose. So I could totally see a really powerful, rare Quadrilla being pretty insane. Alright, back to town again. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Alright, so we definitely need to take this one.
What can I do for you? I'll be here, waiting.
This is all in your head.
Hey, what's up, Wind Fury? Winfury, I've been watching my channel since the dawn of time. He's got more channel points than God, apparently, at this point. Hey, Winfury with this sub. Thank you. 8-month streak. Dang, Winfury. It's kind of funny. Need to get a new Harlequin Crush Shaco beanie set up. They ran out of stock on my other green Shaco beanie. It was upsetting. Discontinued the product, they said. Completely. I must be picking up the crazies crap. I don't even understand. Character just full of junk. I really like this build because it feels like a freezing arrow Amazon. I really like this build because it feels just like a freezing arrow zone. Oh, come on down and see my Zon. She's a freezing arrow zone. A regal shard is what I got from that monster there. Shatter them and look through their parts. Look at all shattered pieces. Shatter them and look through their parts. Look at them, they's dead. Shattered and they's dead and dead. Shattered and they's dead. Look at all the monsters. They super dead. Super duper 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 duper. Super poop 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 poopa dupa. I just ran around in a circle killing like absolutely everything that I could possibly kill. Yeah, that's the poopies. That's the poopies too. Life is the poopies. It's so poopies, don't you know? Don't you know? Life is the poopies. It's got the dookies, yeah. Hmm. Dude, this map is ridiculously huge. I just want to kill all the monsters and go, but you gotta make it so freaking slow, because I gotta run all over this map, and I'm gonna hit you right in your trap. Seen a lot of Artificer's Orbs drops. It's kind of a larger amount than I'm used to. I don't know how rare they are, but certainly feels like they're dropping more often than I remember. I think I got like 3 so far. Just playing around. I barely even see any of those dang things fall. Most of the time. Okay. So the Citadel is right there. It's a little house, I guess. So we gotta go this way.
Ice shot.
Crystal. Deliriums are kind of fun. Okay, I gotta admit that. They're okay. A lot of this endgame mechanics they've got are just kind of stupid. I think Delirium's okay. If only like you could tell which way the frickin' smoke was going half the time. I think that's my biggest issue with Delirium.
Too weak, too slow.
Yeah, like take this one right here. See a copper eye?
Out of mana.
He's got what? Stuns, siphons mana, deals lightning damage. He's got some doohickey modifiers. Maybe not the ones specifically I would want, but. I'm running out of time on the old clock.
Cool off. No mana. Out of mana. I'm out of mana. No mana.
What is this? Baby, what is this? What is this? Eat stuff, eat stuff, eat stuff. You get some more HP and it's gonna be real good, cause you gonna feel real nice with lots of hit points like tanky boss, and you gonna be like I'm a house, yo Ross. Come on down, house man, house. Cause I got 2,476 HP, HP, HP. But only 1,658 mana shield. That's not great. Oh no, no. What is HPP, baby? Don't hit me. I need more hit points, hit points, hit points.
Cool off.
Get wrecked, rare monster. Get wrecked, ha ha ha. Get wrecked, you got wrecked. Yes, ha 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 ha. Your explodies don't hit me no more, 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 no more, 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 more. Ow. Look here, Mr. Quadrillums. Actually, you know, now that I think about it, proximal tangibility actually would be really good for your summon. I was thinking about it from a different perspective, that literally it wouldn't protect him versus, like, melee attacks. But then I was thinking, like, you know, there's many times where your minion is unable to reach a target, right? And when your minion's unable to reach a target, like, he sits there and he gets, like, nuked on by so many monsters, like ranged monsters that are outside of his radius, and he can't do anything about it. He just sits there and looks like a dummy, right? Well, like, if he had proximal tangibility in those situations, he would be immortal. Like, he could just sit there and soak damage forever from any source. It wouldn't matter, right? Like, because if he couldn't reach them, and they're outside of his proximal tangibility, then he's essentially immortal until they either come within range or, you know, like, whatever. It's a lot of explosions. Explosions are really slow. I can see the deliberate changes that they made to the explosions to make them easier to avoid. A little obnoxious when there's loot sitting there and I'm trying to picking them up. Like, you know what? I'd like to pick these up. Like, hold on. We still got 6 more explosions to go through. Okay, just hold on a second.
Trophy. That would only slow me down.
Serrated quiver. Quiver. Serrate. It's actually not a bad quiver. It's missing crit chance. It doesn't really matter at this point, but I guess I could just throw it in one of the doodags and just move on. Okay. So we can get access to the towers that are surrounding it, I suppose. Let's just go ahead and grab, like, this tower at the very least so we can see what the hell the area looks like. Hey, it's one of the new tower types. I've never seen this one before. I think I saw like a short of this one where it's like a dirt thing that kind of like goes back and forth or something. I mean, it seemed kind of neat of what I saw. I don't really need to kill anything here, so I guess I can just rush. I'm just gonna keep firing though to keep my tailwind bonuses up and whatnot. That way I keep my run speed. I gotta admit, I kind of like this one. It's kind of monsters line up so nicely for me on my little piercing attacks. A Val orb. What are Val orbs, baby? Don't like me. A do jank. Oh, do jank, jank, jank. Go do jank, jank, jank. A lank, jank, jank, jank. A do jank, jank, jank. A lank, lank. Alright, so let's take a look at the map. Now that we got our little tower. So there's a tower here, there's a tower here, there's a tower here. I mean, if I wanted to do the citadel right, I guess it's an iron citadel. I guess I want to put precursor tablets and everything, but I think I might be lazy. Lazy, 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 lazy.
Speak.
What is lazy? Baby, it's me. I'm lazy. I am.
Time is not on our side.
I really don't like these plant guys that shoot at you. I think they're super annoying and I dislike them a lot. Did I mention I dislike them? In low levels they're easy, in higher levels they're a pain in the butt. What is DOTH? Dawn of the Hunt. It's the newest patch that they're coming out with. Dawn of the Hunt is the addition of the Huntress. The Huntress lass. So it's the first edition of the Huntress. Kind of like a combination of a Javazon and a Jabazon. Seems to be like somewhere in between, with a little bit of druid skills, from what it looks like to me. They got like the druid twister in there, which is very similar to the Diablo 2 twister. Probably does better damage,
Got no pack space
I
for
would
that.
guess. So many monsters, they just hate me. Just hate me. No more. You know, as much as I like killing monsters, I always thought it was really interesting when occasionally you would find a monster that didn't want to kill you and wanted to be your friend instead. Like, in Diablo 1, like the first time you came across the goat man, what was his name? I know somebody remembers his name, the friendly goat man, the one that was like a coward or whatever, and would try and like parlay with you or whatever. Can't remember his name.
You will have eternity to regret your intrusion here.
Ice shot.
The spirits yearn. Rend your soul. Asenia, join me. Cut down. Rend your soul.
Don't be rending souls.
Beloved Asenia.
Don't be rending, don't be rending, don't be rending, don't be rending souls, it's not very polite. Don't be rending souls, it's not very nice. Don't be rending. Don't be rending no souls. Rend, don't be rending, rend. Don't be rending. Ooh, that thing really sucks. Put that jank on the ground, put it right back and down. A regal orb and a regal shard. Chaos orb. There's like 4 more dudes over here. Oh, there's one right there. He just jumped on my head. He said, "Let me save you the trouble." He said, "You don't have to find me. I will jump right on your head. Don't even worry about it, son. I'm coming to kill you. You don't need to find me. I'm going to jump right on your face. And when I bite your nose, you'll know I'm there, 'cause you'll feel a tingle in your toes. A whole new tingle. A fantastic point of tingle blues. And you'll think you're done, but you're not, son. 'Cause I'm going to bite you right in the bum. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. One of you guys. Meat chewer. I mean, I guess I'm technically a meat chewer as well, but Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Long time ago. Long, long time ago. Long, long time ago. When there was a thing, you know. Long, long time ago. Bum, 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 bum. Long, long time ago. Ding dong 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 bum dong. Ding 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 ding. Okay, what's left? I'm just pushing my way toward the Citadel. I guess I can grab that other tower on the other side while I'm at it. I don't know exactly. Ugh. I like it better when the meteors aren't targeting me. We just got the same shrine twice. Oh dang it, I didn't mean to do this stupid ritual. Ritual can suck it. The hell? Is every single one of them meteor related? Bow, 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 bow. Well, you did it. Kingsguard full plates. 80 mana, 55 maximum life, 5 to all res. Recovers 5 life for each endurance charge consumed. Gonna be spamming them charges and don't let them know. Spamming them charges, I'm gonna take it home. Okay. I believe the last two are down here. Get out my face. Rude dude, get out my face. Rude dude, get out my face. Okay. I think I remember, I think these require a 215 map. It's been a little while. Yes, requires a tier 15 waystone or higher. Okay. Why can't I get to it? Well, I am right here, right? Do I gotta do everything around it in a circle before I can access it? Like, I've never done one of these before, so I don't know. Huh. I've never done one of these do janks, and I don't know exactly how to do these do janks. So I'm unsure of exactly what to do. Don't know what to do with these do janks. Yeah, it's not even letting me into it. Huh. It says Zomite City, the Iron Citadel. Requires a tier 15 waystone or higher. Which I'm fairly certain that I qualify. Huh. I have no idea. What? Oh, wait. Is that something right in front of it? No, that's not. Unless I'm just, like, blind. I have no clue. What's the divine to exalted ratio these days? I heard it's pretty crazy. Yeah, somebody was talking about it. There's like some ridiculous number. Said somebody said, what did they say exactly? They said divine or exalts were like pennies or something. They said exalts were like pennies. I don't think it gave me confirmation on this one. I think that's what it was. It said I completed it, but I'm going to just assume right now that, well, that didn't actually happen because, well, it still hasn't completed, so. And it let me redo it. Expert somber gloves of somberness. I keep forgetting to go back to the small map because the small map shows where the monsters are and the big map doesn't. I know that it only pops up after you have a certain amount left, but like if you have the big map up, it shows them where they are. This one actually shows you the arrow, and if they're not on the map at that particular moment, then it shows nothing. Alright, so we should be able to go now. Serious time. Try not to die. Don't look like a bleb on my first run. But then again, I have no clue what I'm doing, so... maybe I will look like a pleb on my first run. Plebeian, plebeian, let's go plebeian, 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 plebeian. Alright, the Iron Citadel, let's go. Die like as soon as I walk in the door. No, no, I don't want to do a delirium in the Iron Citadel on my first frickin' run in the Iron Citadel. I gotta be one of you guys. For a character that's all about range damage, these guys freaking suck. Hitting them from behind seems to work fairly well, though. Holy fire damage, Batman. That frickin' fire floor effect that guy had was ridiculous. Oh my god, so many of these shield guys. Oh, hello, volatile crags. Like, barely made it past the doorway. Holy crap, what was that? Oh, it was kind of like a notch in the ground that I didn't see. Ooh, that bleed effect. Oh yeah, them bleed puddles are nasty. Is this, Wolf Boy? It's been a while since I fought Wolf Boy in any serious fashion. I'm pretty sure this is Wolf Boy's area, right? Fairly certain this is Wolf Boy. This is just the Act Boss. This looks like the Act Boss's area, anyway. So Iron Citadel is Wolf Boy, and, oh, that's nasty. Hate these gargoyles. At least you can stun them. You basically just keep attacking them until they heavy stun, which at that point you can dish out damage to them, or you can try and get behind them. But when there was that many, I mean, it's like a pain in my butt just to even try to get behind them. Rare 12 waystone. Don't look like a pleb and die. Don't look like a pleb and die. Don't look like a pleb and die. This girl's not the strongest boss killer. Like, if I'm being perfectly honest. She's pretty good at like killing groups of monsters. She seems to be very effective at smacking down like big large packs, but she's never been the swiftest in terms of dealing with bosses. She's okay. Like, I'm not gonna say she's terrible, but she's pretty close to terrible. She can do it very poorly. And depending on the boss and the mods, like, she just doesn't have the damage to overcome things like energy shield. Like, if a monster has like that freaking like ridiculous like 3 times health energy shield, she just can't overcome that. Which, I mean, a lot of characters I don't think can overcome that. Freaking like 1.5 million instant regenerating energy shield. Tangibility on a blue. I wonder why you weren't taking any damage. This would be a lot easier if I didn't have to deal with the gargoyles the entire time. Like, gargoyles are such a direct counter to like a ranged character that fires frontally. I mean, granted, I can go into melee range and I can shoot them in the butt, but like, it takes some time to kill them that way. Especially if there's multiple of them and you have to like constantly keep rotating back and forth to try and prevent getting hit. Like that one pack earlier was like freaking 8 or 9 of them. And with a freaking like rare one in the pack, and I'm just like, oh, okay, this is great. It's my life now. That mana shield regenerates. That proximal tangibility on that elite, I couldn't even see. It is. Let's get the rest of the monsters out of here first. Ooh. Watch out for those blood pools. One of them turned around, the other ones didn't. Man, how big is this frickin' map? I feel like I've been going for ages. I think I did like a full circle on the outer edge. Oh, is that it? Is that it? That looks like the boss arena. Alright, time to die, guys. I have never fought the upgraded version of the wolf boss, so this will be my first time. I do remember the mechanics of the original. I'm pretty good at the mechanics of the original. I don't know if I'm going to be good at the mechanics of the beefed up version.
We will take the power that we deserve.
Many have tried.
Easy prey.
Man, he's got frickin' conjured lightning storms the entire time. Like, oh, okay. One shot. He said easy and then one shot me. Well, first Citadel, first death in the Citadel. Alright, guys and gals. I've been streaming for like 11 hours. So, I think I'm done for today. We're going to pick this up tomorrow and check out any more information that comes out on Path of Exile 2. Maybe I'll spend a little bit of time trying to theory craft a character with what little information we have. And, I don't know, just prep up for tomorrow, for, well, the day after tomorrow, right? Because we currently have, 1 day, 12 hours, 52 minutes, and 5 seconds until launch. So, hope you guys will join me tomorrow for some more Path of Exile 2 fun. We're going to be playing this for a while, so, yeah. I really appreciate any support you guys will give me. Even if you don't necessarily like Path of Exile 2, maybe just want to hang out. That's cool, too. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching.